competition for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series for 2025. Can you believe it? We're at round 6 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. I'm Matt Cavanagh, Jared McLean. It's been an eventful season.
It has indeed. We started the season right here at Winton Motor Raceway, and now it's the Winton Wrap. We bring it to a close, but we bring it home strong.
Let's talk about TO2 yesterday. Wasn't it fantastic to see Brock Payne take his first ever pole award yesterday, as well as getting a race win?
Yeah, the Hutchinson Builders machine scored some incredible pace in qualifying, but also that first time seeing him with the big number 1 in front of his car, it meant so much to the team.
Talking championship, Jared Hughes wrapped that up last time in Malala, but this weekend Ben Gomersall really had to show up to try and secure second position, which looks like he's probably done.
Yeah, I mean, for it to go pear-shaped on him, he'd really need to retire from both races. Unlikely, but it's TO2 muscle car. It might happen.
For me, it's the brothers, though, Josh and Diesel Thomas. Now it's the fight for third position.
Yeah, who said these guys have a competitive bone in their body? Both under the same roof, both right next to each other in the garage. So much to play for.
Well, let's talk about what we're going to see on screen this morning. We've got the Formula Fords about to come your way, the Stars and Renegade Series. They're qualifying, about to get started. The TA2 muscle cars around. They've got a qualifying session as well. Innovation race cars, Australian Drivers Championship, those little Hyper F1s. The Legend Cars Australia is part of their Australian title as well. And, of course, the Australian Super Trucks are back today.
Talk about bringing it home strong. What a card. 8 categories have competed here this weekend. It's going to be amazing to bring it to its conclusion.
Well, obviously you can see the weather is fantastic here this weekend. The sun is out, very different to what we saw on Friday. It's going to be a warm 23 degrees as we kick off racing here this morning, but that could really rise into the 30s this afternoon.
The word on everyone's lips that every round this year has been tyres, tyres, tyres. I almost need to take a recording and just keep pressing play. Tyres, tyres, tyres. That's what it's all about.
Well, it was a tough day in the office yesterday for Blake Tracey in the number 66 Hi-Tec Oils TO2 muscle car. Let's head over to Mel Price and catch up with him.
Blake Tracey, good news, bad news day from yesterday didn't go so well. A tyre sensor problem in race 1. Broken this little fella in race 2. But the good news is lots of new tyres for today.
Yeah, that's right. We unfortunately had a temp sensor fail and then a tyre end fail in the next race. So 2 DNFs left us out. We probably did about 15, 20 laps for the whole day. So we probably got a good stash of tyres here to have a full crack today.
I mean, a brand new start, about to go out for qualifying soon, and more tyres than everybody else. It's a happy Sunday, yeah?
Yeah, exactly right. We get to qualify again today, so try to get the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro back at the front where it belongs. And,
sounds like a good plan.
Thanks, everyone.
Here we are then, Winton Motor Raceway. Thank you very much, Mel Price, for that. A great place, great part of the world, country Victoria. As you can see, the Formula Fords are out there on the pit lane apron. They've just concluded a final practice session, so a few of them have driven out now into the fast lane, set for this qualifying session. It'll determine the grid for the first of 2 races here this afternoon. The first one will be the sprint race, and then the feature race to finish the double points feature race. As we can see here at Winton Motor Raceway, glorious track. But let's find out a little bit more with Matty Cav and his special guest alongside him.
Well, we're about to have a look at Winton Motor Raceway, 3 kilometres, 12 corners to get around, and who better to show us around than the pole sitter from 2002 in the V8 Supercar Series, Marcus Ambrose, the legend. But what's it take to put a car on pole here at Winton?
Well, you better hold on. It's drizzling with rain. It's an old school track, and there's oil down on the racetrack. So let's go have a lap. The track hasn't changed much here at Winton. It's an old school country track. It's one of the great ones, lots of twists and turns. We're coming down to turn 1 here, one of my favourites. You bounce the curve on the left, you ride the curve on the right, you aim towards the wall, you take 4 strips.
You get close out there, don't you? You're really close to the wall.
You do, you have to. You've got to use all the track here. It's a small track. Look out, we're trying to spin ourselves out. Front wheel drive, very fast Hyundai though, I must say. It's a lot of fun to drive this car.
Oh, there we go. We've got the Hyundai N-line sideways now.
We're still on the old track here. It really hasn't changed shape since they built it, I think in the 60s here. So they did a great job just to really form a beautiful track. This is the fastest corner on the racetrack, the big long sweeper. It's got a lot of oil down, I must say. I'm hanging on here.
Oh, that rain's getting a little bit worse too. I tell you what, there's got to be a couple of flashbacks here. Oh, we're really sideways now, aren't we? Have a look at the car go. All the safety features trying to do everything for you. Oh, I remember seeing some footage of you actually over here in turn 9, bogged at one stage, having to get out and let your tyres down to get out.
I'm never going to forget John Bowe. He served me coming off this corner right here and got me stuck on the right-hand side. It'd been raining all week. I was bogged in the grass and in the water. My crew chief at the time, Paul Forg, he told me to jump out and let the tyre pressures down, and I got out. It was the best forward drive manoeuvre I've ever heard of. But we didn't finish well in the race, but I certainly got John Bowe back by the end. I can guarantee I did that.
So down to turn 11 here now. We've seen so many dives. Is this where we're going to see the overtaking this weekend?
It's the best spot to make a pass here. It's a dead straight line, really tight corner. If the guy leaves your room, you're just going to fill your nose up in his mirror and try and make a pass here.
Yeah, there's a couple of exciting parts of Winton Motor Raceway, Marcus. We're on to the main straight now. This is where it all comes down. You've got to get the final part of the lap done. We're out wide. We're grabbing a bit of dirt.
It is, and again, another great spot to try and pass into turn 1 here. But the secret of Winton is to qualify in the front row and never lose track position.
Well, there you go. You heard it from the legend, Marcus Ambrose. Thank you for a lap around Winton Motor Raceway. Put a big smile on my face. Let's get to some racing.
Let's go.
Well, Matt Cavanagh and Marcus Ambrose with a hot lap there in the Hyundai safety car. I'm down here with Marcus Ambrose Motorsport campaigner, Brad James in the Caravak entry. Every time you get in this car, there is some element of strategy. We're about to come into qualifying. Tell me, do you push hard straight away, or is it something that you wait for a little bit of clear track and try and put in a good hot lap that's going to get you up close to the front of the grid?
Yeah, well, I personally like a bit of clear air. But yeah, you got to get a lap in early before the tyres overheat, obviously. And coming out of practice, we had a little bit of a chance to make a couple of tweaks to the car. And yeah, I think the goal is to go out there and get a lap in early.
Well, that's the horn to let you guys out on track. We are going to let these Formula Ford cars get underway. Mel Price over in the left lane.
Here with our reigning champion. Congratulations, Kobe Williams. I know you're about to head out on track, but how does the fact that you've secured this now, does that make today a bit more fun?
Yeah, certainly. Just going to try grab a couple more race wins, and yeah, certainly happy to win the championship.
And we're going to see you in the Hi-Tec Super Series in 2026 next year with this category, but in a different role perhaps?
Yeah, looking at running a race team next year with a few cars, so hopefully that should be pretty exciting and get some new kids up to the front.
Well, congratulations, our 2025 champion.
Yeah, he is, Kobe Williams. It looks dominant on paper. We spoke about it yesterday, didn't we, Dan McCarthy, as you join us in commentary. It looked dominant on paper, but it's been a real struggle to get so many wins throughout the series.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been a really, really competitive series. The top three have been going hammer and tongs each weekend, and Malar particularly was a great showing from all of the field. In qualifying at Malar, the top 5 drivers were split by just 65 thousandths of a second, which shows how competitive this series has been as they roll out to start the 15-minute qualifying session. Who is going to prevail in this one? Yesterday it was Kobe Williams. He did so with quite a comfortable buffer in the end, taking pole position by over 0.4 of a second from Will Lowing, who scored his best qualifying session of the year, starting on the front row of the grid. Very tight between second through until position number 4. So Will Lowing, Joe Fawcett and Jamie Rowe split by a smidge over 1/10 of a second. And then it was pretty tight as well between Isaac Demelweek and Brad James, who we just spoke to down there in the lane. And Jack Johnson and Tabitha Ambrose, who we're looking at on the screen, rounded out the 8 qualifiers yesterday. So into the turn goes Tabitha. She'll be looking to improve on that time yesterday. Conditions even hotter than they were yesterday. Look at the sky. There is not a cloud in sight. It is glorious conditions, but we're set to go not far off the mid-30s, the sort of 31, 32 degrees. There's a little bit of a breeze, but you can't really feel that when you're out there. All you can feel is the UV beaming down upon you.
Yeah, can confirm that. The breeze is actually quite nice as it comes across. It's not super hot, but yeah, the UV coming off the racetrack at the moment, especially down there in pit lane, you can really feel that heat starting to radiate back up. But yeah, a couple of cars that probably want to come back from this. Johnson, obviously, yesterday said he got a rock in one of his brakes, so he had a couple of issues there yesterday. And of course, that little coming together where Tabitha Ambrose rode over the back wheel, so where she sustained quite a bit of damage. So today's a reset though, because we look at this as a round per day when it comes to the Formula Ford. So today is technically their 10th round of racing, and it resets. They get a qualifying session, they get another chance to look at it. So although they may be a bit further down in the championship, it's a potential to take home a round win.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you say, so qualifying for race 1, the sprint race, and then the feature race. The slightly longer race that takes place later on. So where you finish race 1 is where you start the next race.
Well, we've got ourselves just under 13 minutes remaining in this 15-minute qualifying session here for the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series on their final day of competition for 2025 as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. And the times haven't even started. They've got to get around. We're still going to be warming these tyres up. And what we have seen throughout the season is it's not lap 1 where we're going to see it. Not very different to the TA2 style where they'll try and activate a tyre in a lap or two and then they probably get 2 laps to really set a time. The Formula Ford seem to improve as the session goes on. Potentially and maybe just fall off a little bit in the last few minutes. So we'll see a lot of these drivers go all the way through the 15-minute session to the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. They sort of set some really good laps around the halfway stage, then they come back in, they put the tyre pressures, reset them back down again, see if that helps. Sometimes they improve late on, other times not. Yesterday, because of the heat, we saw that they didn't improve despite putting the tyre pressures down. The track was just a bit too hot and we didn't see very many late improvers, a couple of sectors here and there, but not too much at all. They've all set 1 lap, and at the top of the timesheets it is Kobe Williams, but it is tight after the first lap. Will Lowing just 800ths of a second off the men that we're looking at on the screen, the ACM Finance sponsored Formula Ford. It's been a really fantastic season for him. There's Marcus Ambrose. You had a lap with him earlier, but let's not forget that in the last week a big announcement has been made. He is now the AASA Competition and Commercial Director. So that's a big coup for the AASA, the Australian Autosport Alliance, the sanctioning body of this, the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. So he'll be heavily involved behind the scenes in all of the racing, as the title would suggest, as the competition and commercial director, heavily involved in the behind-the-scenes running of the whole Hi-Tec Oil Super Series in season 2026. But he's been heavily involved this year in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series.
Moving forward, also saw the announcement yesterday that we're going to see the Australian Formula Ford Series join us in 2026. So it's all starting to come together, and as we start to progress and as the series expands into its 3rd year this year, but year 4 is looking bigger and better.
Yeah, it certainly is. Absolutely. This a new category on the program this year, and it was such a success, as you say, to have the Australian Championship run under the AASA banner. That's a big get, that is for sure. So we're expecting grid sizes to grow as a result of that, so expect around about 20, and we'll probably see a lot more of those Renegades as well. Stars and Renegade Series, so we've got the current Duratec powered cars out there, the Stars, and then as well next year we're expecting a few of the Renegades, the older spec Kent class engine cars.
Yeah, it just differentiates them, especially those who have raced might have them sitting in their garage, and they might have raced 10 years ago. Places like that where they want to come out and still be competitive within A class. So it's great that we're going to be able to mix up both those styles of Formula Ford cars out there that have been imperative and so crucial in the development of a lot of the motor sports races throughout Australia, whether it be just the guys that have transformed into supercar drivers, or whether they've gone overseas to compete in things like Formula 3, Formula 2, things like that as well. So there's been a lot of drivers come up through the ranks, and it's a great starting point for a lot of our young talent as they get around, learn how to set up a car as well. I know there's a lot more people involved, not just the driver, but they need to learn to get that feedback so that the engineers know exactly how to adjust the car. As it looks like Kobe Williams still top of our table at 126.42. And we'll wait and see, because Lowing is not too far behind.
Well, Lowing briefly went to the top for about a second and a half until Kobe Williams came across the line behind him. So Kobe Williams going back to being 800ths of a second clear. Williams pulled out of that last lap. He just caught at the end of his last lap going down towards turn 1 at the start of lap number 4. Just caught the tail, or caught right up to the back of Tabitha Ambrose. So elected to button out of that lap, find some clear air, so he's not held up from Tabitha ahead. Brad James has come in the lane pretty early. That's quite a surprise. Only a couple of laps in the books. He's in position number 6. You'd normally see them set at least 3 or 4 bankers early on in the session. So, yeah, just a quick stop for him, only in the lane for 64 seconds. He's just gone back out onto the racetrack once again. Will Lowing comes around the final corner. No improvements out there at the moment. There is a purple sector, in the middle, and he goes, no, stays the same. So no improvement, a bit of a error, I think, in the final sector, and remains where he is. Position number 2 is Kobe Williams now comes into the pit lane. So at the moment, Kobe Williams from Lowing, 800ths between them, and then Fawcett and Lowe pretty close as well, only 800ths between those two as well. Demoweek in position number 5 ahead of Brad James, and Tabitha Ambrose ahead of Jack Johnson. But look at the margin between those two. They are split by literally nothing.
And a purple sector 1 as well now for Lowe. And we saw that car up on the jacks today. They were doing some final adjustments. Said they were chasing a little bit of grip in the rear end of that car to try and get it to settle down. Here's a bit of a replay, and this is Fawcett. Goes around 7, slides it out. And we saw a lot of cars very loose around turn 7 yesterday across all of the categories here racing this weekend. So I think if you just get off the racing line a little bit, you can see it's pebbled up. Would have been cleaned overnight. They would have dragged some stuff around the track to try and clear that off. But this morning we've already seen a little bit of racing. It could be starting to pebble up again on the outside of 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there were a couple of mistakes out there, weren't they? It's very, very offline. There's very little grip around those hairpins in the middle sector. So got to make sure you stay in those wheel tracks. And that's what Lowing's doing at the moment. The shortest run to the line, doesn't take the traditional route straight away, going back across to the other side. It might have been a purple first sector, but sadly for him, again, no improvement. So he remains in position number 2 at this point in time.
You got to think, though, consistently, 126.51 is his best lap, 126.53 that time around. So very, very consistent line getting around. I think they have found something in that car that's improved it, because there was a much larger gap, like it's under a tenth, which is what we've seen throughout the season with Lachlan Evan and Kobe Williams. So I think that they're finding their sweet spot at the moment. A bit of a change. We did have some warm conditions when we started off in round 1 here at Winton, but compared to yesterday, we're probably about 3 degrees higher temperature out there, just air temperature, which means the track's probably up about 10 degrees.
Speaking of improvements, Joe Fawcett improved on his last lap. He remains in 3rd, but he's very much improved his lap time, and he's just gone PB in sector number 1, and similar slide for him through turn number 7, but this time he didn't catch the grass on the outside of the corner. So that's a better run through there. He comes out of turn number 9. Got to really maximise the exit of that corner for the short shoot towards turn number 10. Then last of the late breakers, as late as you possibly can be, and goes around turn number 10. The final section of the lap, a couple of really sharp right-handers. This one's tied to 90 degrees. It can really catch you out. It comes back on itself, and that means that this one isn't quite 90 degrees. It's a bit more open. Use all the road on the outside of the circuit. Use the short shoot to the line. He's going to take the traditional line, though. He comes across the line. No improvement, but only 0.003 of a second slower than his previous lap. So very good back-to-back laps there by Joe Fawcett. Good consistency.
Just watching those times from the pits, it was just over 3 minutes for Kobe Williams, just rejoining the track. So they've waited for the final 5 minutes of this qualifying session. I don't think he's going to have to do too much, but with less than a tenth up there, up your sleeve at the moment, you never know what line will throw at it. I'm definitely sure there was going to be some tyre pressure changes there.
Tabitha Ambrose has leapt up to position number 6, and in fact only 26 thousandths of a second behind her teammate that we're looking at on the screen at the moment. And Brad James himself is on a flying lap. A PB in the middle sector. Where is this going to put him, though? Around the final corner he goes. It looks to me like, although it's a PB middle sector, it wasn't a particularly good first sector, so I don't think he's going to improve no matter what he does here. No, I think he's going to prove me wrong. No, he did not improve in the end. He was a little bit slower, but a couple of PB sectors to end the lap, but yeah, no improvement overall. So if he can just hook the 3 sectors together, he'll really hone in on Rowe and Fawcett. So, yeah, he just needs to put the 3 sectors together. But that's a good sign for Brad James that he does have the pace here today. Yesterday, pole sitter Kobe Williams. What we've seen so far, Matty Cav, is the person that has taken pole position on Saturday has gone on to repeat the feat on Sunday. Kobe Williams will be hoping that that continues here today.
Well, we're counting down the minutes now. It's just down to 3 minutes remaining in this qualifying session for the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. And we'll wait and see if someone can take you to Kobe Williams. Lowing looks like he's the closest. Still there at 800ths of a second. I don't know. It's going to be very hard. Lowing's actually had 2 purple sectors out of all 3 across this qualifying session. So not in the same lap, but he's managed to be able to be faster in sector 1 and 2 at some point throughout the qualifying session. But can he bring it all together? And now we've gone past that midway, like you said. Probably around midway is where we see the cars at their best times and the best amounts of grip. Now we might be going a little bit past that, but the fuel loads will be getting a little bit lighter potentially, but it's warm out there, so the drivers are in some different conditions. You're not going to run a cool seat in this car. That's going to add too much weight. But 15 minutes out there at the moment with total sunshine out on the track, it's got to be hard on the body.
Yeah, absolutely. Brad James improves on his most recent lap, but he remains in position number 5, but he's now only a smidge over a 10th behind Jamie Rowe in position number 4. So some late improvements are coming in, which is good to see. Isaac Demelweek moves up to position number 6 ahead of Tabitha Ambrose. So we have seen a few more late session changes in this session. Kobe Williams is on a flyer as well. He wants to move that buffer. He wants to slightly increase or pull away in this qualifying session as he comes to the line, comes across the line. Is there going to be an improvement? There certainly is. A purple final sector for Kobe Williams sees him now with a solid near 3/10 buffer at the top of the timesheets. Great stuff from him, but still Will Lowing has the fastest first and second sector. So Kobe Williams, with a big slide as he enters turn number 4. Good save from him. But yes, Kobe Williams is making all of his time in that final sector.
Brad James on a run here to his personal best in sector 1 and sector 2, but can he string together? Currently in 5th position as James crosses the finish line. Won't improve, actually loses a little bit in that 3rd sector and misses out on a personal best by about 3/10 of a second that time round. The field currently split by 1.3 seconds across 8 cars. Very close in this qualifying session as we come down to the dying moments. About half a minute remaining before we start to see the checkered flag come out. Kobe Williams just goes purple sector number 2. So if we didn't think he could go any faster, it looks like he's going to try and prove us wrong. Sector 1 hasn't been his best, but he's pushing. Here he is, the ACM Finance entry of Kobe Williams. Wrapped up the 2025 championship yesterday. Looking to run a slightly larger team next year and actually pass some of those skills on to some future legends of motorsport. Can he do it in sector number 3 again? Can he go a little bit faster and we wait for the time to come up, and he's just missed out by a couple of tenths of a second in that final sector.
I think the best have probably gone from those tyres now. Checkered flag is waving, so this is everybody's final crack at it. And we're seeing an improvement from Joe Fawcett in the 1st sector. A 26.435. That is a good 1st sector, and that's pretty much on par with what we've seen from Lowing and from Kobe Williams over there. Real quick laps as well, and Kobe Williams is really putting the hammer down once again. You can see at the top of the screen he's just gone purple in sector number 1 once again, but we're looking at Joe Fawcett. He's lost a little bit of time in the mid-sector, but if he can hook this final sector together, he is close enough to potentially steal a front row position from Will Lowing right at the death. And crucially, 4 more championship points. You get 10 for pole position, you get 5 for position number 2, and 1 point for position number 3. So around the final corner he comes. He's going to take the short run to the line. No, he's going to go back across the circuit. He comes across the line, and no, he didn't hook that final sector together. No improvement from him. He remains in position number 3. Kobe Williams has clearly made an error in the middle sector, losing 3/4 of a second. So he decides to bring that machine into the lane.
William Lowy actually went personal best that time. Caught up a little bit on Williams, not enough to try and improve his position. He will start on the front row, though, 126.44, just 2/10 off Kobe Williams. Brilliant qualifying time out there with a 126.23. So 8 Formula 4s to start off this afternoon's racing. Qualifying done now as Kobe Williams goes number 1 once again. Like you say, everyone who's done it on a Saturday always seems to do it on a Sunday for the second day of racing. Lowing in second position by 2/10, and it's back to Fawcett, Rowe. James back in 5th. Demmelwick manages to get set, go past Tabitha Ambrose, who gets delegated back to 7th position, and Jack Johnson, who struggled with a couple of things with the brakes yesterday, in 8th position with a 1:27.56. 1.3 seconds separates the field. Some exciting racing coming your way this afternoon.
Absolutely, very tight in the middle of that pack. Certainly from Rowe, James, Demmelwick and Ambrose, they're only split by a few tenths of a second as well. So lots of talking points heading in to the first race later on this afternoon. Let's have a bit of a look at the highlights from what was a very entertaining qualifying session. They all headed out straight away at the beginning of the 15-minute session. Joe Fawcett was pushing hard early on. He ran a little bit wide through turn number 7. Just put a couple of wheels in the grass out there. Will Lowing, he was the fast man in the mid part of the session. He briefly took the top spot, but Kobe Williams did snatch it back. But he has had a really good weekend, Will Lowing. We'll start from the front row of the grid once again. Out in front though, Kobe Williams taking his 6th pole position of the season, 6 out of 10. A mighty fine effort for the young Victorian in the ACM Finance-sponsored Spectrum. A great performance from him. Great stuff from the youngsters in Formula Ford, but we're going to go away from open wheel racing and we can hear the engines rumbling down there. The V8s are lighting up because we are set for TA2 qualifying. Matt Nolte.
Hello, Dan McCarthy. Great job this morning. Great session in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Kobe Williams with that 2/10 of a second advantage, and they're set now for their 10th and final round here this afternoon as we wrap up season 2025 in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series and set for day 2 of qualifying. The TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo, with the championship already locked in. Jared McLean down in pit lane, but now it's the battle for the final pole position and 250 large going to someone in about 20 minutes' time.
Well, Brock Payne already secured the Road Active Suspension Pole Award for yesterday. Will he come out and do it again? In race 2, after early contact in the race, he was complaining of a steering issue. Turns out the geometry in the front end was totally fine. It was this bodywork actually pushing on the tyre. Very lucky that he didn't actually cut the carcass of the Hoosier. You can see the witness marks there with all the white paint rubbed off. Let's see what he has to offer in this upcoming qualifying session.
Good pick-up, mate, down there in the lane. We saw that during the race yesterday, and there is the youngster, reigning Formula RX8 champion, who's riding the crest of a wave as he makes his way out onto the track here in qualifying. Incidentally, they'll roll out in the meeting points so far after qualifying in 2 races. I welcome Brad Gartner into the commentary box. Few degrees higher in temperature out there, a little bit of wind, but now it's going to be about who has the best of the worst tyres remaining. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Noel. Good morning, everyone at home. Yeah, it's going to be a massive morning. We said it was warm yesterday. It's warmer again today. Brock Payne did a great job yesterday, getting his first pole, transition to a first win there. And, yeah, both the Hi-Tec Williams car are going to be rolling out of the back of the pits now here. And I've been told Blake Tracey, he's got 2 laps and everyone will have 2 new tyres.
There you go. That's the scoop straight away there. So he was fairly positive when I ran into him in the pits last night. I mean, he's got half of Albury here watching him on this weekend. It didn't go to plan. In fact, it didn't go to plan for both the Hi-Tec Oils cars there, with they left licking their wounds last night after those 2 races, but hopefully a chance of redemption. And a lot of the teams thankful of the format change in 2025 that we get the extra qualifying session here today. As we watch Graham Cheney, who's leading the Masters class. We'll talk about the contingency awards during this afternoon's broadcast. And he's in the box seat to wrap up the Masters class for season 2025. J-Mac.
Yeah, you just touched on it there. Cheney in the box seat, as you say, to wrap up the Masters class. We've obviously wrapped up the championship with Jared Hughes over in New Zealand at the moment. Unfortunately not able to be here. But Cheney has been rock solid while not right up the front of the field. Consistency is key here, and that's what Cheney brings to the table in the IES car.
Yeah, both he and Mark Crutcher finished next to each other in yesterday's second race. Crutcher still telling the world about how good he went yesterday and hoping to go a couple of spots better. What about that top three yesterday? We have a feeling, I haven't crunched the numbers yet, that is the youngest top three we've had in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, with Brock Payne, Diesel Thomas and young Hayden Hume. Toyota 86 Star scoring his first top three result. And what's turned out to be a much better weekend. It looks like he's calmed the aggression down a little bit.
Yeah, you're making me feel old now, Nolt.
How do you think I feel then? So Brock Payne takes us around for the first lap of qualifying. Wouldn't think too many are going to stay out. You want to get a couple of banker laps in. Should we get a red flag, then you're safe, which is what I think was the issue for the 4 car yesterday. He's going to take a lap or two here to cycle up to temperature on this 3-kilometre course at Winton Motor Raceway. We started the series here in very similar conditions back in February. We wrap it up today with just a hint of cloud cover. Certainly no rain on the forecast today, but if we give it a cloud cover, that'll change the dynamic once again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Blake Tracey stayed in the lane for one more lap there, and Mark Crutcher's not doing the same strategy he was yesterday.
No, he got a good kicking yesterday to get back out there. Jordan Cox, who's calling all the shots down there at Crutch Developments and the brand new Ford Mustangs, and we need to get out there and at least get a couple of laps in to protect yourself for later on. How good were these shots yesterday? And we're going to give you more today from the drone cam, chasing Brock Payne as he makes his way around. The team really upbeat about the performance yesterday. They said we're the little team that can do, and they did that yesterday afternoon. Probably a little disappointed they couldn't go back-to-back in the 2 races, but certainly now, and you know it, once you get that first win, the weight comes off your shoulders, right?
Yeah, definitely. The monkey's off the back now, and like I said, he did a great job yesterday, and I think now for him, he can just go about his business. He's not involved in the championship. All he needs to do is win races now, and now he's got that first one. There's no pressure. He can just do what he's doing best.
Led 11 of the 14 laps yesterday, back-to-back in fastest laps, and on target here perhaps to finish on the podium, maybe dare to dream and win the final round of 2025. The new calendar is not too far away from being announced. Some exciting new things coming in 2026 in the ever-growing TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. And a 1:40, so we're starting to build up towards this lap, this qualifying session now. 0.2 of a second quicker than the pole record yesterday here at Winton Motor Raceway. As he takes us up past the old start-finish line, and we get serious with 15.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it looks like Ben Gomersall and Hayden Hume the first one to post the lap. Paced off a little bit yesterday, but you're going to expect that with the track temp and the tyre wear they've had from yesterday.
Whole time yesterday was at 24.0, and when we were here back in February, it was a 24.4 on the Saturday and 25.9 on the Sunday, and we've got very similar conditions. In fact, it's only 1 or 2 degree difference out there. Just a slight hint of wind out there, which will probably help the teams, but also help the fans, of which has been quite a few. It didn't look like it yesterday, but a lot of people are taking refuge under the shelters and the air-conditioned cafeterias around here to take in the sights of what was a mammoth day. Went into the early evening last night of the Australian Production Car Series, wrapping up. And in fact, early today, the Super Trucks on the program as well. IRC cars, the Legend cars have been out this morning. Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. And of course, we'll wrap up with the TA2 Muscle Car Series just after 4:30 here. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. As here comes Payne. Hayden Hume's on a very good lap right now in second position in car 45. But to the finish line is Brock Payne, 25.2, and it's only 17 thousandths quicker than Ben Gomersall, who responds to go 2.5 tenths quicker, and a 24.9 in these conditions.
Yeah, first one in the 24, used tyres. He did a great job there to get that lap done nice and early. It'll be interesting to see if he goes again.
Here's Hume. So it wasn't that lap. It's Mick Harders in the top of the shot there. Watches on. He's one busy man down there at TFH Racing. Payne's going for back-to-back laps here, incidentally. It's the fastest first sector of the session at 25.5.
That's a good first sector.
Very good. Josh Thomas comes up into third. Hume goes back to fourth. There's Collier having a good weekend in the 63 TFH Mustang. Diesel Thomas, who finished second yesterday to equal his career best. Danny Reedy and Mark Crutcher, and next Lee Stibbs, and now Josh Webster. Wow, 24.9 for the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport La Machina Mustang. What a turnaround after a tough day yesterday. Oh, Payne, you can hear the chatter from the in-car of the Hutchinson Builders car. Just getting pulled up here at turn 10. Graham Cheney's in the pits. And the Masters class leader. That's some new tyres.
That's a Tim Brook move there.
If ever I've seen it.
Yeah. Tim Brook would be running the show down there, and he looks like he's riding some tyres in and go for another set.
Tim Brook, of course, Toyota 86 Series champion as Payne goes 24.79.18 of a second. We have seen Tim Brook behind the wheel on more than one occasion in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, subbed in for Jared Hughes earlier this year in the IES Motorsports Chevy Camaro. So Hayden Hume finishes the lap. Blake Tracey, better turnaround today for the Hi-Tec Chevy Camaro. And just 0.4 of a second covering the top four. But it's Webster looking to go back-to-back. I love how the teams have kept these cars with the battle marks from yesterday.
Yeah, it's not like supercars where we get a sticker machine and roll them out fresh every day. It shows how hard the racing is. But, yeah, the teams, they're all doing a great job to get them out here again today. It was pretty good racing yesterday. No safety cars.
That second one for mine was really, really intense as he responds. No, improves on the time, but stays in second position. 800s behind Brock Payne. Then Gomersall, Blake Tracey, Diesel Thomas, Josh Thomas, Hayden Hume, Des Collier, Danny Reedy back in the pits in 9th, and Mark Crutcher is 10th. Lee Stibbs 11, and behind them is Ebert, Pullen, Wadley, and Graham Cheney, still yet to lay down a time on our screens here. So Blake Tracey, 30.7 in the second sector, so it's about 0.4 away, roughly, into the right-hander, into the last corner to finish the lap with Brock Payne. Those two back-to-back laps. What has this one got for us next time by for Blake Tracey? He will stay in 4th position as we go down to pit lane. Here's Mel Price.
So speaking of Blake Tracey down here with his dad, Mark, we are madly watching that soft. Apparently this is his hot lap. What's happened? What's happening?
Blake's in P4 at the moment. He's probably got one more run left in this one and see where he ends up. So where are we? 2/10 off pole, so we'll see how he goes.
Fingers crossed, and we won't be seeing you on track today?
No, well, I won't get out there today. We hurt 4th gear, so we'll just leave it alone and watch Blake for the day. It'll be good.
Hopefully he can fly the flag for the Traceys.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Mark Tracey down in pit lane. Thanks, Mel. And he was going for a lap, but then pinched that front left going into turn 1's, decided to abort that lap.
Yeah, unless they come in and move the tyres around, I think that might be it for Blake Tracey.
Oh, Warren Wadley in the 88. How did he get out of this? We just saw the 88 machine driving back. That's up at turn 7 where we saw a couple of cars yesterday and just, not mashing the skinny pedal, just eased his way out the gravel trap. You take that one on a day like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
You should get stuck in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, have to do the old Marcus Ambrose trick, get out and let the tyres down.
Lee Stibbs back in pit lane in the 92 Hi-Tec Chevy Camaro that Robbie Farr's been driving this year. I'm looking forward to seeing Robbie back in 2026 in new colours. Mark Tracey comes in for a chat. This was a last-minute change on Friday afternoon after practice where Ben Cavic was going to drive. But now Lee Stibbs, who's driven a handful of cars this year, J-Mac, gets another steer in the Hi-Tec Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, great to see him out there. Hopefully he can resurrect the Hi-Tec charge today on day 2. But Brock Payne currently in the pits, watching intently as the lap times pop into the timing system. Only has 0.08 of a second up. He will make the call on whether he needs to go back out if someone pips him to the post.
I think you need to. I don't think that's safe right now. Maybe a couple of tenths, but not 800ths of a second. We've had some incredibly tight margins this year in qualifying. In fact, the first one of the year was an absolute screamer here. It was 0.001 of a second. 0.01 of a second, I should say, but the tightest margin at the recent round at Malala was 0.003 of a second. So not safe by any stretch is Payne. In fact, the top 7 in the pits is Des Collier out on the track now around turn 7 in the TFH Mustang. Danny Reedy's been in the pits for quite a while now. And Graham Cheney. So more than just tyres going on with the IES Chevy Camaro, but pit lane much busier than the racetrack right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hopefully no big issues there for Graham Cheney. I'd say he's going to wait for a clear track and come back out. Tim Brook he will have something in the back of his mind. But yeah, I reckon Lee Stibbs, he'll be looking to go faster. He won't be happy with P12 and he's put some new tyres on, so he'll go again, I reckon.
Here's Mark Crutcher, reigning Masters Class champion for the over 45s in the category. He started his career a long time ago in New South Wales Pulsar Series and in sports sedans, and driven everything from grassroots and loving his time in the TA2 muscle cars. Mel?
Brett Thomas, if anyone rides the emotional roller coaster, it must be you. You've got suns, cars everywhere, highs, lows, ons, off. How are you feeling right now?
I'll tell you in about 8 minutes, actually. I think we're 5th, 6th and 8th and 2nd at the moment, so qualifying's always tough, do you know what I mean? There's a lot of young guys out there that are doing a great job, so it's very competitive. There's not much between probably the top 10 here. Yeah,
and we've got Brock out there, of course, who was part of your team last year, but Diesel got the Rookie of the Year this year as well. It's been an awesome year for the TFH team.
Yeah, it has. Look, Brock Payne's an amazing young driver, do you know what I mean? He's clearly shown it this weekend. I mean, he's first in quali at the moment. You know, with about 7 minutes to go, I think he's probably parked it up. But, yeah, for Diesel to get Rookie of the Year, we're pretty proud of him there. He's limited amount of racing he's done, so he's certainly coming along in leaps and bounds.
Well, you're a big part of the category. It's always exciting. I'll let you panic through the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much. Enjoy your day.
He's a very busy man down there at TFH Racing. His business he's had for nearly 10 years as they get some cool air into the cockpit on a day like this. We talk about 31, 32 degrees ambient out there, much hotter on the track conditions. What's it like inside the cabin of these cars? They don't seem to ventilate too much.
The biggest thing in these cars is the footwell. They get extremely hot. The exhaust runs just past your feet, straight past you, and yeah, it gets really hot in there. So the biggest thing is when you're racing, the adrenaline's up, everything's cruising along. But remember here, end of 2023, we got a safety car, and it was real hot. When you drive around in the safety car, your feet, you don't like it.
It's all about airflow, but rather these conditions are wet conditions. We had that on Friday afternoon as there was a gravel on the track there at the top of turn 7 from the off that Warren Wadley had in the 88 Wadley Property Developments Group. Now that's an interesting sign for Des Colley. The Parc Ferme sign is on the car, so they've decided to call that a session. With 6.5 minutes remaining, we stay with Hayden Pullen, 57-year-old that's been filling in for Scott Taylor, particularly last weekend up at the Gold Coast, and the sign rider Gold Coast sponsored 75 Ford Mustang, one of our higher cars we have in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Both he and his son Mitch that run Pullen Spec engines have been helping oversee the Aussie Racing Car engine program over this season. Himself getting his first taste of a TA2 muscle car here with a couple of 11th place finishes yesterday and a 10-second penalty for crossing the blend line coming out onto the grid for yesterday's race, which was an interesting one. So that was added to his time. So a few drivers electing to call this. And for Brock Payne, he'll just wait, because if Webster, Gomersall or Blake Tracey decide to go, he'll have to go. But at the moment, those guys not looking to pull the trigger at this point. Lee Stibbs has gone back out on the track. We check in with Josh Thomas.
Yeah, Diesel, Thomas, Josh Thomas, Hayden here, and Lee Stibbs are all out on laps. So they've obviously either taken their new tyres again or just think they can go faster. The track's only getting hotter out there, Nolts.
It's Josh Thomas. 4th gear. Down this really exciting corner. Across the curbs and really attacking. We saw a lot of wheel work from this guy yesterday. Great sounds, aren't they, from the in-car, Josh Thomas. And these shots really showed the attitude of the cars really wriggling around through turn number 6 and particularly through here. They're not straight by any measure.
No, definitely not. You've got to hang on to it around there, and especially around the tree here. Really just got to keep it straight. Lee Stibbs is improving on his lap time, so this will be his last run, I'm going to guess, but no one else is going faster.
We understand the top 3 have called it a session, so unless someone can pull a miracle, Brock Payne could be on target for back-to-back poles. The road active suspensions to take the final pole of 2025. There's still 4 minutes remaining. Josh Thomas takes us down to second last corner, 2nd gear right-hander. A little bit of throttle through here. Let the car free its way onto that curb on the left side, and then at this point, through third. Quick grab of fourth to the control line. Number 25.8, so 2 tenths behind what he had before. Lee Stibbs improves and goes up to 9th position.
Yeah, he was stoked with that.
Good result. Graham Cheney's back on track now. He may have just read this perfectly with little to no cars out on the track, right?
Yeah, he's done this exactly right. He's improved on his Sector 1 and Sector 2. So, yeah, he's smart. Brooks is smart, clean track, and they'll put he's only done 4 laps. So, one of the lowest amount of laps for the cars on track.
This is good enough at the moment from maybe a top 6. As he comes down the final turn, if I put the curse on him, maybe he came in hot at the final turn as Hayden Hume was making his way into the pits. So Cheney, who finished 5th at Bathurst earlier this year, qualified 6th for the tag team enduro event, to the line with that lap. Yep, goes to 8th position, but I feel there was more in that car at that last turn.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he goes again. Like I said, that was his only flying lap, so they've executed that perfect.
25.8 to put him in 8th position. Quick glimpse of Brock Payne down there in the pits. Crutcher is on a flying lap now, 26.1 to the first sector. And there's a lot of wriggle room for these guys because there's nearly 1.6 seconds back to Mark Crutcher right now. If he can find half a second, he'll bury himself nicely in that top 8.
Yeah, and Graham Cheney's on another one again, into the 25s on the first sector. He'll probably, he's a fair chance to move up into the top 6.
Diesel Thomas walks away, so he'll start from 5th position at the moment with Cheney and Crutcher. So the 2 Masters class guys showing the youngsters how to drive maybe here, or using a bit of experience to park themselves nicely here with fairly clean track conditions out there.
I'd say experience.
I'd say that, a bit of both.
Graham's on another beautiful lap here.
Looks smooth through that left-hander. So on the way down, so it's only half a second for Crutcher at the second sector. So these guys could split up the top 5. Josh Thomas has come back into the pits, and that'll be his session done with just over a minute and a half remaining. So to the line comes Graham Cheney, back-to-back flying laps of 30.6 on the previous lap, and this could split him up into 6th. Good lap, 25.4 for the IES Chevy Camaro. And will he go for 3 maybe? This is a bit of attitude through the corner. He's going for it.
He's going for it. So is Lee Stibbs. I wasn't expecting that. Mark Crutcher, Lee Stibbs, Graham Cheney, the only ones on track. They're all going for it.
Bit of experience right there. It's only a 26.1 for Crutcher. He lost a bit in that last sector, but he's going again. Back in 11th position, Lee Stibbs could move up into the top 6 if he knits this one together in the 92. We stay with Cheney through the left-hander through turn 6. Here is Stibbs on the Hi-Tec Oils replay in the Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaro. It's out of a bit early for a drift session out here. Need to get a lap in.
Yeah, needs the traction control out of the IRC car.
Yeah, exactly. Caught him out the first lap here yesterday once again, but attacking this Winton Motor Raceway course. It was an improvement on the time, but not the position for Stibbs, as this will be his last lap with 30 seconds remaining in qualifying. Crutcher's about to finish his lap into number 4 Ford Mustang in 11th, and it looks okay as long as he gets that final sector clicked to move him up the order perhaps. And the 4 goes into the top 10 now, pushes Des Collier to 10th.
He's pushed Tibbsy out of the 10.
And just got in with about 8 seconds remaining, so he can go again if he wants. This will be Lee Stibbs. No, it won't be, because I've put the commentator's curse on Crutch. And right in front of the fans up here on turn 2, puts on an expression session and regroups to head back. So it won't be a flying lap for him, and he'll stay there in 9th position. It looks like Lee Stibbs is calling it as well on the way down to turn 10.
I bet your Crutch is still smiling.
I bet he is. Here he is, and just enough curb to unsettle. Easy to do down there, right?
Yeah, definitely easy to do. One of those curbs around here, any curb you hit here, you have to either eat it or don't touch it.
Great way of describing it. 0.083 of a second is the margin, and you know what? It doesn't register the top 10 first to second margins. And the final pole of the year goes to Brock Payne by 0.083 of a second from Webster, Gomersall, Blake Tracey in 4th, Diesel Thomas 5th, Graham Cheney 6th, then Thomas of the Josh variety in 7th, Hayden Hume 8th, Mark Crutcher and Des Collier. Lee Stibbs being bounced out in the top 10 just after the session, finishing there with Danny Reedy, Glenn Ebert, Hayden Pullen and Warren Wadley. The 15 cars that will contest the final 2 races in the TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Time to hear from our pole man. Here's Jared McLean.
Well, what's better than one Road Active Suspension Pole Award? Well, I'll tell you exactly what. 2 in one weekend. Congratulations, Brock. Great to see support from Montauk Tavern on the car as well.
Yeah, it's awesome, mate. Look, all these sponsors who have helped me get to where we are today. Yeah, Montauk Tavern for coming on board as naming rights sponsor this weekend, so it's much appreciated. But stoked with the pole, mate. I didn't expect to get 1 pole, let alone 2 this weekend, so it was a lot tighter margin today. The car had a little bit of understeer in that session, but you know, with 2 green tyres, you tend to expect that when you put them on the back. So, look, overall, stoked with the time. Couldn't be happier with pole, and can't wait for the racing this afternoon.
Congratulations, mate. Mel, you're down here in pit lane. Who have you got?
P2, Josh Webster. It doesn't get much closer than that thousandths of a second.
Yeah, well, close to our first pole. It's nice to reward the boys after all the hard work they did last night. Had a power steering failure in the second race yesterday, and at the same time the gearbox blew. So had a bit of work to do last night. It's nice to be able to repay everyone that supported us throughout the whole year. So yeah, it can't get any better than that, really.
And that's the beauty of Sunday, isn't it? A new qualifying, a fresh new start. You've got a tyre bank that is probably better than everybody else, and you're starting on the front row. Yeah, exactly. We knew our plan into Sunday was to get some clean air. So to start off the front row, that's what we planned to do, and it's good to finally be able to put that plan into place. So. Considering we've done about 10 less laps than everyone else in that second race, hopefully our tyres are good. We know our car looks after the tyres, so we just get the jump and see where we end up in the first race today. Sounds like a good day ahead.
It does, doesn't it? Much better turnaround for Josh Webster. He'll start from the front row today with Brock Payne as we take a look at the qualifying highlights on a very warm Sunday morning. Thanks to Hyundai, here are the highlights of the cars coming out onto the track for this 20-minute session that was busy initially as predicted. But then the track started to quieten off towards the end there. Brock Payne continuing that form from yesterday in the Hutchinson Builders Chevy Camaro that was quick from the outset, trying to minimise the harm on the tyres aboard car 33. But what a turnaround for the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport team. The Ford Mustang was humming along today. Placed this on the front row by 0.083 of a second with a few cars electing. How about the lucky escape here for Warren Wadley? Got away with that one and drove back out onto the track to qualify in 15th position. And the tyres started rolling. There was sounds of rattle guns in pit lane while the teams found their best tyres for the second part of qualifying. Lee Stibbs, Mark Crutcher and Graham Cheney all having the track to themselves. And I reckon that was the costly error there for Stibbs that potentially could have got him in a top 6 position. And Mark Crutcher decided to add himself to the highlights reel with this half lose in the middle of turn 1 and 2, and he'll start inside the top 10. But Brock Payne, pole position, back to back. Great job. And we'll start from the number 1 spot for the final day of the TFHI TA2 muscle cars. Back to Jared McLean in pit lane.
Well, we've just seen a very, very quick driver swap here. Lee Stibbs hops out of the TA2 muscle car after putting Man and Machine on the line to go and do it all again. The big thing now is, yes, he's fatigued from the qualifying session, but now he needs to up his mental game because things are about to start coming at him a whole lot quicker.
Thanks, J-Mac. Yeah, very good update. Quick turnaround for Lee Stibbs. He'll be starting this race from position number 3 on the grid. So it's going to be an interesting encounter, this one, the 25-minute third race for the Innovation Race Car Series. The title fight has come down to the final day between the man starting from pole, Jeff Emery, and the man at the tail of the field in John Hollinger. We'll come on to those championship point situation as the race goes on. Myself, Dan McCarthy, has been joined by Matt Cavanagh. Matt, we've loved watching the first series of Innovation Race Cars.
Haven't we? And throughout the season, not only have we seen some fantastic racing, we've seen some fantastic. We've seen a stunt double. Jeff Emery got some wings and flew in Queensland. We've seen how to repair them because they don't mind touching a couple of panels. We know how modular they are, and we'll get through that a little bit later. But obviously, you can take the front ends off the rear ends, and they're like a clip. They can replace them very, very quickly. We've seen some fantastic spins. They might be a GT3 style car, and they've got ABS and traction control, but that just means that the drivers push them further than what you could in like something like a TA2 car. They really try and extend the limits of the vehicle there, and they've definitely found all those limits throughout the 2025 season, and this is how it's going to start. Jeff Emery, after qualifying on Friday for today, actually, in the Ottaway Adventures Motorcycles entry, will be off position number 1, leading our championship at the moment by 33 points. Then it's Lee Stibbs in the Hi-Tec Oils entry, and we're hoping, the word was that Mark Tracey was going to let him a cool suit for today. Very warm. 25 minutes out there. Of course, we've got John Hollinger and Danny Studdard as well as part of this one. Now, Danny Studdard will start out on position number 3 on the second row with John Hollinger alongside. So we qualified on Friday for both Saturday and Sunday. This is the results of that. It's pretty much the same as what we saw yesterday. Is the Super Series safety car brought to you by Hyundai will lead us out and get them started for a rolling start of these 4 cars. Yesterday's afternoon's race, it all happened in turn number 1, didn't it? When they went down side by side, and Danny Studdard had to go stage right, ended up out on the dirt, pushing back into the last position there. So it'll be interesting to see how much they want to fight for turn number 1. Knowing it's the end of the season and they've got time to repair the vehicles, there is no love lost between them once they hit the track, although they're a great bunch of guys after the racing. The racing's on, the helmets are down, they're definitely all about winning.
Yeah, they're really good mates, all of them, off the racetrack. But as you say, when they're on it, they're quite often rubbing door panels and having a couple of incidents. It's been a really dramatic season. We've seen some big moments in the title race. It's interesting to me, though. I agree with you. Jeff Emery, Lee Stibbs should be the front row. But is Stibbs got a potential problem, or is he warming up, brakes, accelerating? Braking, accelerating, braking. He's going to try and take these 2 corners nearly at full pace, but I'm confused as to why Stibbs is behind Studdard. That's the way they drove out of the pit lane.
Yeah, maybe there was something yesterday. I know they had to do a clutch on Friday night, so they'd go to Melbourne and actually get the parts for that one to get back. That was a 5-hour turnaround from one of their crew members, and it ran flawlessly yesterday by the looks of it. Once they spread out, I'd like to talk to an engineer about the aero wash on these cars potentially, because we saw them struggle a little bit around Winton Motor Raceway yesterday in terms of once they got up behind each other, just looking for those overtaking opportunities. Now, they're a really fast-flowing style of car, so when we see them at Sydney Motorsport Park and places like that, we expect to see them, and it really suits the style of the vehicle. But even at Malala on that very short track, there was some fantastic racing going on. So hard on brakes that track as well. Obviously, these guys got some big 380mm brakes up the front too, so that pulls them up for a 6-piston caliper. So, you know, they have all the fantastic things you probably want in a race car to go as fast as possible, which is probably why Lee Stibbs, when he got the opportunity to go in the Innovation Race cars, so the TA2, took that up because it's that GT3 style of racing. And yeah, Danny Studdard's going to start off the front row by the looks of it.
Interesting. So here we go then. Race number 3 of the weekend. We got Emery in the silver machine. Are they trying to change now? No, I don't think so. I think Studdard was just trying to keep it on the racing line, not to make his tyres dirty. So it would be Emery in the silver machine and Studdard in the sort of grey and yellow machine on the front row. But yeah, look out for Stibbs in the Hi-Tec Oil sponsor car on row number 2. We're underway. Emery's made a great launch down towards turn number 1. Stibbs late on the brake, shows the nose up the inside of Studdard, but can't quite make that one stick, but he's judged turn 2 very nicely. Taken the traditional line, got the run out of the corner, and that sets him up for turn number 3. Great stuff from Lee Stibbs, showing why he is such a good racer.
Jeff Emery's found the secret sauce for this track. They've had the setup in the car all weekend. No one has matched them for pace so far. So Lee Stibbs would have known, especially with Chris Pither down there as his pit crew, would have said, you know, and his engineer would have said, we need to stay with Emery. Do not let him get away. Especially starting in position number 3, would need to get that pass done on Danny Studdard very, very early, because Studdard, with a wealth of experience in Australia and overseas in various forms of motorsport, especially GT3 style cars, even these cars they've raced overseas, is he can make it wider than it actually is if he wants to try and defend that position.
What can Stibbs do today? We saw yesterday Emery just had that little bit of an advantage, didn't he? And Stibbs is there or thereabouts matching him, but Emery pulled away a couple of seconds in both races yesterday early on. And from that moment on, Lee Stibbs really couldn't match him. Of course, in race number 1 yesterday, Lee Stibbs did dribble off the road and had to come back from the tail of the field to finish in position number 2. But in race 2, just couldn't quite match GT veteran, the man that's raced GT3 machinery for so many years, former Australian GT champion Jeff Emery, and he is certainly enjoying life in the Innovation Race Car Series. He is the championship leader, and if he stays out of trouble in this one, he could very well wrap it up. So he's got Stibbs. How's he going to play it? Knowing Jeff Emery, he's still going to want to win this motor race, and that's exactly what he's showing there. He closes the door, slams it firmly shut in the face of Stibbs, who's looking very threatening this morning. Certainly more threatening than he did at any point yesterday, and he's already forcing Emery to defend. This is a good sign as they come underneath the gum tree. The more these two fight, though, the more that Danny Studdard could buy into this battle and make it a three-way fight at the front of this field.
I was nervous going around turn 7 back there. Yesterday we saw Lee Stibbs very sideways around. Just went out in the dirty line just a little bit. You know, there's a little bit of gravel out there. We've got a couple of cars come off there this morning as well. So I don't know how long he's going to be able to sit behind Emery, though, before we start to see things heat up a little. Of course, they've got the new tyres on this weekend. They normally bring 8 tyres for a weekend like this, one set for each day. Not the cheapest tyres, very good tyres, though. They give you a lot of grip, but maybe yesterday he might have hurt them a little bit earlier on, sliding the car around. There would have been some engineering changes on that car overnight to try and adjust it up, especially with some of the information they would have got out of the TA2 racing as well, to find out where the grip levels are on the circuit this weekend. A little bit warmer today, maybe they just found the right tyre pressures.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a bit cooler though at this time of the morning, only 11 o'clock or just before 11 o'clock here at local time, so the sun really hasn't started beaming down upon this circuit. They'll be right in the heat of the weather in their final race later on this afternoon, their fourth and final 25-minute encounter. You can see all the gravel and debris on the outside of turn number 7. That's why it was so treacherous late yesterday. So you don't want to be out there, that is for sure. If you hung out to drive by one of your competitors, you'll be struggling just to keep it on the tarmac, quite frankly. But Stibbs, he only debuted last round, didn't he? Malala Motorsport Park, and he debuted very impressively. Took one of the pole positions, and he took several race victories, 3 out of the 4, and it could very well have been a clean sweep had the team put a bit more fuel in at the start of race number 1.
Well, that was a rookie error, wasn't it? That was the first race of the weekend where they made that silly little error. They haven't done that again since.
No, and won't do it ever again, I imagine.
He was complaining, though, earlier in the weekend, just as he went to change gears. It felt like limiter, but the car was having a little bit of a stutter, and he had to go through the gears, so having to short shift that to really clean it up. So whether they've cleaned that up as well, it could have potentially been something with an injector in the fuel injection or fuel pump or something like that. So that car has been very reliable throughout the year, but just a couple of little gremlins here this weekend. Looks like it's all sorted in this race, though, because Emery not being able to open that gap. It's being maintained at 0.3 of a second, and there are definitely points of the racetrack where Lee Stibbs is looking just a little bit faster than him, and it looks like that sector 1, Lee Stibbs just has an advantage on him by almost 0.2 of a second, but Emery just doing a really nice job through the sectors 2 and 3. And it's a very different race line as they go through this back section, turns 7 to 9. Stibbs will look for a different way to try and get as much drive out of that car. And there are adjustments within the car as well for the traction control and the ABS settings. So depending on where they've got the tyres, the grip levels out there, they can adjust that on the fly also. So through that back section's turn 7 to 9, you might find they actually turn the traction control up a little bit potentially so they can get some drive off of those corners. Where there's any bumps in the track, which is what we saw at Malala, where if it tries to unload the rear of the car, the traction control kicks in and actually cuts power out. So they'll turn it right down, and at Malala, they pretty much turned it off if they could. So we'll wait and see in the cabin. We'll get some views a little bit later on, but let's get down to pit lane for some updates with J-Mac.
Well, while we're on the subject of Lee Stibbs, he's actually hopped out of the TA2 muscle car after the second session of qualifying today. He wasn't able to jump straight into the IRC because he actually had to go and fit a cool suit. That's how rough the internal conditions are in the cockpit of these machines. You wouldn't be able to do back-to-back sessions like Stibbsy was able to do, or is doing now, without the aid of that cooling system. So just something going on in the background there as well to add a little bit more complexity.
And looking at the laps as well, Dan McCarthy and J-Mac, thanks for that. He did one of the most amounts of qualifying laps in TA2 as well right before this, so he is going to be steamed inside that race suit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was talking to a couple of the Aussie tin top competitors, similar sort of, sedan body styles, and some of those were getting 60 degrees yesterday in the cockpit. So it is sweltering out there for these drivers. 60 degrees, that's just horrific. Mel, an update from down in the lane, down to you.
Yes, down here with Dan Gillison, no stranger to IRC. We see him running cars, working on cars, driving cars, all sorts of things. But this weekend, looking after the category owner, Danny Studdard. How's your guy going?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. Had a little bit of issues yesterday with a bit of power issues, but we think we've got it sorted now. It's no issues for him so far. He's got a good couple of tyres we've kept spare, so he's right on with Lee and Jeff there. So hopefully makes a good race, even though it's a low field this year, this round. But hopefully next year with bigger and better things coming, should have a good field. Yeah, many, many more cars on the way. Now, these old guys don't mind complaining about the heat. I hope you've got lots of ice in his cool suit today. Yeah, Danny's got a good cool suit. He's got the aircon basically suit, so in there, so he loves it. It works really good, and also helmet fan, so he gets out and he's fresh. He's loving it. Yep. Spoiled. So we're going to see you with the helmet again out here next year? Well, maybe, hopefully, if we do some more enduro rounds, maybe, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully I get the chance to put my suit on. Yep. Well, I think there'll be hopefully lots more people as the category grows looking for a second driver. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, that's the one. Yep. Okay, thanks, Dan. Thanks, Mel.
I want to see that, Dan, as a factory option out of Pace Innovations, whether we can get a aircon unit put in these cars.
You do see a few GT cars, these modern GT3 machines with air conditioning, so it's not out of the question.
No. It's like a GT4 car. They pretty much come road ready, don't they? So you go and race. Maybe that could be one of the options that Danny can put forward for the 2026 season.
Gillison would be a fantastic co-drive, wouldn't he, for a young rookie coming into the series next year. Won 2 races this year and finished on the podium no less than 5 times. So did select rounds this year, but when he was out there on the track, he was a force to be reckoned with. So great to have him down there helping out Danny this weekend. And going back to that, some people will be looking, going, only 4 cars. We have had 10, I think 11 even at one of the rounds. There's a few people with conflicting race events that are racing elsewhere, a couple with work commitments. And of course, Taunton suffered a back injury, so wish him a speedy recovery. He was one of our mid-season title contenders, so we hope to see him back, and I'm sure he will be back at the start of next season. I heard that he's hoping to do potentially a support category race at the Bathurst 12 hour to see if he's fit and ready to go for the full IRC season. So a good steerer is Jeff Taunton. Hopefully he'll be back next year. But yeah, I'm looking at the entry list. It does sound like there's going to be a few more cars on the grid next year. Really looking forward to that.
Yeah, also the chatter about a junior category coming to this one as well, and a slight change to the cars to bring in some of the younger competitors who are coming through, potentially who may have gone to something like Porsche or 86 Racing. They can get in this, they'll change the car a little bit for the junior category there, just some slight modifications to the body and how it works underneath. It won't be a change to the running gear of it, I suppose. They can adjust a lot with the computer. They can always give it a bit of a lead trophy like they do when they go a little bit too fast, add a bit of weight to the car and things like that. So there's a lot of speculation about how they're going to do that, and I'm waiting to see how that gets released throughout the rest of the year. So we could see some really young drivers stepping into these next year.
Yeah, correct, absolutely. This was originally made as a gentleman's race series, but there's been so much interest that, as you say, they are now going to bring in the junior class next year. So they'll be racing out with these gentleman drivers, but they'll have slightly different specifications. They're just trying to work out the finer details of it at the moment, but it sounds like they probably won't run with traction control or ABS, so it'll be a bit more of a challenge for the youngsters.
Why would you do that, you ask? Well, we're talking to a couple of the drivers like Lee Stibbs the other night, and he said, if you want to go and race some GT3 racing, whether it be at Bathurst, internationally, overseas, is you've got to get yourself a license rating. So these cars can do that because of their GT3 DNA. Other teams can look at a driver in here, they understand that they will know how to make those adjustments on the fly in the car. They
can drive a GT3 style car as well. They can look at it, they can get their license rating up, whether they want to get it up, whether they want to get it down, knowing that they've got to have a combination of different licenses for some of those competitions. So it's a great category if you're potentially not looking down the supercars route. You might be looking at something to go into a GT3, go overseas GT4 racing. This is a great category to build those skills.
And you can do that in these as well. You can go and race these cars overseas as well. We've seen drivers such as Danny Studdard, the man behind the series at the moment. He's been racing there overseas, competed in the Spa 24 with a couple of other of our Aussie Innovation Race Car Series competitors, so that's really cool that you are able to do that. But the fight at the front is beginning to intensify. I've seen Emery's been forced to go sort of half defensive into turn 7 on a couple of occasions. It looks to me like Stibbs is a lot more comfortable in the technical section. However, he did struggle to get the power down out of turn number 9 there, and he's lost a couple of car lengths as a result of that. Another little error through turn 10. This is good, hard racing from these guys. I've said it already this weekend, but for those that didn't tune in, all three of these are very, very capable steerers in their own right. I touched on Emery before with his GT-CV, but in second place, Lee Stibbs, TA2 muscle car race winner. And behind him, the man who races in Porsche Carrera Cup, Porsche Sprint Challenge. And as I say, races these machines all the time overseas in long-distance endurance races. These three are proper high-level races. They are the best bronze drivers in the country.
Have a look at John Hollinger in the background. I'm watching him because he's just out of view. Sometimes we see him there. He's second in the championship because he has had an impressive season in terms of finishing races, and that's what we've seen. Emery's had a couple of DNFs. There's been some incidents there. That's really hurt him there. So John Hollinger, 33 points behind at the moment. But up until this lap, he had the fastest sector number 1, John Hollinger. So the group's not leaving him. Although there's a gap back to John Hollinger, they're not getting away from him. So it's a very close race, and anything can happen. You've got to make sure you put enough fuel in.
Yes.
We've seen tyres this weekend overheat with the wrong settings, and not in this category, but in other categories we've seen issues with tyres, with the temperatures. The drivers have to keep their cool, otherwise we see those mistakes start to creep in as well. So John Hollinger's still in the box seat for a championship. Let's head down to pit lane though for J-Mac for an update.
Something for a little bit of consideration. TFH Hire have managed to get 4 cars onto the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th row of the grid, qualifying in Ps 3, 5, 7 and 9. That doesn't sound too ominous until you actually consider that all 4 TFH cars will be starting off the optimum line on the left-hand side of the track on the run into turn 1, which is that sweeping lefter. Not really anything, still too much to worry about when you consider until the race start, where it is the most hectic time and the most likely time that we will see nose-to-tail contact within the same team. It's a little bit spicy down here in Team TFH.
So they say behind every great man is a great lady, and you don't see any other ladies here as much as I see you, Agatha Hollinger. You're here, you're at every race meeting, you're out in the sun, you're out in the rain, you're washing the car. You must absolutely love it.
I do. I love supporting John. It's his passion. No matter what car he's in, I'll support him all the way.
And he's having a good year, isn't he? He's still out there in P4s. There's still a championship up for grab.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so hopefully he's actually doing really well, you know, so his times are up really well this time. So hopefully he can keep up the pace.
Do you get nervous or do you love it?
I love it, but I get totally nervous, yes.
Well, I think every racing car driver probably wishes they had a partner as understanding as you to support them in doing what they love. So well done.
Yeah, no worries. I just tell them enjoy the rest of your life. You can't take it with you.
Good on you.
Thank you.
He's having a cracking race actually at the moment. Having a look at some of the times, even the best lap times, they're all within a second. And John Hollinger was actually the 2nd fastest for a little bit there. Just gone down to 3rd fastest. He was keeping up with Emery for quite a bit of that as well. So John Hollinger's, they're just getting away by maybe 1/10 of a second here and there. As Emery just went a 1:23.22. Lee Stibbs just went fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:23 flat. So he is now on a charge.
Yeah, it was a really good lap from him. He was 0.2 of a second faster than the race leader. So the pace has picked up from the top 2, and they have gapped Danny Studdard in the last couple of laps, half a second on the last lap, and about the same the lap before that as well. So we've seen the top 3 in a train at the start of this race. race. But as we head towards the final third of this encounter, it appears to me that Studdard's falling behind, and he runs a bit wide there through turn number 10. That's a little bit of a costly one. Sorry, turn number 9 there for him. So he did lose a little bit of ground. Studdard pushing hard, trying to stay with those two ahead, but at the moment he's just beginning to drift back. Danny Studdard, he has had a couple of victories over the course of this season. He took a win at Sydney Motorsport Park. He's got 10 podiums as well over the course of the season. But this man, Jeff Emery, who spoke about the championship, effectively the simple maths is, if Emery beats Hollinger in this race, he wraps the championship up in this race.
50 points left up for grabs. That's pretty much where it's at. 33 the difference. Danny Studdard won't be able to overtake John Hollinger at this point, but never say never.
Correct.
There's always penalties. We don't want to see any of those. There's only 4 cars out there on track at the moment. We don't want to see any, but never say never. It's always going to go down to the wire when it comes to a championship fight. Emery, though, needs to keep cool, calm and collected in these warm conditions this afternoon. Lee Stibbs will be boiling in that race suit. Luckily, he's got the cool suit attached now, which will, maybe that's why he backed off for a few laps. Just let the body cool down for a second there, let that cool suit do what it needs to do. But he's having a big weekend, getting the opportunity to get back into a TA2 muscle car here. That was a late change when it came to Friday afternoon, so didn't get the practice in that car either. Had those steering failures yesterday as well, so didn't get a lot of laps in it. So he's got a tyre bank up his sleeve as well later on for the TA2 muscle car race. Just qualified outside of the top 10 in that one, but very quick when it comes to this innovation race cars. Did fantastic for his first outing at Malala in South Australia. Had 3 race wins out of 4 races. Would have been 4 from 4, except just didn't have enough fuel in the fuel tank to finish it off for race number 1.
That's a bit of a problem, let's be honest. You need fuel to make it home, don't you? But these two are pushing hard now. Look, purple, both of them set a purple sector on the last lap. It was Emery, though, that set the fastest lap of the race last time through. First person into the 22s this race, a 1 minute 22.9. So he's just edged out that margin. It was over a second, but look, a couple of tenths have been pegged back in sector number 1. They are really toing and froing at the moment. Really good quality battle this one. Yes, okay, it's not a wheel-to-wheel battle, but it is an intense fight between the pair. Who is going to prevail come the end of this race? Stibbs is just staying there, trying to force Emery into an error. We've seen he's not really ever been quite close enough to make a move. He's forced Emery to defend, but he's never been close enough to lunge up the inside and outbrake the driver of the number 48 machine. It's been a high-quality affair. With 5 minutes left on the clock, Danny Studdard now has fallen away 3 seconds behind Lee Stibbs and nearly 4 seconds away from our race leader. And John Hollinger still remains that same gap behind. In fact, he's on a really good lap at the moment. Danny Studdard PB lap 23.5. But John Hollinger was faster, a 23.4. So in the final 5 minutes, John Hollinger is setting some really good lap times now, matching Danny Studdard, and in fact on that last lap, the 10th faster.
Common occurrence for John Hollinger to come on strong at the end of the race, hasn't it? Been throughout the season. You know, you see him go back a few positions sometimes and then just worked his way back through. He's been solid. You can't take anything away from him. He's in a race car pretty much every second weekend of the year, sometimes every weekend, whether it's in sports sedans, other forms of racing. I mean, he's got a new car coming to, I believe, innovation race cars too. So this one might get modified to go into a different category, and he's got a new one on the way. So we'll wait and see with John Hollinger. But he's a tough competitor. There's a reason why he's second in the championship at the moment. And no surprise that he's starting to improve on those laps in the final stages of this 25-minute race with just under 5 minutes remaining. Lee Stibbs, can he try and balk Emery? That is the question. I don't think he can. Emery's been solid throughout the year. He really hasn't been put under pressure despite people diving down the inside. There's been a couple of incidents where he's made contact with other people, but it's been through racing because of the competitive nature of motor racing, where they've both pushed around a corner and one car slides a bit, loses a little bit of traction and make contact. And unfortunately, it's not the best style of contact where we see a bit of rubbing and they keep going. They've actually caused a little bit of damage to that car, but when he's out in front, I don't think someone behind him like Lee Stibbs, although he's applying a little bit of pressure earlier on in the race, we didn't see Emery falter. Like he didn't start to go offline or do anything silly. He just defended a bit for those first opening laps. Generally, it's 6 to 7 laps to get the tyres up to temperature in that right window where they've set them as well. So, you know, he just had to look after his tyres to that. Now he seems to be able to holding off Lee Stibbs quite comfortably at the moment, because every time Lee Stibbs goes and takes a lap out there, Emery responds, does a slightly faster lap. So this time around, though, they're evenly matched. And actually, Lee Stibbs has cut a couple of tenths out of him in sector number 1. So we can see that they're strong in different sectors of this race. Sector number 1 seems to be the one that Lee Stibbs really dominates in, but Emery just drives away in sector 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The way they are toing and froing out there at the moment. Lee Stibbs, I thought it early on in the weekend that he was just making a few mistakes and sliding the car, but I think that's the way he enjoys driving these machines. It's certainly, he drives it more loose than any other driver I've seen in this series this year. A lot of people really crank up the traction control. There's 12 settings for both traction control and ABS. I think a lot of the regular GT drivers have it turned up quite a lot more. Lee Stibbs, somebody that's come out of TA2 racing, is probably used to a lot more sliding in the rear end. I mean, we saw, didn't we, just before in that qualifying session, the rear is constantly moving around on them, not only through the corner, but also going into it under brakes as well. So it's interesting that he drives the car, or you can see the car sliding a lot more when he's at the wheel than any other driver I've seen this year.
Yeah, and all drivers like the feel of a car. Some like him a little bit more understeer, some like a bit oversteer, but he's very close. He's sector number 1, his strong point. And he does it again, another 0.2 of a second in sector 1, but it's the sector 2 and 3 where Emery starts to drive away from him, especially once we come out of these technical corners through 7, 8 and 9. And you can see the West Coast windows. Otway Adventure Motorcycles in through there of Jeff Emery just opens the gap up now on Lee Stibbs so that he really can't push him down these little straights we have, because this is an opportunity if you get a good run out of 9 down to 10. 10 to 11 is another good opportunity to dive under him. And then from the final corner down to turn number 1's another opportunity to get under brakes, but you've got to be close enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny Studdard, I think, has seen the challenge from John Hollinger, and he's put in a few PB sectors recently, and he's eked that margin now out to 5 seconds. So Studdard certainly saw the threat as we see the final lap board is out. So Jeff Emery begins the final lap of the race. Stibbs still pushing hard. Look at the car twitching through turns 1 and 2. He's not going to go down without a fight. He is going to push right to the end of this race.
Just a couple more corners to get around, doesn't it, for Jeff Emery? I don't think he's too nervous in the car at this point. He'll be looking pretty comfortable. Lee Stibbs, though, he's got everything to throw at it. Really, he's had a tough weekend in TA2. Could be his day today, you never know. He's got a 3rd place and a 2nd place in yesterday's races. He was a little bit off in qualifying, came 2nd fastest. Started out of 3rd position today. And can he take to Emery? Because he's just gone through the best sectors that he does. Sector number 1. This is where Emery is strong, though, as we conclude this race. We come down out of turn 9, just 3 corners left to go. And Stibbs doesn't look like he's close enough. Danny Studdard still holding off John Hollinger. But the times are so even between those two. You just need to keep your cool and stay composed at this point as they go around the final couple of corners.
Into the couple of right-handers. Emery is ahead of Stibbs comfortably as they come around the final corner. The hands are clapping. Jeff Emery wins the race. And mathematically, that does put him beyond reach of this man for the title. So Jeff Emery, provisionally, the Australian Innovation Race Car Series inaugural champion there. Good stuff from him. Lee Stibbs, he pushed hard, didn't he? But he ends up finishing half a second behind in the end. Danny Studdard in 3rd place and John Hollinger position number 4. But the margins in the end separated late on, with Studdard falling back to finishing 4.475 seconds behind and John Hollinger back 10.6 seconds behind in position number 4. But John Hollinger certainly started that race very strong.
This is very similar to what we saw yesterday afternoon, isn't it, really? Unfortunately, Danny Studdard's got a little bit of a punt out onto the right-hand side, but very similar in terms of how consistent they were, though, throughout the race. That's what the difference between the innovation race cars and a lot of the other categories we see is the tyres start to go away and the cars start to slow down, whereas the innovation race cars, once they settle into that sweet spot, you can really tell they're set up for endurance racing because they just get that speed and they're still finding a tenth of a second at the end of the race. Now, let's have a look, though, some of the highlights out of this one. Turn number 1, Lee Stibbs wasn't going to waste any time starting out of the second row there, and he just got the crisscross done on Danny Studdard coming out of turn number 2 through the little S's at the start of this one. Hard under brakes into turn number 3. Now, they're cold at this point, a cold tyre as well. And he's got to trust the car because he's just come out of something that has no ABS and a really big sidewall tyre.
Correct, absolutely. This is the real opportunity that Stibbs had early on in the race. Once the tyres came up to temp, he couldn't really ever get that close to Emery once again. They both were pushing hard, setting PB sectors throughout the race. But in the end, Emery had all the answers. And as a result, went on to take his 8th victory of the season in the Australian Innovation Race Car Series. A great drive from the West Coast Windows sponsored driver.
Well, we'll wait and see if he can do it. Could it be a perfect round for Jeff Emery? They've got one more race coming your way this afternoon on our TV coverage. In the meantime, though, we've got plenty more action coming your way. Up next, we've got the Australian Drivers' Championship. Well, thanks to Hankook, they are coming out on track as our winners come in to get their places. A quick check of the tyre pressures as well. All that data will go into the book because they will look to head back here to Winton in 2026 at some point for our 2026 season. So Winton Motor Raceway will house them once again. It's a great sound as they get around too. 550 horsepower, 6.2 litres of V8 LS power in the front of these cars. All the same when it comes to the innovation race cars, power to weight ratio. You can see they're looking pretty relaxed actually considering how hot it is out there at the moment. And run over there with a drink of water. I know they've got them on board as well, but they'll try and get a little bit of a debrief done. And I know there's the showers out the back. I'm pretty sure I've seen an ice bath somewhere out there for some of these drivers as well.
Probably great work though from the Ash Seawood Motorsport driver. Mel is down there with our winners.
I am P3, Danny Studdard. That was a pretty close race. How's the temperature?
Hot, but everything's hot, but it was a good race. The guys were fast out the front, it was clean, and I was hanging on for dear life, and I made a little mistake in the last corner, and they just gapped me, and I just couldn't get them back. So it was good racing, good fun. I was hoping they'd sort of jostle each other and slow it down, but I just couldn't get them, so they were very good.
Yeah, you were catching and dropping and whatever. It's obviously hard work and a quite long race, but a nice close one then. Well done.
Yeah, it was good. No, it was good fun. Thanks.
We'll just give Lee a chance to get his helmet off. Lee has had a massive effort doing back-to-back stints, getting out of the Hi-Tec Oils TA2 car into the IRC, the Hi-Tec Oils IRC car. Lee, congratulations, Lee. Can you give us just a quick insight into what it was like in those last couple of laps?
Hot, really hot. No, it was good. We were just trying to figure out where we were losing it. We were closer today than we were yesterday. We were just incrementally trying to find where we were losing it yesterday. But no, enjoyed it. Lots of.
What's the first thing you're going to do getting back into the pits?
Water, suit off. The Traceys have been fantastic, to be honest. Obviously, George runs the show, and it couldn't be done without him. But Blake, his dad, Mark, they've been fantastic. The whole guys that we didn't have a cool suit for this one or the Trans Am, so they were kind enough to lend us one. So. No, it's been a good lifesaver. So thank you everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
And by 1 point, our 2025 IRC Enduro Cup winner, Jeff Emery. Congratulations.
Well, that's awesome. Actually, I didn't really expect that. We had such a bad run in all the Enduros with, obviously, with contact with other cars and reliability. That's a fantastic result for the team. Obviously, AFSM have put together a faultless car all year, and it's been a pleasure to drive. And obviously, thanks to Carly and Steve and obviously Roscoe for giving the opportunity. And obviously the
great effort. I'll let you cool down.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Oh, we can hear a little bit of Hypers, the horsepower out on track now as the Hypers get around for our Australian Drivers' Championship presented by Hankook. And look, this has been fiercely contested this weekend and throughout 2025. They're great to have as part of the series when they align with us, because they've had 5 rounds to get around. They've had a few months off, but this weekend you wouldn't be able to tell. A couple of drivers have changed teams though, and I know they've had some setup issues there with things like weight in the vehicle, so we've seen a couple of penalties issued yesterday. Damon Sterling, well, he is laser focused once again here this weekend, who's had a phenomenal amount of wins throughout 2025. He can't be beaten in the series now. That is him run and done. As we check out, it's been 14 wins now into this season. That's an incredible winning rate.
It certainly is an incredible achievement from Damon Sterling. He's won a couple of these now, and yeah, he's pulled out a huge lead in the first lap, 2.5 seconds down the road. Notably though, Hayden Crosland, he was one of those drivers you spoke about, was underweight in race number 1, disqualified, came all the way back through the field, finish in position number 4, and he's already made his way past Lucas Stasi early on in this one, down at turn 3 on the opening lap. So Crosland is one to watch. It's been those two, Sterling and Crosland, that have won all of the Australian the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship races. Just as I say it, he's run a wheel wide there, I believe, and he's just dropped back. He has, so he ran wide out of turn number 9, and he has lost that position. So just as I'm talking about him, here is the replay then. Look at the third car in the queue. Just ran 2 wheels over that curb, and it dragged him into the grass, out into the weeds, and all that hard work has been lost for him. But yeah, he has been an 8-time race winner as well. It's been the Sterling and Crosland show this year.
You gave him the commentator's curse, Dan. You've got to know that you can't talk them up too much at the start of the race. No, it has been down to these two. Crosland had to be here this weekend because Dean Crook was nipping on the heels for that second position in the championship. So Crosland just needs to keep accumulating those points. An unfortunate disqualification in number 1 means he gets 0 points, but hopefully after finishing 4th in yesterday's second race, those 17 points has helped him, and as long as he sort of stays there above Crook, he should bring that second position home in the championship, which is a phenomenal effort.
Well, notably, Crook was a DNF in the race yesterday afternoon, a drive shaft cause of that one. But already he has moved up into position number 12, the inaugural series champion, and the man who finished 2nd in the series last year is up to position number 12. We're side by side a little bit further back. I think that's Hamish Leighton moving up the inside in the orange machine. I think it is, yes it is, the number 19, but he couldn't quite make it stick around there. He's on the outside for the right-handed hairpin, so slots back in line behind the rookie of Imbach, who's done a really good job here this weekend. A couple of well-known names a bit further back that we're looking at, including McKercher and Cardias. But look, Crook locks up the brakes into turn number 11. These two, Leighton and Crook, veterans of the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship.
Leighton fighting it out for the Masters Award here for the more mature gentleman in the field. He's actually leading those points score, but in front of him is actually Chris Peters up in 9th position. That's a good outing from Chris actually to be up inside the top 10, especially as he comes into this series. He's only really been doing it this year, so a few test days, but hasn't done lots of racing, I suppose, in a car like this in his previous life. So yeah, great to see him up there a little bit further, so he might take the late. I don't think he's going to be able to catch him in that Masters Championship, but still good to see that they might be some Masters round wins there potentially. They can take that down to the last race as well. So plenty to unfold throughout the field as they go around. It's been great to have Nico French as part of the season. Hasn't he been fast, but just not consistently fast?
That's right.
He's had some moments, he's had some bad luck throughout the year. We know he can pull some really good laps, but then, you know, just a couple of errors have crept in, a couple of bits of bad luck, but no surprise to see him up there in the championship, a little bit in 6th position. But this number 63, brand new this weekend, Harry Strick from Victoria.
Number 38 of Catlin just spun around, looped it at turn number 10. Young Zach, he works hard. He actually works for the family that build these cars, the Crook family build these cars, and he is one of their hard workers as McKercher runs wide through the marbles and out into the dirt at turn number 11, just in a little bit too deep there. Catlin has rejoined in position number 13, but he lost 6 positions as a result of that mistake. As Ewan now demotes McKercher and up the inside. I think that's Nolan, and it is. Good move from him. Sent it up the inside. Did Mr. Sunday, as he is affectionately known, and he's going to attack now Ewan as well. You might be wondering why he's known as Mr. Sunday. Well, he doesn't do racing on Saturday. He only competes on Sunday. Off again, Catlin, spinning around out of turn number 4, I think that is. He is right in the middle of this Winton Motor Raceway circuit. I don't know how he's ended up all the way out there. He's gone off at a vast rate of knots to end up where he has. But this is going to put him all the way to the back of the field now. So a scruffy race for Catlin. But he is a pretty fast driver, and I'm sure he'll move forward later on. Oh, I just saw the right rear of Ewan's machine. Look at the tyre, it's got a big groove through it. These Hankooks are being tortured on the number 8 machine. The right rear looks very second-hand out there at the moment. And tyres are a big talking point in the series this weekend as Nolan comes up the inside. They have to use a set of tyres across 2 race meetings, and everyone's been saying that they are going to be on very, very second-hand stuff when it comes to the final race later on today. But looking at those tyres, some of them are already struggling out there.
And he actually retired from the race yesterday. He didn't make it right to the end for Justin Ewan Motorsports.net entry. That's it, yeah, we're going to have to watch that too. Maybe he's gone over the edge of the track or something, taking the groove out of it, or maybe just wearing down. Can be set up with the camber of the wheel as well. Let's have a look at a replay here.
Look at the very back, I think, of the screen. He's run wide through turn number 4. He's kept his foot in the gas, and a huge spin. Very high speed lose out of turn 4. That was a very hairy moment. Here is a replay as well of Nolan firing up the inside of Ewan. Good move from him to move up into position number 14.
That was a nice clean manoeuvre actually up there. Sterling goes around, does the fastest lap so far of this race, 1:21, though we have seen him down the 1:19s. I'm thinking with tyre, we're at the end of a second round. For some of those cars that didn't have a fantastic call to park round last time they were out, they might have a little bit more rubber, but that's not going to be Damon Sterling, who's been super dominant there with 4 podiums from 4 races, got 2 firsts, 2 seconds in the last round. So far he's on a perfect win this one. If he does it, this will be the 3rd time he's had a perfect round if he does it this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been a really good season for him as we look at the number 4 machine. As I say, one of the other rookies in the field of Imbach, who's really come into this straight out of karts and is doing a mighty fine job in his first race weekend. He's 21 years old, and he only stepped into karts just 3 years ago. Tammy, down to you.
I've managed to snag a bit of a chat here with Rob Summons from Summons Racing. You've got Hayden Crossland out this weekend. You've been generous enough to give him a bit of a drive. You happy with his performance?
Yeah, so far doing really well. We're hoping to get possibly a couple of podiums for the last 2 races. So he's doing really well. He's obviously getting used to a new car, so a little bit of adjustment, but so far really happy with how he's going.
And looking forward to 2026 for Summons Racing, what are your plans?
So we're a little bit lighter this last round, only running 3 cars, but the plans for next year is to run 6 full cars with 2 pro sort of drivers like Hayden in the cars. So yeah, big crew and trying to get and fill a lot of the field and just try and get as many podiums as possible.
Looking forward to see the whole team out on track. Thanks.
Thank you.
6 cars, that's incredible, isn't it? Summons Racing, and 2 pros in there. Hayden Crossland, there was a big announcement there, signed up for the 2026 season with the crew, and he did say a slight variation in the cars in their iterations as they've come out over time. I'm sitting down a lot more, a bit more like a Formula 1 car. You're lying down in there, just a fraction where his knees used to be up a bit. He said, doesn't really bother me. It's a slightly different seating position. This weekend, though, he had to come in from his previous race team with used tyres, and he doesn't have a great set, so he is struggling, and he said it's really hard to drive the car, but looking for that 2nd place in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we've probably seen a couple of unforced errors that we're not used to seeing from young Hayden Crossland, who between rounds trying to get the funds together for this one. He's been working on the tools, hasn't he, for the Hi-Tec Oils racing team on the TA2 side of things. So we see a lot of the drivers doing that to try and pay for their own racing. They'll go out of their way to be a mechanic or an engineer on another person's car for a weekend just to get those funds together to go out racing on their weekends off. This man has been an absolute star this weekend. I cannot speak highly enough of Harry Street. He's a debutant in this series. He's only been racing cars for just over 12 months. He debuted last year in car racing in the Victorian XL Championship. Did a really, really good job. And then this weekend, moving into this, I mean, pretty big change going from front-wheel drive, low horsepowered Hyundai XLs to this, the Hyper Racer X1 machine. He's absolutely loving it. He says, to be honest, I've just got to know that it's going to stick. I'm still not quite as brave as some of these others through particularly the fast corners, where I've just got to know that the car's going to stick. But he says in time that's going to come. But he says I'm still chipping away and getting faster and faster, and that's a concerning sign for those around him.
Yeah, he doesn't have that lifetime experience of motor racing. It isn't something he's done from a young kid all the way through the ranks, and doesn't have that history, I suppose, in the family of doing this type of motor racing. So it's great to see someone with just raw talent starting to come through and taking that opportunity. A big step to come up from XLs into this form of racing, open wheeler, but he's doing a fantastic job. Starzy in third position at the moment. He's still holding out Crossland, who is really struggling. Have a look at Strick though. He's going purple sectors, and he's just gone fastest lap of the race too. Not too long ago. That's incredible. Like Sterling is the dominant force this year. I mean, we know how close Crossland has been, and they've gone back and forth through most of the season. Dean Crook also had a couple of good rounds against him, but Sterling, he is just so focused. It's hard to get his attention down in pit lane, isn't it, when you go down there? It's almost like he's walking, he's like thinking his way through a lap, just so he can go out there and make it happen.
He's either exactly like that or asleep. There's quite a few social media photos I've seen of him sleeping. So he does have little naps between races, power naps to get him ready for the races. And they clearly work. He's just so relaxed. And that's the way he goes about his racing. He's not intense. He is so cool, calm and collected. As up the inside comes Carl Girton on Hamish Leighton. They're side by side underneath the gum tree. If Girton can hold it there, he'll have the inside for the next one. And he does so. Good stuff from him. Girton actually took part in practice in a completely different car, but the engine let go and this car was available, so he's jumped into this machine. So he's gone from the green number 10 to the sort of Renault tribute livery, the number 59. It was a difficult day for him yesterday. He had issues in race number 1, and then they threw a bit of setup and it didn't work in race number 2. Mel, you've got an update.
Yes, an unfortunate end to that race for Zach Catlin. What's wrong with the car?
Yeah, it was looking like a good race. Started off in 6th, unfortunately dropped the spot on the start. Was pretty eager to keep moving forward, but just locked the rears into turn 10 and went round, unfortunately. Being a 3-tyre championship with 6 rounds, we're on the used set for this round, and the conditions are obviously super tricky, but yeah, I felt like I had some really good pace this weekend, and in 6th in the last race, but unfortunately just couldn't keep it going, so yeah.
So in your first season this year, but you just said we'll see you back in 2026?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, before this is my first season in just any kind of motorsport, really. I did 1 year of karting and sim racing before that, so it's been a steep learning curve, but a fun one for sure.
Baptism of fire, great job.
Thank you, cheers.
And haven't we seen that over the last couple of years, sim racing, getting into real life? Do you think it's the Gran Turismo movie that's getting all excited to come out and do that?
Probably not.
No, there's been so many people. I think it's probably after that time when we were all locked in our houses and they did a lot of iRacing, they said, you know, now it's time to actually come out and get behind the wheel as we head into the final lap here for the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship, race number 3. Still 1 to go in the weekend, but Sterling dominating once again, leading from start to finish in this race, and it looks like he's going to accumulate another 25 points in this championship.
Absolutely. Through the sweeper he goes, the fastest corner on this racetrack, and then hard on the brakes through turn number 7. This is all about being patient with the throttle. You don't want to light up the rear tyres, slide out around this section of the circuit. Look at the flames flickering out the back for Damon Sterling. Out of turn number 9 he goes. What a season he has had. The number 26 machine, the ironclad ID and Kinchrome sponsored machine. This car was the very first Hyper Racer X1 built. This is chassis number 1, built back in 2019, but it's still one of the front runners, as we say. Such a fast car, driven by one of the very best. And once again, it's going to be Damon Sterling who takes the victory with a comfortable buffer back to position number 2. And once again, it is the rookie, Harry Strick, in that second position ahead of Lucas Stasi, who takes his third place finish of the weekend. Hayden Crossland slowed late on in that one. He did manage to finish in position number 4. But yeah, the final couple of laps certainly drifted away from him. I'm sure they're just fine-tuning the setup to what he's used to. Of course, jumping teams in the off-season. So I'm sure he'll be just fine-tuning his setup with the new race team as we see the rest of the cars come across the line. Carl Gurton from the back of the field came back through to finish in position number 10, just ahead of Hamish Leighton and Dean Crook in position number 12. So some notable names there, a bit further back than we might expect. So looking forward to seeing Gurton, Leighton and Crook see what they can do later on this afternoon.
Yeah, top 4, a bit of a cut and a pace from race number 2 with Sterling taking the win over Strick, who's been very impressive on debut here in the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship. Then Stasi, Crossland fighting with those tyres. Nicholas French goes up a position. That's his best position for the weekend in 5th as well. Then Bradley Smith in back, Gardner, Chris Peters with the top 10 finish. That's a great one from him, and Cole Gurton rounds out our top 10. And with that borrowed car, Hamish Leighton leading the Masters at the moment in 11th position throughout that race. Dean Crook managed to work his way back after a DNF and starting off rear of the grid into 12th. Got past Peter Nolan. There's Caradias. Oh, there's just so many names there. Good to see Ewan back out there and finishing that race as well. As we look at some of the race highlights from the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship, no surprise in turn number 1, we were going too wide all the way, and Hayden Crossland was just the outside. Crook covers him off very quickly there for Strick, and it's the experience over Strick at the moment as he just gets that move done and holds on to that. Sterling was in the lead from here on in. Now Crossland went under 5 very quickly to get past Stasi very early in the race, and then he made this mistake. We know that tyre wear is something everyone's talking about this weekend, knowing they're coming into the second weekend of that tyre usage. Stasi managed to get that position back. It didn't matter what Crossland did, he was going to struggle to get it. There was a great little battle later on though, and it was Ewan who was watching out, but have a look at Nolan go by as well in 23. A bit later on, you could see a great overtaking manoeuvre there. Now, this was Caitlin, who just went off the track for just a moment there, spun the car out. The 38 went backwards into the infield. They did retire that car a little bit later. Now, this was Nolan getting that move done on Ewan a little bit later on in the race here for the Australian Drivers' Championship. Nice little move under brakes, but it was all Damon Sterling who's secured himself a championship in 2025 in the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship. Takes a checkered flag for the 3rd time and looking towards his 3rd perfect round out of 6 rounds this season. Let's head down to our race winners in pit lane though with Melinda Price.
Lucas Stasi, 3's your number this weekend.
Apparently, yeah, so my goal was to keep 3rd, try battle for 2nd, but unfortunately it didn't quite have the pace. But yeah, these 2 ahead of me are just driving absolutely flawlessly. So I just settled into 3rd, had a heap of fun, and yeah, happy with another podium.
Well done, thanks.
Harry Strick, it's shaping up to be a good weekend for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Happy for a first weekend. Car felt better this race. So we're dealing with some of the challenges that we're facing race 1 and 2. I think we've improved a lot.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
And another victory for Damon Sterling, a little bit of a lonely race that time.
Yeah, another race, just drove around and won it. I mean, I've never had this much pace over the field, so I don't know. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing.
Well, we'll let you go and have your nap now.
Thank you.
Yeah, rest up. Still one more race to go this afternoon for the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship. In the meantime, we invite Joe McLean back into the commentary box because we have TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. You love motorbikes day to day. You sell them normally. and now we put them into a little car. We put a little 3-cylinder motorbike engine in them, and it creates some of the best racing we've seen in 2025.
Yeah, the Yamaha CP3 motor is what you'll find in the front end of most of these. They're about an 890cc triple with a cross-plane crank. They have gobs of mid-range torque, which is perfect, and they do still love to rev. You think that having that mid-range would kind of make them nose over at the top, but they love to rev, and they're so compact and light. You compare these CP3 motors to some of the older ones, and just the weight gains are incredible.
Well, this is how it's going to start for race number 4, reverse race grid here this morning. Rob Hogan's going to start out at number 1 with Aidan Williams alongside on the front row. Then it's Dylan Thomas and Ruben Dan, the two teammates. Now, Ruben Dan, a sensation that only started at the last round. Cavanagh in 5th alongside Ryan Pring, who's the defending Australian title winner that's on the line this weekend, as well as the Australian Championship winner from last year, having a weekend probably he doesn't want to remember because they just missed the setup in that car by the look of it. Scotty Morgan's out of 11 in the Red Rocket, so he'll be with Riley Skinner alongside, who was very fast in race number 2 yesterday, so watch out for that one. Plenty of names, though, as you go down there, of potential people who could take out an Australian Championship, but at the moment there was a penalty for Ruben Dan in that last race. Although he did come from 10th to 1st, 5-second penalty, ended up in 4th position. So he is currently leading the Australian title that we've got on this weekend for this round, as well as of the championships online. Aidan Williams leading that one, but there's 3 points separating him in the Australian title fight. So Aidan Williams is still a chance this weekend to be not only crowned the 2025 champion, but also the Australian title holder, which Ryan Pring did last year. So it's the young guns who seem to be dominating in the TFHIR Legend Cars Australia.
Yeah, just touching on Pring, he has had a rough weekend as we're on the home straight, about ready to dip the lights and send him into turn 1.
How many will go down into turn 1? How wide can we go? We saw 4 cars yesterday. They are a lot smaller than what the other cars we've seen on track. And have a look at this. We're already 3 wide in the background as they start to spread out. Can someone shoot down the inside under brakes? Cavanagh to give a little bit of a Morse code there to Ruben. Oh, that might be Dylan Thomas out of the CXC machine. Right, Pring. Oh, no. See Scotty Morgan already out there. That's not good for Scotty Morgan. He's got a new sponsor on board this weekend as well.
They feed their way through turn 3, looking back at Dylan Thomas now in the CXC machine. This will be the back end of Dylan Thomas. So Aidan Williams holding down second behind Rob Hogan, who is looking to try and put the gap on the rest of the field. If he can run away by more than 5 or 6 car lengths, he's free of the draft. There's the 111 of Ruben Dan, who has recovered well after his penalty.
Dylan Thomas, we saw how defensive that man can be. The experience, it's just a wealth of experience really when it comes to his driving career, whether it be production car styles. He's a former TA2 champion just a couple of years ago, and we know that he is very calculated in what he does. He's not always about winning races, it's about it's accumulating those points. And he's currently second when it comes to the championship as well, and there's not too much between them. Here you go. Rob Hogan is actually on 388 points this weekend. If they finish the way they are, still leading this race, Ruben Dan would end up alongside of him. So this one's going to go right down to the wire, I think, the Australian Championship at the moment. Within 10 points, we've got the top 3.
Watching on a Spicer, almost gets all 4 wheels off the track in the final corner. Looked like he managed to recover it without any incident.
A little spicy between Dylan Thomas and Aidan Williams up in front too, who were fighting it out in the championship, wasn't it, yesterday? We had a moment coming out of the final corner in race number 2, so will we reignite that fight?
I think Dylan Thomas is definitely going to try and put the move on Aidan Williams, and if he's a little bit rough about it, I don't think he's going to stay awake at night wondering what if.
They are little bash bars in the front of these cars, aren't they?
Battle bars, let's call them. To coin a drifting phrase. Brief shots of Ryan Pring as we're on board with him. Through that big sweeper, you really see how much these cars move around. They take a few laps to bring the tyres up to temperature, but once they are on, they need to be kept in the window, just like any race tyre, otherwise the back end of the race really becomes a handful. Quickest lap of the race so far, Rob Hogan with a 1:38.93 has a 0.4 of a second gap back to Ruben Dan, who is looking to close that up as he goes purple in sector 2.
Well, in practice and qualifying, Ruben Dan was almost 0.6 faster than anybody else in the field on a flying lap in clean air, so I would be careful if I was Rob Hogan. keep pushing because Ruben Dan, a very fast young man, who came out of 10th position, did actually cross the line first this morning in the reverse top 10 grid race, but did cop a 5-second penalty.
The number 24 machine of Walden, currently back in 19th place. How good is this? This isn't the battle for 3rd or 4th. That was the battle for 19th, 20th and 21st. But this is the battle for the lead. Ruben Dan looking to take it to Rob Hogan on the run into turn 3. There's Aidan Williams and Dylan Thomas. You can hear the tyres protesting.
Plenty of action up and down the field, isn't there? But these two at the front, oh, there's nothing between them now. It's almost time to set the Morse code. Will he give him a little bit of a tap there just to let him know he's in the background? He's only 15 years of age, doesn't have a road licence yet, but he's done some fantastic things overseas as well, Ruben Dan, as well as in the 86 Scholarship Series.
Raced an incredibly clean event at Malala, and by and large has been fairly the same racer that we saw this time around here at the Winton Wrap at Winton Motor Raceway.
Rob Hogan, wealth of experience as well, and we know that he just came back from a little bit of a trip to the States where 6 of the Australian drivers went over there with the Ward Motorsports and they took on some of the championships. Wasn't that a bit of an event to watch as well? And they got a few podiums over there between the group of them, and I think they just went over there and had a good time. It's one of the advantages of racing legend cars, isn't it? That you have that opportunity to get onto an American tour.
Ruben Dan within a car length now. They're up through the final corner. Will he be able to get close enough for the draft to slingshot him through turn 1, maybe 2? He's right there, pulls out of the slipstream, makes the move up the inside, stamps his authority all over turn 1, collects it up, and Rob Hogan gave great racing room. But a clean move from Ruben Dan. Hogan looking to challenge around the outside. Dan puts the slight squeeze on him through 3. That 111 machine tuned to perfection.
Having to get a little bit defensive, isn't he, at the moment? Just staying in mid-line as well, making sure he can't get past. And Seth Morgan a little bit further back in the well-spaced Red Rocket. Unfortunately, that moment up at turn 2 at the start of the race. But this is the battle pack. A little bit further down, position number 18. Walden, Furness, Simpson, Brett, Charles. They're tied. You can throw a tea towel over all 4 of them at the moment.
There it is. Spicer had a rough start to his race, but looking to try and remedy that. Back in 16th place, challenging to Boynton in the 25 machine. Showing him a couple of wheels, just to let him know he's there.
You look at the timing screen and you notice there's about 4 or 5 positions. Oh no, a car going slow there. Luckily, our race leaders up there are not going to get in the way. This is the battle now for 5th position. On board with Ryan Pring, Cavanagh, Maverick, as we know him, the number 6th position. Can he go down the inside? He might try and get this done if they get a run down the main straight. They go side by side. There could be some side drafting here. Pring won't be happy. Williams has just gone up 2. Hogan's dropping back 2 on our timing screen. There's something that we saw. Yeah. Okay, Hogan with that issue.
It'll be tough. Hogan was looking so good trying to hold on to 2nd place. You can see just how much of a handful these cars are past the tyre wall. There's Ryan Pring, your defending Australian title. Hold up.
Chase Tipper now going past him in the 71 machine too. The frustration will be building. The K9 Sheds entry just in front of Ryan Pring. As we go back to Shane Tate, the 147 Budget Car Rentals entry.
Something flew off the car there on the 71. It flew up over the top of the roof. It's the bonnet.
Wow.
Tippett with a little bit of mid-race weight reduction.
Getting some cold air induction in there, I think, at the moment. It's a warm day out there. Do you think maybe it's melted some of the mounts on that? It's flipped off.
I'll tell you what, it's much nicer here in the commentary box than down there in pit lane.
Will that cause, though, any mechanical flags? Still 7.5 minutes remaining in this race, and I'm not sure whether that's going to be an issue for race control.
Well, better minds than ours will make that judgment call as we watch Tippett trying to take it to Cavanagh. Barely 0.2 of a second in it. Tippett pulls into the inside line, tries to send it. Hard on the brakes, gets the car tipped in, but what's the exit look like? Cavanagh really was just a front row admirer to a fantastic move there in the final corner.
He's got a weight reduction, that's what it is. Let's have another look at this one. This is the bonnet, holding on to Chase Tippett's car, the number 71, straight off. It's only a small little mount at the front that holds that too, so if that's been rocking around potentially just as it moves up and down in the air, especially where you see the air get under and through the engine bay on these cars, potentially that's just cracked away. You'd hope that the pin hasn't fallen out that holds it in there. But yeah, we'll wait and see what race control say about that one there, especially we knowing that sometimes these cars come in with not so many body panels on them.
Problems for the 46 machine.
Hogan. That is Rob Hogan, who was doing fantastic. He was actually leading the charge when it came to the points for this weekend.
Great battles absolutely everywhere you look. And through the big sweeping left. And you look at these cars from the sideline of the track and you think, yeah, they're planted. But one thing that our drone footage really does is it shows the mid-corner instability as Scotty Morgan gets the job done in the red rocket, the number 16 on the number 34. Oh, and off to the left there. A little bit of dirt tracking. These cars obviously also have a great dirt track heritage.
Ryan Pring doesn't want to give this position up. He's staying right over the back of Maverick. He's in fifth. Maverick was looking for his first podium finish in the series. Joined it in 2025. Come out of some XL racing. Really loving his time when it comes to the Legend Cars Australia. I think a bit of camaraderie down there in the pits as well. And comes from northern New South Wales.
Pring right on the back of Cavanagh across the stripe. Pulls to the inside. You can see how much the bonnet's flexing. Bring on the inside line through one. Has he given Cavanagh enough room? Only just as they squeeze it right to the tyre wall. Pring's going to have to be late on the anchors to take the scenic route around the side of Cavanagh. But Cavanagh stands tough.
It's like trying to steer a boat at the moment, isn't it? It really comes down. I don't think it's going anywhere where you're pointing the front tyres. All the way out in that sawtooth ripple strip. That would be rough out there. And Maverick holds on, and he's going to have the inside line through this section. But, oh, no! How does he hold on to that? He might have got a little bit of a nudge there from Tate as they crossed over. Tate's going to have a look down the inside now, but he'll be on the outside as we go into turn number 8 around the historic Gumtree here at Winton Motor Raceway. Have a look at the understeer. Great shots off the back of Ryan Pring's car. Little radial tyre on these cars too. It's only a little 13-inch tyre, but no different than what you see on a road car. As Ruben Dan still doing purple sectors and best lap times.
A 135.28 last time around for our young leader in the 111 CXC machine.
Spicer up on your screen at 33. Walden Simpson has a look down the inside. No. Oh, no, yes, he might. Walden goes out on the dirt, drops a couple of wheels, doesn't get a run, and Simpson will go and move up into 15th position. Great little battle going on there.
Just over 3.5 minutes remain in this TFH Legends car race 4 of the event. We're at the reverse top 10. And this is the following. The rundown, you can see the drivers trying to break the toe of anyone following. Pring back on the attack with Cavanagh.
No surprises in the background. I saw Riley Skinner having a go. It was very fast, and unfortunately didn't see him up as far as he wanted to be, but he was very fast in race number 2 as well, so he might try and stamp his authority on that 7th position over Tate. Go back to this battle. This is 15th position. Spicer Walden, Seth Morgan, the young gun, as well involved in this one.
Word coming from pit lane that Cavanagh has a gearbox problem.
Well, that's not what we want to hear. We've seen a couple of those with gearbox issues this year. Ryan Pring had that at Malala as well, so they're trying to hold it into gear. Sometimes they think you just lock up a little bit, or they just pop out of gear sometimes when you get on the power. It's Love in the middle of this one too, with the well-spaced red rocket of Scotty Morgan just at the back of this pack. Still fighting with Chris Spicer at the front in the 33 machine.
And again, people, that isn't the battle for the lead. That is from 14th onwards. Spicer goes a little bit wide, leaves the door open.
It'll be on the inside run, though, coming down to the penultimate corner of Winton Motor Raceway. Still a couple of minutes remaining in this race. They'll get a couple of laps in potentially.
Walden managed to pick up the position on Simpson. This is Aiden Williams. And Dylan Thomas still trying to jump onto the back of this car of Williams.
Well, we are hearing final lap now as they come around now. Dylan Thomas is going to have to do something to the CX division. No, Ryan Pring is off. Oh no, defending Australian title winner is off in the gravel trap on the final lap. So they'll probably let all these cars go through if it's going to be safe enough. Williams in second position. He'll continue to get a whole heap of points. And as long as he finishes in front of Dylan Thomas, he should keep hold of the championship points at the moment. It's going to go down to the final race between these two.
Yeah, that's going to be so painful for Ryan Pring's defending run at the Aussie titles for the TFHI Legend cars. But this young man in the 111 machine for CXC partnered up with Dylan Thomas, and what a match made in heaven. He's got 5.7 seconds gap over Aiden Williams, who in turn is only 7/10 ahead of Dylan Thomas in the other CXC racing car. Take a bow, Ruben Dan, the 15-year-old rookie in TFHI Legend cars.
And with 100 points up for grab for a win, 7 contenders still in this Australian title. That we're still going to run one more race this afternoon. It's not over in this race. Oh, Maverick almost loses the position, goes a wheel out on the dirt. He's trying to keep that car going with some gearbox issues. 5th position for him. Tate in 6th. Skinner manages 7th, doesn't get past, and it's Hayne. Oh no, Benno gets him on the line too. So Benno gets Hayne by 0.2 of a second right on the line. Now we go back, 13th position now. Spicer, he's been leading this pack for a while. Can he bring it home? He's trying to break the draft. I think he will. Walden will come home behind him, and it's 17/100ths of a second the difference over the finish line for 13th position.
They're still scrapping, and it's the cool down lap.
11/100ths of a second the difference between Simpson and Seth Morgan. And that's way back in 16th position, so it just keeps happening.
Stunning racing here for TFHI Legend cars here at your Winton Wrap at Winton Motor Raceway.
Well, another race win for Ruben Dan, and I don't think there's going to be any penalties hanging over his head for this one. Aiden Williams in second, continues on that charge for his first ever TFHI Legend Cars Australia Championship. Dylan Thomas, well, he's in 3rd position. Chase Tippett in 4th, and it's Maverick Cavanagh in 5th position. Shane Tate in 6th, Riley Skinner, Josh Benno, Blake Hayne, and Benny Goodrich in the 97 machine up into the top 10. Jordan Sims, Jack DeBoynton will be 11 and 12. Then it's Spicer, Walden, Simpson, Seth Morgan, Love, and Scotty Morgan with that unfortunate incident at the start of the race where he got spun around. There was only 1.5 seconds between those cars.
Yeah, a massive field and battles absolutely everywhere you look. Hats off, Ruben Dan. Got the pass done on on Hogan, who, unfortunately, not the greatest run.
Early retirement for Hogan. Ryan Pring final lap. This looks like he might be going again. He's got the onboard cameras here this weekend, so he will be gutted by that. They've probably towed him out. They've had a cracked chassis this weekend. They've run a new engine in, and they admit they missed the setup come Friday afternoon, especially when we got the rain. You didn't get a dry track to try and test anything. So they've had a tough weekend. Let's have a look at the race highlights, though, and I don't know where to start, J-Mac, but turn number 1, almost there.
Looks like everybody was largely able to keep it together, going 4 wide on the run into 1. Hogan was off to the start of his dreams ahead of Aiden Williams. Ruben Dan in 3rd there, but this was the issue for Morgan in the number 16 Red Rocket.
Oh, that might have been Hourigan that made contact with him there, the 51 machine, so they'll be upset about that one. Those boys will have to have a bit of a debrief to see how that goes. I think that might have been Hourigan there. Ruben Dan, well, he had to start out in 4th position after copying a 5-second penalty in the last race. It didn't take too long before he started chipping away at that lead, didn't he? Got to 3rd at the start of the race. Aiden Williams got past him very early on in the opening laps. Ryan Pring was battling just to try and stay in position. I thought for a while he might have taken it to him, and he was just giving a little bit of a bump and grind there, I think, to Dylan Thomas. And have a look at this down the main straight. Ruben Dan driving like he's got years and years of experience there, just drafting Rob Hogan, the more experienced racer, and gets the job done. And this was a big moment. The bonnet comes off of Chase Tippett's car, and we didn't know whether that was going to cause an issue. Next minute, Rob Hogan's
on the infield, and this is the incident where we saw Ryan Pring on the final lap, under brakes into turn 3. No surprise there when you know how much the cars move around and how dirty it is outside the racing line.
Yeah, that was an avoidance move there that unfortunately didn't pay off. Ruben Dan brings it home. 3 race wins out of 4 races. One of those, a reverse top 10.
Well, get down, look, have a look at our winners there. Ruben Dan having another great weekend. It's basically what we saw at Malala Motorsport Park last time we were out in round number 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Just his second time. But let's head down to our race winners with Melinda Price in pit lane.
It's better than not being.
P3, Dylan Thomas, not happy with third.
Oh, look, I am. You always want to be. I'm getting beaten by 2 young kids that are less than I'm triple their age, so I probably should be happy for the old boy, but mate. Ruben's been the fastest guy all weekend. He's finished the line first every single session of the weekend. Clearly the top guy here this weekend, and Aiden's leading the championship, and he's ahead of me in every race so far. So, yeah, we're doing the best we can for the old boys.
You're still on the podium. Well done.
Aiden Williams, Ruben Dan's definitely been giving you a run for your money this weekend. Are you enjoying the racing?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the racing this weekend. It's been hard and pretty intense, but just, banking those points, just making sure I can just win this championship going into the final race.
Second place, congratulations. We'll see you in the next race.
Thank you.
And another convincing victory for Ruben Dan. So tell us about the reverse grid race this morning instead.
To be honest, got a penalty. It's just a racing incident, it happens. But I went from 10th to 1st on road and then got a penalty where it put me back to 4th. I knew this race I just have to put my head down and just keep on doing what I'm doing all weekend, and that's exactly what I did.
Well, that Australian title's nearly yours. Hang in there.
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh, Ruben Dan, normally when he wins a race, they give him a donut, but maybe because he got the penalty last time, we had that a little bit early. So we didn't see that this time, did we? Ruben Dan dominant. We're going to move on to something a little bit larger. They're about 10 times the size of what you just saw on track. The Australian Super Trucks are out for their race number 3 of the weekend, and this is the starting grid. Dan McCarthy joins me back. This is your realm.
Oh, I love these. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. Reverse grid race. So, Riley Fern will start from pole position in the lightweight truck alongside Lachlan Fern. Then we've got Robert Fern in 3rd. We've got Shannon Smith, Frank Amoroso, Stephen Zammit from 6th. Del Cornfoot from position number 7, and then the DNFs that will make up the tail of this field. We've got a couple that won't make the start of this one. The number 31 of Prilwitz due to a mechanical issue, as the cracked head was the reason for that. Number 42, Noonan, tore the centre of the drive plates out of the auto. And then as well, the Tringali machine hasn't quite made it out there. So a little bit of a smaller field, but nevertheless, this is going to be entertaining. The reverse grids always deliver action here at Winton Motor Raceway. Here we go then. The lights are out. We're underway. And the Thunder heads down towards turn number 1. Look at that. The Ferns make a gap for Robert. Up the inside he comes, but look, Amoroso's going to try and follow him through, nearly understeers into the lightweight truck there of Lachlan Fern, who gets all crossed up on the exit of turn number 2. That now opens the door for Smith around the outside, but you don't really want to be there around turn number 3. Despite that, though, he's able to brake late, a bit of understeer, but he has moved on through. Look, though, Del Cornfoot sneaks up the inside of Zammit down into turn 4, and in fact, Zammit has got really caught out there. He had to slam on the brakes to avoid running into the back of Lachlan Fern, and nearly had Riley Fern coming up the inside of him, so he got bought quite badly there. But the 5 big heavyweight trucks have made their way to the front. Now this is going to be fascinating from here on in.
I think Zammit was playing it safe there. He didn't know which truck to follow at that point, and just got caught on the outside, but they're still very close here and out in front. Fern leads us in the 23 machine over Amorosi, Smith, Cornfoot, and then Zammit. The super trucks have taken to the lead. Minimum 5.5 tonne once you go over a 7.5 litres in engine capacity. So all these big trucks now leading the pack. They've got big horsepower, but they use up a lot of brake as Cornfoot. You can see a big wiggle there, and the yellow machine goes wide. We've got a spin though.
Oh, they've all gone around him. Amoroso looped it all by himself. Cornfoot was in too deep and had to take to the grass to avoid. And up the inside went Zammit. So Zammit, he might have been sort of hung out to dry early on in the race, but he was the big benefactor there.
Yeah, he definitely was. Cornfoot, I maybe saw that coming and tried to get ready for it. Sometimes, you know, if you're looking ahead and you're thinking about the truck you're seeing that's unstable, you just miss your braking marker. We know that they have to cool down for a lap in these trucks because sometimes the brakes are on fire because they go through so much work pulling up that heavy vehicle so quickly out there, maxed out at 160 kilometres an hour because just the force and the weight of them down the straights, it's just a safety factor there. But this is a bit of a replay of how it went.
So look at the blue truck in second. Amoroso locks it. Cornfoot has to take the somehow make their way through up the inside, but Stephen Zammit went from 5th to 2nd in a corner. Incredible.
Yeah, Smith now making it hard for Cornfoot. It's on the inside here, but if Cornfoot can just put the nose of the big yellow machine on the outside, he might be able to get around. Zammit pushing on though, looking for his 8th championship here in the Australian Super Trucks. But you said it yesterday, he's actually a 9-time champion if you take into account the New Zealand rounds that he's done over there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going around the outside at the Gumtree, which is going to give him the inside on Fern into the turn 9 hairpin. Good stuff, great move. We've seen him do that a couple of times now, haven't we, in race number 1. Yesterday we saw him go around the outside of Cornfoot around turn 6 to give him the inside for turn number 8. So he's done the same again, but in a different sequence of corners. He's really made that an art form.
The direct power steering Kenworth of Stephen Zammit now leading the race once again. He actually took the win out in the primary driver race, which is basically this one in race number 1 yesterday as well. There's a team series as well as part of the Australian Super Trucks. It is a team, isn't it? Because it's basically a co-driver gets it.
Yeah, as through goes Cornfoot around the outside. He set that move up really nicely through turn number 11 and 12. I note that Cornfoot's not running with his usual little rear wing that he has in the bright yellow machine. He normally has a little rear wing that sits right at the tail of the Kenworth. So not running that here in this morning's race. As you looked a bit frightened there as he was shaking towards the camera.
I think just he's got that left-hand rear over on that sawtooth strip, and you can just see the suspension wobbles. Oh, wide there for Smith too. Goes out on the dirt, loses a bit of drive, but hasn't gone too far. I think it's probably lucky we've got big wheels on these trucks. We don't see them get sucked off the racetrack, where you see some things like the Australian Drivers' Championship. Once you get 2 wheels, it really pulls the car off, whereas these trucks just keep on trucking on, really. When you want to have a look at them. Still a semi-slick style tyre on these trucks too. It's not a road tyre by any means. So impressive to see that tyre manufacturers can actually make a race tyre that big.
Yeah, and I can tell you from experience having the passenger ride a couple of days ago, they really do grip. You pull a lot more G-forces than you might think in one of these trucks. They grip phenomenally as Cornfoot attacks Fern, who gets all crossed up on the exit of the hairpin. Front towards turn 10, though he is on the outside, the wrong side, but he's later on the brake. He's going to try and go around the long way. The question is, will Fern leave him some room? The answer actually was yes, but Cornfoot didn't expect it and did briefly pull in behind, but on the run towards the final couple of right-handers, he goes through the Gulf Western BDK earth moving machine, does move up a position into second. Good stuff from Cornfoot.
Yeah, Stephen Zammit's just driven away here, 4.2 second lead as they come around to complete this lap with 3 remaining in this race of the Hi-Tec Oils Australian Super Trucks here. Joining us for the final round of the Super Series. Hasn't it been fantastic? Just a bit of a spectacle, I think, for the crowd. I mean, they normally go around and have their rounds throughout Australia. This is their 4th and final round as we see another overtake manoeuvre here, and is that Smith getting up the inside of Fern now. It just looks like he's got the horsepower coming down into turn number 3, but I saw that little mistake earlier. He needs to keep his cool.
He set that one up because Fern went in too deep at turn number 1, compromised his exit out of 2. Smith absolutely nailed both corners, got the slingshot, and was able to easily pick the pocket of the number 23 Volvo. Great to see a Volvo out there, Matty.
The other thing I like is, you see a lot of telemetry when it comes to modern motorsport racing, don't we? We like to see when the accelerator and the brake is being used. With the trucks, we just see the black diesel smoke. So we know when full throttle's been applied.
Correct, yes. There's no doubt about it. We don't need exactly any throttle trace.
We don't need to put a computer. We don't need the telemetry. We can visually see it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We'll see that now as Smith gets on the gas right there, midway through the hairpin. Out it goes. I often say in commentary, this category cancels out Formula E.
Definitely, it definitely does cancel that out at the moment. Would we see an electric truck in the future, do you think?
Quite possibly. I'm sure they're doing it in other places around the world as they head towards turn number 11 on this 12-turn course. 3 kilometres in length. It's great that these guys are using the full circuit here this weekend. For many years they were stuck on the short track, but these days it's been open to them this year, and they are using the full 3-kilometre circuit for the first time in many moons. As through goes Frank Amoroso on the lightweight truck. That's the power difference, the horsepower difference between the big rigs and the lightweight trucks. You can see the lightweight trucks are really loose in the rear end, particularly the way that Lachlan Fern drives it. He's a handy steerer. He actually took an outright victory last year in one of these reverse grid races. An absolute epic that was, as there was carnage all over the road, and he managed to keep a couple of the big rigs behind him. It was a real spectacle, that one. So it's rare, but it's not out of the question that a lightweight truck can win a reverse grid race.
Well, I think it's just we're doing the full track here in Winton, aren't we? Normally they do the shorter, the original track that was here.
Correct,
so you don't have those opportunities for the big trucks to really muscle their horsepower down those straights. We'll open that up with the direct power steering number 1, looking for another championship win. Could it be his 8th Super Trucks title here in Australia, his 10th championship win overall in truck racing? It might be this weekend. Cornfoot still trying to chase him down in the BDK Earth moving Kenworth. And he is closing that gap down, 1.8 seconds now, so he's very quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we saw that Zammit was the faster of the two, and he took the opening race victory. But the race earlier on this morning, Cornfoot got through at the start, and he just pulled away from Stephen Zammit, so he's found some performance overnight. Has Cornfoot, who debuted here 12 months ago. What a 12 months it has been. It's taken a lot of race victories since then. The race earlier on today was his 7th of the season. The question is, as we start the final lap of the race, can he make it? Race victory number 8. He's just about caught Zammit at the start of this lap, so he's got about 2.5 Ks now to complete the move. But with every corner that goes by, he's running out of opportunities. Zammit goes defensive, and you can see the brakes blowing on the front of the Kenworth truck as he flicks it through turn number 4. This is an intense battle late on in proceedings. The question is, can Cornfoot find a way through? Stephen Zammit pretty much has the title sewn up now. He just needs to stay out of trouble, but he'll be after his 3rd race victory of the season as he goes defensive into turn number 7. Now Cornfoot's brakes are glowing. Look at them, bright orange.
He jumped that curb too as he went in there. He almost got the truck airborne there, but Zammit knows through this section going to be very hard. He's got all the tricks up his sleeve for here, so he knows how to defend it at this point, but he needs to set himself up for a good run out of here. Pedal down, all the horsepower in the world. They head down into turn number 10. Gets on the brakes. Cornfoot can't get an advantage here. 2 more little straights to go. Will he set himself up?
Going to certainly try, isn't he? Got a little bit squirrely out of the previous corner, but he nailed the exit out of the left-hander. But Zammit defends. He says to Cornfoot, you're going to have to go the long way. But look at Cornfoot. He's setting up the crisscross. He dives up the inside at the final corner. There's a big hit. They both make contact, and they're both off the road. Cornfoot, though, with the inside, is able to get back on the track a little bit quicker, and he will win the drag race to the line. Oh, there's a little bit of damage on the yellow machine, but he won't mind. He has taken the victory, but the rivalry has gone up a notch with that move at the final corner. Cornfoot taking a very dramatic final corner race win.
Shannon Smith will get third position there, and it'll be Fern in fourth as well for Rob Fern. But yeah, definitely some tyre smoke coming off the front left of Cornfoot's truck, and we're going to have to leave that up to the DSO to decide if that was a racing incident.
The crowd absolutely love that one. They're all applauding on the exit of turn number 2. What a cracking race that was for the Australian Super Truck Series. And the best thing, Matty Cav, we've still got one more reverse grid race to go.
Oh, we're going to do it all again a bit later today in our coverage. But here you go, race results for race number 3 of the Australian Super Trucks. Dale Cornfoot got the win. We've got across the line first. We'll call that provisional, I'd say. We'll wait for them to decide on that one. Stephen Zammit in second. Shannon Smith in third. Then he goes Robert Fern, Frank Ambrose, Lachlan Fern, Riley Fern, Dylan Viet. And we've got a couple that didn't make it out this time. So hopefully we might see that Tringali truck come out in race number 4 today.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Those guys are happy. You can see with their flags the fans of Dale Cornfoot. What a race that was. Lots of highlights to get through. At the start of the race, the Ferns made a gap and allowed Robert Fern to come on through the middle and led the race early on. Amoroso got a little bit squirrely, but was able to take position number 2 around the first sequence of corners. And what a great race that was. Side by side, though, into turn number 3. Smith was able to make it around the outside and pulled ahead. It was action, though, at the end of the first lap. As around went Amoroso right in the middle of the racetrack. It sent them all scattering. The big winner of that was Stephen Zammit in truck number 1. He took 3 trucks in a corner and came out in position number 2 on the road. There was plenty more highlights throughout that one, and of course it was curtailed by that big final corner move.
Well, a massive start to our last day of competition for the 2025 season here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We're going to have a short break for this lunchtime, and we'll be back on SBS and Fox Sports from 1 p.m. this afternoon as we wrap up the 2025 season here of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We'll see you at 1.
Raceway here in Victoria. We're in the final afternoon. It's round 6 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series for 2025, and what a championship it's been. Jared McLean joins me here on pit lane. It's going to be a super exciting afternoon.
Yeah, 6 rounds throughout the 2025 season, and it culminates here at Winton Motor Raceway for the Winton Wrap. What an incredible season and some amazing action.
Well, Brock Payne has really stood out this weekend. The young gunners come through. We've seen him join us in round number 3 of racing this year for the TO2 Muscle Car Series. 2 pole positions. Now his first ever race win in the series as well.
Yeah, if anyone wasn't paying attention to the rising star of Brock Payne, I think the Winton Wrap has really proven that they need to open their eyes.
Ben Gomersol is running second in the championship at the moment, but he nearly became unstuck yesterday, didn't he? In race number 2 yesterday, there was a scary rejoin, and he actually copped a 5-second penalty for it. It was turn number 7 where he went wide, and he came in right between Hayden Hume and, of course, Blake Tracey in the Hi-Tec Oils car.
Yeah, Blake Tracey wasn't giving any quarter. He said that Gomersol set the tone in race 1, so he just served it right back.
Of course, Jared Hughes wrapped up the championship at our last round, round number 5 at Malala in South Australia. Of course, with the championship on the line, not only is it the massive trophy he gets with that one, but of course, the $10,000 Wallace Bishop Jewellery's ring as well, the TO2 championship ring.
Yeah, that'll look really good on Jared Hughes' hand. He unfortunately can't be here over in New Zealand at the moment. Best of luck to him, but the action is going to rage on here today.
Speaking of the action here today, this afternoon, of course, we've got the TO2 muscle cars lined up behind us. Innovation race cars come out for a 25-minute race. Our Formula Fords are back to decide their championship. Of course, we've got the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. We've got the Eastern Sleepers Australian Tin Tops. The Australian Super Trucks are back. That has been a great addition to the Super Series. And of course, he finishes out with the Australian Drivers' Championship as well here this afternoon.
Yeah, it is all to play for a couple of categories here, and it has been intense. Good to see the sun behind the cloud for a little bit. Man, wild racing.
Yes, the sun has been out over Saturday and Sunday here this weekend. 28 degrees, around that at the moment, but it's going to get much warmer this afternoon as racing conditions really continue on. It's going to get over 30 degrees.
Yeah, not something I was expecting when we came in here on Friday. There was a little bit of patchy rain. Good day yesterday, but red hot today.
I'll tell you what, we spoke about our pole sitter Brock Payne. Let's head over to Melinda Price and catch up with him.
Yes, presented by Craig Denyer, our Road Active Suspension Pole Position Award. Brock Payne, 2 from 2, but the gap's a little bit closer than it was yesterday.
Yeah, that was definitely a tight qualifying session, so stoked to still be able to get pole for this race. I'm just so happy for all my sponsors and family that have supported me this year. Finally getting the results, you know, they deserve, so can't wait to see what we can do off the front row in this race.
Well, you've got your first pole this weekend, your first race win. All that's left is to win the round now.
Look, we'll see how we go. We'll focus one race at a time, so we've still got 2 races to go, so see what we can do in this one.
Great to see you and the team ending the year on a high.
Thank you, yeah.
Well, here in front of a stacked TA2 grid, I've got the owner of Hi-Tec Oils and the newly announced Super Series promoter, George Gambino. George, the 2026 calendar, it has been released and we are going to some amazing tracks.
Yeah, it's great and exciting because all the AASA guys have set it all up really well. We're going to be promoting it very much bigger than it has been, so bring it on next year.
This is a step up, obviously, Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Hi-Tec, the naming rights sponsor. You've got even more skin in the game here and you're really wanting to see this succeed.
Yeah, well, Hi-Tec Motorsport will obviously take over the promotional part of that, working with AASA and all the team. And I've got Kaz next to me who's going to run mostly side by side most of the time and deal with everybody, all the issues. So I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Carolyn Aldano, you're our Super Series manager, and it is a job that has many facets. The day-to-day running, making sure that everything lines up is important, of course, but the relationships that you build and maintain are equally as important, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, with any partnership, you've got to have a good relationship, and I'm blessed to have George by my side. We share the same vision and passion for motorsport, so I'm really looking forward to the 2026 season.
The calendar, it is 6 rounds, and as we mentioned with George, we're going to some incredible places, aren't we?
We most certainly are. We haven't disclosed the last one, but I can tell you it's going to be under lights, and it's going to certainly be one to finish 2026 with a big bang.
Hi-Tec Oil Super Series getting even bigger and better in 2026. The last round under lights. Where could it be? Well, you can only wait and find out.
And that's the mystery, isn't it, Jared McLean? Looking forward to that. That's 12 months away, almost to the weekend. But for now, we've got about 4 hours of racing to wrap up here in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series with some cloud cover suddenly over the top of the Benalla region. after a beautiful but warm start here earlier today. We had thunderstorms on Friday, a beautiful day yesterday. And now the action about to get red hot here. Race number 3 of the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Former race winner in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Brad Gardner is alongside me for race number 3. Itching to get back out here, but no doubt loving the air conditioning comfort here today in the commentary box.
Yeah, not a lot of sweating in odds. It's really good to be here, and I'm loving watching it, loving commentating, so it's really exciting. Brock Payne's doing a great job out front. Awesome to see Josh Webster up the front as well. And yeah, I think Row 2 is going to be exciting.
Well, earlier this year, the HCC Group took over ownership rights of TA2 and Trans Am nationwide. Let's hear from Mike Crutcher and Graham Cheney about the future of this incredible series.
Here with 2/3 of HCC distribution, Graham Cheney and Mark Crutcher. These are the guys that are out there wrestling the TA2 muscle cars around tracks the nation over. Graham Cheney, the first season with HCC, effectively running the show, supplying the parts. There's been some lessons learned, but it's been an incredible season, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's been very exciting, and it's been a big step for us because obviously we've got a lot of other stuff happening, but it's I think we've brought back the love in the TA2 and Trans Am series. So.
And it's definitely an action-packed category on both sides of that fence, TA2 and Trans Am. If you want action, that's the place to go to. How do you balance the on-track antics and running the show behind the scenes?
It's definitely challenging, but yeah, I think we've adapted to it pretty good, and it's just the family environment we're here. Everyone's here to have fun, so it makes it a lot easier.
The man with a self-proclaimed love for a new car smell, Mark Crutcher. We're wrapping up the season here at Winton Raceway for TA2 muscle cars. It was an interesting start to the season for you out there on the backside of the track, wasn't it? Do you remember?
We started here at the start of the year, didn't we? No, it wasn't very successful, was it?
Steering wheel. Do you remember that one? That would have been a hairy moment.
Yeah, it was. I blame Coxie. Yeah. It can't be my fault. Yeah, you're right. The steering wheel came off. It got quite a few views. Yeah, it was a hairy start to the year.
Again, these TA2s are an absolute handful, but also must be an absolute joy to drive.
Oh, they're the greatest car you'll ever drive. They're loose, they're old-fashioned, H-pattern, 4-speed, V8. The reason the business is so successful is the cars are so great. The cars are true race cars, and everyone that gets in them loves them. And I think the people love watching that door-to-door racing as well.
And of course, massive news, TA2 coming back to the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series for 2026. It's going to be an incredible season ahead. What's your thoughts on coming back again?
Oh, fantastic. Look, we've done a deal. We're really happy with the deal. We think we've got a great support from AASA moving forward, and George Gambino as well with Hi-Tec Oils. It's a solid partnership. I think we've got some good tracks for next year. The TV package is fantastic, and we have such a big interest for next year as well. So we're expecting large numbers to fill the grid again.
Looking forward to it. TA2 muscle cars delivering the excitement, and we couldn't do it without HCC and, of course, the whole travelling circus that goes around the country with them.
Certainly a category on the rise, that's for sure. Thank you, Jared McLean, down with Mark Crutcher and Graham Cheney. They're on track now because race 3 of the weekend, the TFHI and TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo, and they'll be battling out for the Masters Class Award. We'll talk about that during the course of the afternoon. The Serco Master Class will win a set of Serco pads for highest point scoring driver over 45 here today. So we get set to take a look at the grid. Back-to-back poles for Brock Payne in the Chevy Camaro. Has Josh Webster, his best ever qualifying result in the front row. Big turnaround for the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport team. Ben Gomersall and Blake Tracey on row 2. Diesel Thomas and Graham Cheney. Great lap in qualifying earlier today for Cheney. Then Josh Thomas, Hayden Hume, who was on the podium in the second race yesterday. Crutcher and Des Collier in 9 and 10. Lee Stibbs, a better qualifying result with Danny Reedy, Glenn Even, Hayden Pullen, and Warren Wadley, who'll start from 15th position. We had 16 cars. Sadly for Paul Hadley, he's withdrawn. He's actually here at the track still watching on, which is good to see. The other part, the HCC group, watching on as they make their way around to the Hi-Tec Oils main straight. 20 minutes of competition. The penultimate race of 2025. And what's been a hard-charging year with the champion already crowned. The battle for second is well and truly alive as they race down to turn 1 for the first time. Payne to the lead, Webster to second. Gomersall tries the outside. Blake Tracey rides the curve like a ball through the middle of turn 2. And now challenging for that position with Diesel Thomas as they fan back into single file. In car with the young teenager as he attacks the unit racing car, also prepared by TFH Racing. Ben Gomersall just ahead.
Real tight stuff.
Oh! Caught the tail end of it. It's the two Masters class drivers coming together. What are we watching here out of turn 3? We caught the start of it, certainly saw the end of it, and there has to be damage to the not-so-new Ford Mustang.
Yeah.
Wow.
The 2 series owners just on screen. Wow.
Coming off of turn number 3. And that puts the cat amongst the pigeons. They're back to 14th and 15th place. That was a big one. Serious airtime.
Yeah, wow. Good for the parts truck.
Exactly. They won't like the sound of that. It's their own money. Let's see if they fire back into contention. So a feisty start here in race number 1 of the day. Danny Reedy gets past Des Collier on the way down to the penultimate turn. Behind is Glenn Ebert in the Alien Tech Chevy Camaro. So 1 lap in is going to be Brock Payne by just over half a second as they come by to complete lap 1. Cool sound as they make their way down into the second lap here through the S's and up past the old start-finish line here at Winton Motor Raceway. So just half a second covering the top 3. As Blake Tracey works the back of Diesel Thomas. The Hi-Tec Oils car looks much better than yesterday.
Yeah, it looks much better, but he's still not as comfortable. He doesn't want to be in P5. We know that much. Lee Stibbs up 3 spots on lap 1, so it's awesome to see him looking racy.
Puts Stibbs into position 8. Crutcher has come back into pit lane. I did notice Cheney cruising as well. So not surprising. Not sure if there was contact. We only caught the end of that coming out of turn number 3, but certainly has put the Crutcher Developments Ford Mustang back into pit lane. And the team with Jordan Cox on the radio too, Crutch. We'll see if they can get that back out onto the circuit later on today. So they worked out what was the old back straight in the days. And it's the sharp left-hander. It takes us down to the completion of another lap. Payne, Webster, Gomersall, Thomas and Blake Tracey. Josh Thomas is next and Hayden Hughes. Lee Stibbs, Danny Reedy, Des Collier to take the view from the Hutchinson Builders Montauk Tavern sponsored number 33 Chevy Camaro of Brock Payne.
Webster's not letting him go though. It's probably the tightest top 3 since we've seen the start of this weekend. Those guys aren't letting each other get away.
So through to complete a lap as the crews watch on. Different conditions to what we had for this morning in qualifying. In fact, there's a bit of a cool breeze out there now compared to this morning. Certainly yesterday afternoon, it warmed right up here in regional Victoria. But just some cloud cover off in the distance. As we have a look at a replay of the start. Brock Payne got a great start there. Maybe a little bit of advantage there before the control line. But they sorted themselves out through the middle of the turn. They stayed in the rows of 2 up past the old start-finish line. What we don't know, I'm trying to look towards the back there. There is Cheney and Crutcher in the background, the yellow and black and the blue Chevy Camaro. What we saw from Diesel Thomas. This will tell us on the way down. And just bumping into each other. But look at the airtime here in a moment. They both clamber up over the top. And that will be the damage. Front end loaders for a moment.
Yeah, not what you want to see.
What sort of damage do you think would be happening there to the front of the cars now?
Both probably done the bottom end of both their front bars, I would assume. And then, yeah, at the right bottom of the front splitter is where you see all the air intake. So it's not exactly what you want to see for either car.
There is Crutcher's Mustang in the pits. Yesterday we had dramas with overheating. In fact, he had an overheating drama with this car. It turned out to be a sensor in the engine. It was giving him a wrong reading. And everything was A-OK in that car, but not so today. So number 4 is parked for the balance of this race. So 26-2 for Gomersall. The third car in your shot there, the Unit Racing 35 Ford Mustang for TFH Racing. Josh Webster a 26-2-8. Brock Payne 26-2-9. Nothing like some consistency in that top 3. You watch Webster in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Prepared La Machina entry, who we may not see next year in the category. They're trying to put a budget together for the 2026 program. But a good day out today could attract some eyeballs going into what promises to be another big year.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a massive year next year. And Marcus Ambrose Motorsport turns out a beautiful car. Josh has really stepped it up this year. So I hope they can put a budget together. I know the exact feeling. So he's a great kid, great talent. So, yeah, hopefully they do get back out there. But, yeah, these top 3 is definitely skipping away from the back. 4th, 5th, really don't have it for him.
Leads me to my next question. What are your plans so far? Are you on the search? Are you going to have a regroup for next year? And what's the plans for Brad Gardner so far for 26?
Taking this last round off has probably been pretty positive for me, and having the support of Hi-Tec Oils, and George definitely backed me. He's not fussed me taking a round off. He knows his brand's great and everything's looking really good for him. So for me, it's just regrouping, big off-season. I've got the likes of Garnett Patterson in my corner, trying to put something together for next year. Hopefully we're back with Hi-Tec Oils, but you just never know. 3-time winner here last year, Brad Gardner alongside me. We saw Mark Crutchell walking back into the garage down here in pit lane. Let's jump back involved with the 69 Ford Mustang. Josh Thomas is down to the S as he comes with Des Collier. Diesel Thomas ahead. Des Collier back in 10th position. Different livery to what we have. In fact, all three are spread out differently to help us in the commentary position. It'll probably help the crew guys work down in the pits. If they all look the same, they might work on the wrong cars from time to time, I jest. So Payne, 1:26.0 is the fastest lap of the race. Blake Tracey is the fastest car on the track now in 4th position. It looks like Crutch is ready to talk with our Mel Price down in pit lane.
Yes, Mark Crutcher, the battle for the Masters Championship is pretty fierce, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I was side by side with Gragra, and he gave me plenty of room. And then I don't know if we got hit from behind or what. I'd have to have a look at the video. But we were battling through turn 3 and 4 there, and I just got the upper hand of him. I was about to give him the wave by, and I just waved myself off the track. I had no idea. I have to have a look at the video. Obviously, they didn't mean it, whoever done it, and we'll go on.
You did a bit of a bumpy ride through the infield there. You've come in to assess the damage. You got back in, you got back out.
Yeah, look, it probably wasn't worth the risk, really. We don't know what the front... I was more worried about causing trouble for the guys coming around, so I don't want to get in their way. So we'll get a fix for the last race and have a crack, eh?
Well, hopefully this doesn't make the next boardroom meeting too awkward.
No, I don't think it was Gragra, to be honest. If it is, he owes me a beer.
Well, we hope to see you back out there, of course, for the last race.
I will be. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
He'll be looking forward to that conversation at the end of the race. Mark Crutcher, our first DNF of today's third race of the weekend. 12.5 minutes remaining as Payne still has 0.7 of a second on Webster, Gomersall, Blake Tracey and Diesel Thomas. We're looking back at Des Collier, Glenn Ebert and Danny Reedy, who's about to finish his second full season in the Danny Orr Earth-moving number 5 Chevy Camaro. And in comes Graham Cheney. Might get that conversation in just a few moments' time. That's Tim Brooke in the background with the collar up and the radio on. So good to see some regular names that we've seen on the national scene in this series. It's going to be good help. You referred to Garnett Patterson, who's doing great things overseas.
Yeah, it's awesome, and having Tim Brooke, multiple race winner in both Trans Am and TA2. He was on board with me last year when we were trying to beat Josh Haynes. We'd done that on a couple of occasions, but not all the time. So having Tim Brooke was just a massive help, and yeah, and he's got Graham and Graham's son Tyler now in the GR Cup Series, and I'm sure Tyler's going to be doing some big things next year as well within this series.
A queue of people lining up for next year to get into the TA2 Muscle Car Series. A lot of excitement building for the off-season. They'll be at the Ben Motorsport Park in March. We are first round, so kicking it off in South Australia, March 13 to 15. At the new venue in SA, newish venue, it's coming up 10 years now since that opened out there at Tailem Bend. So we go back into another lap. So Webster hanging with Brock Payne. This is good to see from the Tasmanian in the La Machina Mustang. Gomersall, who broke through for his first victory of his career in this very race in the opening round of 2025 back in February. Funny how we've come back to Winton with almost the same conditions what we had for round 1.
Always refer to Winton either stinking hot or raining.
Yep.
I don't know if it's ever perfect here.
No in-betweens.
I reckon Blake Tracey's done a good job. We must have missed him getting past the TFH cars of Diesel and Josh Thomas, and he's actually probably the fastest car on track as we speak.
Up to 4th position, 3.5 seconds away from Gomersall, with Diesel Thomas running back in 5th. Can't say enough about how cool this camera angle's been from the drone over the last 2 days here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Really shows you the attitude of these cars. They are difficult to drive.
Extremely difficult to drive, and I've just heard from race control that they are investigating the contact between the Graham Cheney and Mark Crutcher.
That's no shock to anyone, I don't think, down there. I think Crutcher will have a look at that replay and realise there was nobody out there. Certainly no malice to it. They're great mates off the track. So it looks like Cheney's gone back out onto the racetrack of the IES sponsored. There he is, car 51. Usually see 2 out there for the event, but Paul Hadley withdrawing after practice, or before practice, with a recurring wrist injury, but he's still watching on. J-Max in pit lane.
update on Graham Cheney as he came in for an inspection. I noticed a buckled front left wheel. It's got quite the kink in it. That car is going to be hard to pull up and to steer.
Jared McLean in pit lane. As we stay with Cheney, he's just going to limp this car home, one would think. So we go into the 8th lap here of race 3 of the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. It's Payne, Webster, Gomersall, Tracey and Diesel Thomas, the top 5. Here are the leaders up at the top of turn 7. We referred to this during commentary in qualifying earlier today. Good to see the teams just leaving those battle scars from yesterday's races on there. Gives a bit of character. Shows you these guys mean absolute business out there.
Yeah, it's always good when they keep the battle scars on. We know just the history, especially between some drivers. It creates a story. But, yeah, at the moment, Brock Payne's pressing on with this. He's just set the fastest first sector of the race, and Blake Tracey's not too far behind him lap time-wise.
In car with Brock Payne, with the R next to the number, indicating he's one of our rookies this year in the series. Drivers in their first year, and they can't be professional drivers. We'll class some drivers that might be experienced in other categories. We'll identify them as rookies in the TA2 series, and there's awards up for that as well, with the pro drivers under 45, the Serco Masterclass, which is just the 4 drivers here this weekend, but 2 going into the final race to battle it out with Cheney and Crutcher for that here at Winton Motor Raceway. So we stay with Gomersall, who's 1.9 seconds away. Lap time staying in the mid-126s. And they'll be digging a bit of cloud cover, although it doesn't look like there's much out there with that shot. It's certainly overcast compared to qualifying earlier today.
Wouldn't mind a cloud to move over and a bit of rain.
What difference does that make when we see cloud cover?
It's definitely a little bit easier on the grip-wise with the track temp, but when the track's this warm and it's so humid and everything out there, I think probably not a massive difference, more so direct sunlight when it really affects it.
Which we had plenty of this morning, and particularly in that last race of the day on Saturday. So chasing Ben Gomersall down the shortened back straight before this first gear left-hander brings us on to the longish back straight. This young guy has just found the sweet spot with this car. They came out in a blaze of glory, didn't they, at Sydney under lights back in May, but then disappeared down the field for a bit. Des Collier with the bonnet off down here in the pits, so he's been in there for just over a minute. The TFH team going to work on that car to at least get him out and get a result today. So gap brings out to 1.1 seconds now. Payne to Webster, so Webster may regroup here to give those tyres a bit of a chance to cool down with just under 7 minutes of the lap remaining in this 3rd race of TFHI TA2 Muscle Cars here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Looks like Brock Payne just hanging on. The top 4 lap times are covered by half a tenth every lap the past 5 laps, so they're not going anywhere. It's going to be the battle of the tyres, I reckon. And
going into that last race, we could have some surprises in there, because how easy is it to drive one of these cars knowing you've got a short tyre bank, but you know you can get a stiff of the lead? How do you think about that, trying to manage them?
Everyone says they're managing tyres, and, they've done the tread depths, and it's going to be all good for the next race, but I don't know about that. When you want to win a race, you sort of just think in the moment, in my opinion. Obviously, when you get good guys on the radio, last year, if I was racing, you get good guys that say, all right, back it off. Tim Brook was really good at that, just telling me to calm it all down. We've got more races to go. And like I said, it is a point system.
Watching 2nd place, Josh Webster, as we work lap 10 of the TA2 Muscle Cars here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today on the final day of 2025. For all of our categories here, we started the series here in February. We finish it here in November. And Webster just staying with Brock Payne. 3/10 quicker on that previous lap as he starts to turn up the temperature and go after the sky blue Chevy Camaro as it leads the way here at Winton.
The tyres on that Webster car, I know for a fact that Marcus Ambrose car will last a distance on tyres, just the way they roll there. But Blake Tracey is the next fastest car on track. He's got quite the gap to the car behind, and he's closing to the car next, which is Ben Gomersall.
So Gomersall, 1.8 seconds away from the front. Blake Tracey is next. Diesel, Thomas and Josh. Thomas, good to see Des Collier has got back out onto the track, albeit a couple of laps down now. You've got to finish races. You don't finish, you get 0 points. So watch the leaders make their way out of turn number 10. Let's go back to pit lane. J-Mac.
Here with Tim Brooke, running the radios and the team for Graham Cheney in the IES Cavanagh. Tell me, first of all, what did the car look like when it came in, and what's the game plan from here?
Yeah, look, the car didn't look too bad, to be honest. We were just getting some high engine oil and coolant temperatures because we had a lot of rubbish in the front grille, so boys just cleaned that out. But structurally, it looks okay. Somewhere we've got a little bit of contact in another incident, I think, on the left front wheel, so it's quite heavily buckled, but it's still holding pressure. So we're just going to circulate, get some points, you know, and look after the car, and we'll try and have a crack in the last one.
Thanks, Tim.
All good. Thank you.
World 86 Series champion in his own right, Tim Brooke, on the radio to Graham Cheney. So you and I both looked at each other then. There was more damage that we didn't pick up on the 51.
I don't know about that. I reckon the 51 and the 4, when they got together on lap 1, I reckon that's where that buckled rim would come from.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Although the first contact was in the door of the side, there could have been the landing afterwards as well. They did get some serious hang time across the infield. There is the mark down the side of the beautifully presented IES Motorsports car. Down in pit lane, Mel Crutcher watches on our coverage today.
Probably trying to justify it's not Crutcher's fault.
Maybe. Incidentally, on that, it's going to be a post-race investigation just sent through to us here from Race Control. So Stephen White, the White Dog, will have a bit of work to do in between the first and second race here today. Probably a good move not to pull the trigger straight away on that. Get both sides of the story, get both the in-car cameras. All these cars have SD cameras inside there that capture all the racing. So they've got all the points of reference to use to adjudicate that, rather than just pulling the trigger and then, oh, actually, we didn't see that.
Yeah, when it's not real obvious, White Dog does a great job of breaking down all the data and the footage and everything. So, you know, in some ways it's not fair to give an on-track penalty if it's not black and white. So it's fair enough to just look at it, have a look. Crutcher and Graham will no doubt talk it out, and yeah, they'll make the decision sensible for the situation.
Worth having a camera on those two post-race. J-Mac?
Des Collier, the second time in the pits, and it looks like this time for good. The crew were paying attention to the coil leads, and it sounded like he had a misfire as he backed the car into the garage.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And you know what it's like once you get electrical drama. You can spend all weekend trying to sort that out. You take it back to the workshop, and it could just be a crimped lead from maybe the bonnet going down the wrong way or running through the rails of the cars. They can be fickle machinery at times, race cars.
Yeah, definitely. It's frustrating not only for the team, but the driver sitting there, he's hot, he's bothered. Last thing he wants is an issue with his car, and they don't know what it is. Always frustrating.
That puts Collier and Crutcher out. Also, Glenn Ebert has come back into the pits for the first time in the 82 Chevy Camaro, so it looks like his day is done. 2 minutes in the lane there for him. As the top three from the drone cam, as it does the chasing here at Winton Motor Raceway, covered by 2 seconds. Payne, Webster and Gomersall. Blake Tracey still 1.8 seconds behind in 4th position, but he'll just be hoping for a result today. He's very upbeat about his racing, even with the frustrations of yesterday. He was positive about going forward today.
Yeah, I've never seen that kid not be upbeat, to be fair. But yeah, he's doing a great job, and hopefully he continues on his great form, and especially in the Trans Am category with the clean sweep after tail and bend. His head is massive, no stress.
Yeah, and came very close to winning a Trans Am race this year too at Sandown in those very weird conditions we had on the Sunday afternoon on his 18th birthday. A massive career ahead. His dad Mark's got big plans to progress him forward. I'm sure we'll see him here again next year. He'll focus on the final 2 rounds of the Trico Trans Am Series in the regular car, not with the Hi-Tec Oils team, when we head to Mallala and then to Adelaide for the grand final event. We're expecting a capacity field there for that race on the streets of Adelaide at the end of November. So Brock Payne controlling the race and controlling the tyres, something that he's worked very hard at. Very impressed with this team. They very much are a family-run team. They don't do a lot of dollars out there. They've got great support from Hutchinson Builders and the Montauk Tavern helping him out this weekend, but really it's all hands on deck down there at the 33 team.
Yeah, it's great to see straight out of Formula RX8. As soon as he debuted at Sydney Motorsport Park, he was straight on to a podium. So it's awesome to see for him. And as this race wears down, he's currently the fastest car on track. So he's looked after those tyres well. He's learnt from yesterday, and he's just going to keep pressing on now.
We believe there's some rear-end dramas with the 82 entry of Glenn Ebert, so that puts him out with Des Collier and Mark Crutcher. We watch Hayden Hume reign in 7th position, who's coming off a mixed weekend in the Toyota 86 Series up at Surfers Paradise last weekend, but 5th in the standings with a round remaining. He's really stepped up. I think he's controlled some of the aggression he brought to the series in the first couple of rounds and has really looked after the 45 car as we go into the final lap and lap 15. So we're keeping the consistency going with the laps in these races at Winton Motor Raceway over the last couple of days. So Payne with 0.8 of a second advantage over Webster and Gomersall, looking likely to stay that way. This result will set the grid for later on today in the finale of 2025. The TFHI and TA2 Muscle Car Series as Graham Cheney just cruises just to get to the line. In fact, he might go another lap down because the leaders are down around the Gumtree section here at Winton. The only part of the track that does get shade on a day like this is down towards the last set of turns we go at Brock Payne. What a weekend it's been. Had he not burnt the tyres up in that first race yesterday, could have been on target for a clean sweep. With Josh Webster going to fight this right down to the final corner of the race. But to put Webster in a good position, though, for the last race today and a turnaround for the La Machina Mustang and Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. But what a day, another pole position for Hutchinson Builders, Brock Payne Racing Team. And the 23-year-old cruises towards the checkered flag for his second victory of the weekend here at Winton Motor Raceway by 0.7 of a second from Webster, Gomersall and Blake Tracey crossing the line for 4th. Diesel Thomas will grab 5th as we ride on board to the checkered flag with the teenager. Hayden Hume will finish behind Josh Thomas with Lee Stibbs, Danny Reedy. Hayden Pullen gets his first top 10 in his 3rd start for the side rider Ford Mustang and Scott Taylor Motorsport. So clean race from at least the front. Not so for the Masters class drivers at the start of this one.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a tough conversation between those two. I'm sure they both love, as a series owner, selling parts, but perhaps not to themselves.
Great turnaround for Lee Stibbs as well, getting a result. Both Hi-Tec cars getting inside the top 10 to 8th position for the South Australian. Confirming your result, 0.7 of a second the win to Brock Payne. He's getting used to this winning stuff with Webster, Gomersall and Tracey all inside the top 4. Diesel Thomas ahead of Josh Thomas. Hayden Hume 7th, Lee Stibbs, Reedy and Hayden Pullen finishing in 10th position. Warren Wadley and Graham Cheney, the last of the finishers with Ebert Collier and Mark Crutcher. Today's DNFs licking their wounds, but no doubt ready for race 2 of the day and the final race of the 2025 season. Brock Payne can just soak it all in right now as we take a look at the race highlights here at Winton Motor Raceway. Thanks to Hyundai with our poleman converting that into a strong lead going into turn number 1. Webster holding back Ben Gomersall. Tracey riding the curve in the early stages. But it was coming out of this sequence of turns we saw our first drama of today's race. Diesel Thomas was challenging here for Gomersall on the way down the hill. And further behind, the 2 Masters class guys. Crutcher into Cheney. And then serves up on the infield. It's okay here, but there's a big bump about to wake these 2 up. And how there is significant damage underneath, we don't know. We did end the race for Mark Crutcher. We saw no more of the Bumblebee Yellow Ford Mustang. The IES team swept away half the infield from the grill of the 51 and sent him back out. Wasn't the case for Collier and Glenn Ebert. Both those cars out of today's race. Rear end dramas for the Alien Tech. Chevy Camaro Cunabur 82 is just getting more and more confident behind the wheel of that entry. Try as he might, though, Josh Webster just shadowed Brock Payne, who had his measure from the outset of today's race and won by just 0.7 of a second in the 3rd race of the weekend. The TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Yep, told you, tight-knit family. They love their motor racing, and he's just getting more and more confident behind the wheel of this Chevy Camaro. Great job to Ben Gomersall once again, the Unit Racing sponsored 35. It's like the Mo's getting bigger every time we see him down there in victory lane. We'll do that now because here's Jared McLean.
Ben Gomersall, you tighten your stranglehold on 2nd place in the championship. Having a chat with Todd Hazelwood, he was saying, you guys throwing everything at the car and the track, but these 2 out front, they were fast.
Yeah, honestly, man, we tried a lot then. They were pretty quick, so P3, not the worst, but we still got a little bit to find. It's so close between the top 3, though, so really we just run our own race there.
Well done. Let's go for one more time.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Josh Webster, brilliant result for you and the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport team. The pace was hot out there in that race.
Yeah, it was. We sort of ran out of the front tyre early, tried to keep the pace up, but also tried to keep some tyre underneath us in case Benny Gromus will come at us. But can't thank the boys enough at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. They pulled an absolute miracle to get the car out after last night. So to repay them, it can't get much better than one step forward. So hopefully we can do that in the next one today.
Yeah, I hope so too. It's great to see you up here.
Yeah, thank you.
Brock Payne, 2 pole awards, 2 race wins in the one weekend. This is looking good for a great result.
Oh, it's been fantastic, mate. That was a good race there. Webster had pressure on me the whole race, so I couldn't afford to back off or make a mistake. So credit to him and Ben getting on the podium as well. Great effort. But yeah, stoked for all my friends and family and sponsors to get another win for them. Let's see if we can back it up this afternoon.
Well, back it up this afternoon is exactly what you're going to have to do, starting from P1 for the final race of the weekend. Tell me, this is uncharted territory for you. How did you approach that race start just then?
I was a little bit less nervous than yesterday, considering I'd done it once before. So I just got to get in a rhythm. If I can get clean air at the start, focus, hit my marks, and not worry about what they're doing too much behind me, and we should be okay.
Well, fantastic stuff, Brock. Job well done, and we're looking forward to the final race of the day. We're going to take a super short break, and we'll be back with more from the Winton Wrap.
Great to have everyone here joining us for the final round of the Hi-Tec Goals Super Series as the Innovation Race Cars make their way out on track. I'm Matt Cavanagh, joining me Dan McCarthy. We're going to get back into this GT3 style of racing. Only 4 competitors here for the afternoon. It started off with a bigger field this weekend, unfortunately a couple of retirees, but Jeff Emery's been super dominant in that Otway Adventure Motorcycles entry there, and it looks like this could be a perfect round from him after qualifying number 1 on both days and also taking 3 race wins from 3 starts so far. But there's one more to go. Lee Stibbs will try and chase him down. Danny Studdard. And of course, John Hollinger, who's second in the championship behind Jeff Emery. It looks like it's a lead that he won't be able to capture. The gap is too big now unless there are some penalties applied. So provisionally, it looks like Jeff Emery will take out this championship in car with John Hollinger now looking out the back, and it looks like Danny Studdard behind him. Lee Stibbs just dropped out of a TA2 muscle car where he made it into the top 10, so he's going to be nice and warm. They've just done a 20-minute race, and now he's got 25 minutes to do. Luckily enough, he lent a cool suit for today.
Yeah, absolutely. They get an extra formation lap to all of those other categories, so a second one they will go around once again. We see that with a few categories these days in national motor racing competition, the reason this is a very hard endurance spec Michelin compound that takes quite a while to warm up, so we give them a second warm-up lap to make sure that those are very much up to temperature, because boy oh boy do these things fly, and you want to have some tyre temp when you head towards turn number 1.
Why are they fast? I'm going to give you a quick rundown on that. First off, a lot of aerodynamics on the car. 550 horsepower of V8 muscle, 6.2 litres. Under the bonnet of this thing, it's got a sequential transaxle in the back by Hollinger too. Paddle shift on these Innovation race cars as well. So very quick to get through the gear. A lot of horsepower, aerodynamics, massive brakes, which means they can stop very late. Adding to that, ABS, so it doesn't lock them up. And of course traction control, so they can get the maximum amount of traction driving out of the corners. So that's what makes Innovation race cars so fast out there, and I suppose such an enjoyment for some of these drivers. On top of that, the GT3 DNA that they put in them with all those adjustability inside the cabin there, like the ABS and the traction control, makes them on par with any GT3 car you've seen around the world. Hence we see a lot of these cars racing overseas. We also see a lot of these drivers that jump out of this and join some other GT3 categories.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll come on to all of those things in a little more detail as the 25-minute race takes place. So Jeff Emery in the West Coast Windows-sponsored IRC machine has been the dominant force this weekend. Both pole positions, 3 race victories. However, Lee Stibbs did push him a little bit more than we've seen so far this weekend in the last race. He certainly kept him honest anyway, so this will be an interesting race. How much more has Stibbs improved? Can he take the fight good and proper to Jeff Emery in this one? Rolling start for the Australian-built Innovation race cars. We are looking for the lights to go out. They come to the line. They're off. We are underway down towards turn 1. A great start from Lee Stibbs. We saw yesterday try to move around the outside. That didn't work. Today, though, it has. He just about keeps it on the confines of the racetrack and has taken the race lead with a scintillating pass around the outside.
Understanding it takes a few laps to get these tyres up to temperature, so there's a bit of a game to play here in the first few laps of this race. Need to try and make that overtake manoeuvre in those first laps. As started, gets a wheel out on the dirt. Doesn't look like it's going to compromise him too much in the run down into turn number 5. That was very lucky. That could have got very shaky there, especially when they drop a wheel out. We've seen Danny Studdard spin the car around before, but very lucky to keep that car straight. I think a lot of traction control doing its job at that point.
Yeah, definitely. He dropped it off, and of course these things so low to the ground, that would certainly be bottoming out. That would be an uncomfortable ride. And licorice straps were left down at turn number 7, and again you can see it out of turn 9. So he's pushing hard Studdard. Clearly the traction control turned down at the moment because he is leaving big, thick black straps every time he gets on the power. At the moment, he will be using up those Michelins quite a lot, but they are a durable tyre, as we said. There will be, they can quite easily do these 25-minute races. We often have seen them this year as part of their endurance championship do 1 hour long races, but as you touched on before, they raced all around the world, lots of tracks like Spa, completing a full 24-hour race distance. But out in front, for the first time all weekend, it is not Jeff Emery at the end of lap number 1. Lee Stibbs leads the way by a margin of just shy of 1 second. A further 1 second behind Emery is Danny Studdard and John Hollinger rounding out the top 4. We did start the weekend with a few more. We did start with 6. Sadly, Brian Finn had a crash in practice. He hit the concrete wall on the exit of the left-handed turn number 10, ruling him out of the weekend. Then Leithhead had a crash at this very corner. The fast turn 6, he lost the rear of the car and spun backwards into the tie wall in yesterday's opening affair. So his weekend also coming to an early end. A couple of our other regulars are racing overseas in a couple of other categories, and a couple have work commitments as well. So I'm sure we will see the grids grow once again. We've seen, haven't we, already this year, a good couple of handfuls of cars at most rounds. So it's just this one where we've gone back to a few less. But as we say, next year looks very, very promising.
In excess of 10 cars for most of the rounds this year. It was a quiet start here at Winton, but really grew up there in Queensland with a lot of people based up there. That's why we saw a few more of the cars, as well as at Sydney Motorsport Park. Mullala was a great outing too for these races as well, where Lee Stibbs was super dominant for his first time out in Innovation Race Cars. That race number 1 didn't go his way. They didn't quite put enough of that fluid that fires the engine in there, which unfortunately that meant that car didn't finish that race. But after that, he dominated in here. So he knew he had to get in front of Emery, who seems to have had the secret success here this weekend. Just had the car set up in very, very quickly. But I was talking about aero wash, but the potential for heat to sit behind another car. So if you don't get that passing manoeuvre done in the first 3 or 4 laps, is how does it affect the car? And it looks like that potentially could be an issue there as they're caught up in a very warm day here at Winton Motor Raceway, because Lee Stibbs now seems to be able to match that pace with Emery now that he's got clean air out in front.
Yeah, absolutely. He's flying at the moment. Purple first sector. He's trying to extend the margin, but Jeff Emery is certainly going with him at the moment, isn't he? The most winningest driver this season is Jeff Emery, the Queenslander, former Australian GT champion. He did run in a little bit hot down there, though. But, yeah, he has won no less than 8 races over the course of this season and finished on the podium in a hell of a lot of races as well. Look at the margin. They are matching each other, going toe-to-toe early on in this final Innovation Race Cars race of the season. They come across the line to complete lap 3. A fastest lap of the race set by Lee Stibbs that time by a 1 minute 24.48. But Jeff Emery was just 300ths of a second slower. So they are very much matching each other out there at the moment. What a great series this has been. New to the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series bill this year. And great to have Aussie-built GT3, effectively GT3 paced machines out there on the race circuit. It's a real cool category, real cool pieces of kit. We had a really great chat, didn't we, on Thursday night with Lee Stibbs. He was talking to us. He's a regular in TA2 competition, but he's loving life in Innovation Race Cars.
Yeah, it's all part of the bigger picture for him. When we talk about GT3, there's licensing involved with certain international racing. Obviously, you got your bronze and your silver licensing and things like that, and you need a combination of drivers. Well, the great thing about Innovation Race Cars, one, you're driving a GT3 style car, so you've got all the same settings and things like that to adjust inside the vehicle, so teams can have a look at how you're driving one of these vehicles and think that'd be a great team member for me. Drives the cars really well, understands all the settings, can really adjust the car on the fly. Second of all is it's going to give you a rating, so they might find you the right bit. As Emery goes wide and drops a wheel on the final corner there, that's going to be rough, because although that's not very deep at the start of the weekend, we've had trucks go off there, we've had plenty of cars go off there as well, so that starts to dig that dirt out and gets a very deep rut. Like you say, this car's very low to the ground. That side skirt might have copped a little bit of panel beating as he just went off there to the left-hand side. Hopefully that is all okay, because Danny Studdard's going to take a bit of advantage of that. I just saw a couple of tenths drop out of that gap between him and Emery. Hollinger, though, for me, is not there at the moment, but we know, and we saw it earlier this morning and yesterday, is he gets faster as the race goes on. So wait for Hollinger to come back into the mix.
He's been a real mark of consistency, has John Hollinger. He's taken one race victory, but he's just been consistent collecting the points. He's finished, I think, every single race this year, or very, very close to, and he's got 6 podiums along the way as well. He just collects the points. He's like a point vacuum cleaner. He goes around searching for them, and he just picks them up left, right, and centre. And his title rival, Jeff Emery, as we say, he's been all about race victories. He's had a couple of DNS, but overall over the course of the season, those race victories are what have put him at the head of this championship. But that was a big error from him at this sequence of corners last time through. He turned it in like Lee Stibbs is now, and midway through the corner, he just pushed on him. He couldn't get it slowed down, and he drifted out wide onto the dirt. It's not gravel, but it's not grass either. It's sort of grit, I suppose you'd say, out there on the exit of the final corner.
He's had a bit of an up and down, Emery. It's been more ups and downs. So when he has had an issue, it's been an incident where he's made contact with another car. And the other thing was he's launched that car over a big jump at Queensland Raceway as well. But for a pit update, let's head down to Mel Price.
Down here with Stacey Stewart, technical manager for IRC. Stacey, it's been great to see the category grow so much this year, and we know there's new exciting things coming for next year as well. So just tell us a little bit about what you're working on and what your role is.
So technical manager, but we all have titles in the team, but we're more of just a group effort. So really exciting with this new development class that we've got coming along. We've done a little bit of testing with that a couple of weeks ago at Queensland Raceway, and we've got another one coming up as well. It was meant to be the gentleman's category, but we've had such an interest from some of the younger drivers that we just want to give them that option for a national category in GT-style racing.
Well, I think the category's obviously just going to continue to grow from strength to strength. Great to have you as part of it. I think you'll have your hands full next year.
Yeah, very excited to come back next year.
Thank you.
Yeah, plenty of development with the innovation race cars, the introduction of that development series in 2026. The moment, though, is Lee Stibbs leading this race over Jeff Emery in second. Back to Danny Studdert and John Hollinger. I don't know if John Hollinger, but have a look at the gap now. That was out to 10 seconds. It's starting to come back, and that's what I said. John Hollinger starts to increase his speed as the race goes on. Danny Studdert, he's maintaining that gap back to Emery at the moment. That was down a couple of tenths of a second after that mistake. It's taken a lap and a half, though, to get it back there. So I don't think he's too much quicker than Studdert at the moment for Emery. But look at the purple sector times for Lee Stibbs, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. He is flying out there. So's Danny Studdert, actually. PB sector in the opening section of this lap. And he's got that margin back down a little bit on the tail of Jeff Emery, just 1.7 seconds behind now. So I thought it might be a fight between Stibbs and Emery at the front of the field, but maybe it might be a fight for second between Emery and Danny Studdert. The category, the man behind the category at the moment is Danny Studdert. He owns Innovation Race Cars. He's certainly been a busy man over the last few months, heading over to the States. There's a few cars sold over there recently. There's cars in Europe. It is a growing empire, the Innovation Race Car Series, which is a really cool thing to see. All these different machines heading out all around the world. And there's even some that are located out there on a permanent basis as well, which is really, really cool to see. Just edging towards the halfway stage of this race now. Danny Studdert did set a PB lap last time through, a 1 minute 24.4. Same with John Hollinger, a PB lap from him as well, a 25.4. So he is still dropping back around about a second a lap at the moment. But as you say, he is getting stronger and stronger. A big talking point this weekend, Medicav. We've got a lot of different categories, so many different tyres in sizes and shapes and all sorts of different things. But trucks, they are here this weekend. Yes, the big rigs, the trucks are here. But a lot of teams and drivers saying two things are making the track quite loose and slippery this weekend. The truck rubber, they think, is a big contributor to that. And the second factor is the heat that is blasting down upon Winton Motor Raceway. It's causing havoc across the categories, and we're seeing a lot more errors as a result.
Yeah, haven't we seen teams just trying to find that setup? That's what I said. When we were here early in the year, yes, it was warm. and they had their settings and they thought that was going to be their baseline, but it hasn't really worked out that way coming to this final round. They've had to really try and chase that in the car as we're on board with John Hollinger at the moment. There's not much to look at out the back, but let's just have a listen to this as he goes around these next few corners. Yeah, have a look at how quick that transaxle goes with that paddle shift, isn't it? There's no sort of overlap. It's very, very quickly how it gets through the gears. You can almost hear the traction control just slightly in the background there, trying to hold the wheel spin up as 550 horsepower tries to be tamed. And the Michelin's tried to get that traction down to the ground, but have a look at this. Lee Stibbs still leading this over Jeff Emery, and the fight is on Innovation Race Cars. Great to see our leaders heading around that historic gum tree that we see here at Winton Motor Raceway. It's been here since the start, but still Lee Stibbs leading over Emery, Studdard and Hollinger just at the back there as we just watch him go around. Now Lee Stibbs, it hasn't been great for him this weekend in TO2. Yesterday was a ride-off. Today he had a top 10 finish. He's been running second though in the last two races for this one there. He's really had to pull something out to try and get that lead, and he had to do it very, very early. He's had a third place in 2 seconds, managed to get those moves done very early in the race, and I reckon having an engineer called Chris Pither in your back pocket, I reckon they've just finessed this car, because they did have clutch issues when it came to qualifying on Friday.
Yeah, they certainly did, and to qualify second for both races on that Friday afternoon was a really good effort from him, and that's got him in the game here this afternoon, and that is why he's leading the way. He's able to take it up at the front of the field, start of the race, and has led every lap since then. He's pulled out a margin now to 2.5 seconds, but he'll certainly be feeling it. He's come straight out of the TA2 car, let's not forget. He said how hot and exhausted he was earlier on today after doing TA2 qualifying and backing it up with Innovation Race Cars. But now he's got back-to-back races. He'll really be feeling it in there at the moment. These machines, yes, you've got traction control, yes, you've got the ABS, but these things are tough to tame with the big V8 motor, the 6.2-litre LS3 V8 engine. As you sort of touched on earlier, 550 brake horsepower, that's at 6,200 RPM, delivers 705 Newton meters of torque. Hollinger MFT 6-speed sequential transaxle operated by that paddle shift pneumatic shift barrel actuator, and it's certainly got a big fuel tank in there. They won't be filling them to the brim. That's the endurance fuel tank they have of 120 litres. Certainly not going to need that for this 25-minute sprint race.
Oh, I reckon they might at the Hi-Tec crew. They might be topping that one up after their first taste of the Innovation Race Cars. And I think we're on their way. We're hearing there might be a couple coming out soon as they've been put on order. 6 weeks, can you believe that? From the time they ordered them to the time they can roll them out on a racetrack to get them tested. 6 weeks.
There was an announcement, wasn't there, at our last round at Malala that a new model was going to be made. You can see, looking at them, a couple of them look like road cars you might see. There's a bit of a Mustang-looking one, a bit of a Camaro-looking one. But the Model A was announced, not the back in the day car, modern Model A. That's going to be revealed shortly. We did show you on our website in the last couple of weeks some renders of that car, and they are looking, that build's going to be completed in the next couple of weeks. Couldn't quite be completed for this weekend, unfortunately, but we will see the new model roll out at round 1 at the Bend next year.
The best thing about it is underneath it's all the same. So it's all the same sort of chassis and makeup, suspension, gearbox, motor. It's just that you can differentiate yourself. You can pick a model that you think looks the best for you. I mean, the aero package is all designed and tested around each other, so we're not going to see any sort of advantages there. It's a great little category to get involved in Innovation Race Cars, especially for some of those guys that really want to look at the GT3 side of racing. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with Mel Price.
Well, the coolest guy in the pits right now, something we haven't seen before at the Super Series, is Blake Tracey in an ice bath. How are you feeling in there?
Yeah, nice and refreshed. It's bloody hot out there in those TA2 cars. Lee's going back-to-back in TA2 and IRC, so he's going to be struggling out there. So just trying to cool the body down, ready for race 2.
Well, we saw Mark Crutcher in his underpants using the portable shower over there, but I think you've beaten him for the cooling factor.
I've got the soap ready for him if he wants to come join. So
well, there you go. The offer's on.
Well, here with Matt Payne, father of Brock Payne, after a successful outing. 2 pole awards, 2 wins. I have to ask the question, did you expect this of your son Brock? I mean, we know he's a Formula RX8 champion, but TA2, it's a whole different game altogether.
Yeah, but we're not surprised by it. We've always known what Brock's capable of. I mean, he's the one getting the car there. Even though it's a team effort, it's him that's putting it there, you know. And he's just fantastic at what he does. Very proud.
It's a very small crew around him, and of course you're part of that. Was there ever any doubt that you'd be able to give him the car to take him to this success?
Yeah, we weren't sure. Like, this year's been a learning curve, and that's what we set out for it to be. So to finish the final round with like this, we've done some learning, so we're very happy.
The work's not over yet. One more time. How do you feel?
Sorry, what's that?
The work's not over yet.
No, I don't know. I'll just age another 5 years. Like a 20-minute race seems like about an hour and a half, but we'll be glad when that one's over and we can sit down and have a cold one, I think.
Great stuff. Thanks, Matt.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think they'll be up to the Hankook Tavern, who's come on board for him this weekend when they get back to Queensland. Have a refreshing one. The heart did stop for a moment. Yeah, very small family team there from Brock Payne Racing, and great to see him here at the racetrack once again. They did struggle with the changeover back to the Hoosier tyre at the last round, but maybe they've gone and sought some advice there, because it's looking pretty racy at the moment, especially with 2 pole positions. Speaking of winners, Lee Stibbs leading this race at the moment. Might get his first race win for the weekend in Innovation Race Cars. Jeff Emery almost made it another perfect weekend. But at the moment, he's got to chase that down by 1.8 seconds. He's just in the side mirrors of Lee Stibbs, who's holding him out with 5 minutes remaining in this Innovation Race Car. Race number 4 for the weekend, the final one for the 2025 season here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. And he's circulating and doing a nice job very consistently. And we've already seen drivers, like we say, Blake Tracey's in an ice bath cooling down after the TA2 race. Lee Stibbs has just jumped into another car. I think he'll be joining him very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are so evenly matched. I can't get over it. Lap on lap, they're separated by not tenths, but hundredths of a second. Having said that, for the first time, as I'm saying it, Jeff Emery goes half a second faster than Lee Stibbs on that lap. That is the first big gain that's been made in this race. However, that mistake a few laps ago that we saw into the final corner for Emery has really cost him a lot of ground, and he's been playing catch-up ever since. I thought Lee Stibbs had all the answers, but Jeff Emery, that was a big lap from him last time by. That's 4 tenths faster than what our race leader has done at any point in the race. J-Mac, back down to you.
Well, I'm just waiting for Mark Crutcher. He's in the process of refitting a front bar. Crutch, get in here. You've had a chance to simmer down, cool off, review the footage.
Yes.
Tell me, honestly, who was at fault for that incident?
I'd like to say it was Graham, absolutely 100%. I don't know if he'll admit it. Look, from what I can see, he's had a little bit of a wiggle coming in, but really a minor racing incident that we just locked wheels and stuff happened. I felt I gave him plenty of room and I was definitely running straight, and he just had that little bit of a wiggle, but seriously, it's just unlucky that we locked wheels, otherwise we just bumped and went on.
There was a moment there where you were airborne going over the drain. Tell me, what's it like to come crashing down to earth in a TA2 muscle car like that? Because it looked violent.
Yeah, I was a bit worried because I could see that middle road and I braced for impact, but thankfully it flew over the top of it and just done 5 or 6 grand worth of splitter work, you know. I'll pass it by the missus when I get home, see if she lets me race again. But yeah, it's pretty scary when you're off the grass here because you go a lot quicker on the grass too.
Well, best of luck for the final race.
Appreciate it, thank you.
It was almost like some synchronised diving out there between the 2 teammates, wasn't it? Oh, they both got a little bit airborne there, and we were joking down in pit lane when that happened that he just wanted another new car. That's been a couple of races old now. It's time to get that new car smell back. Lee Stibbs still leading the Innovation Race Cars though, Dan McCarthy, and have a look at Jeff Emery cranking out those fast laps, and just like every time we've seen him out this weekend, Emery, Sector 2 and Sector 3, is the fastest.
Yeah, absolutely. Stibbs has been strong all weekend in that first sector, hasn't he? So we've seen that theme throughout the weekend. Stibbs has responded a little bit to Emery's push late on in this race. He set his fastest lap last time by a 1:23.7. Despite that, though, the margin has come down a little bit more. And This is going to go right down to the wire. Emery is closing. Oh, a big twitch of oversteer there mid-corner for Lee Stibbs. He's pushing hard at the moment, but the last lap board is out. He will be very relieved to see that because his lead has been cut to just 1 second. But with 3 kilometres to go, he's got that little bit of a buffer that should just about see him hold on. But yeah, he will be so thankful he's seen that final lap board. I thought we might get another one after this, but he'll be relieved that they are going to stop it after this one. Half a lap to go. Emery's pushing hard in that first sector. He's gained a couple more hundredths of a second, but hundredths aren't going to do it on this last lap. He's got to catch more than that.
Especially when the first sector seems to be dominated by Lee Stibbs. Potentially we're just seeing him slow down a little bit as fatigue will start to set in. He's pretty much done an hour in the race car because we did have them out there a little bit earlier at the opener. So they were sitting in the car that had warm-up laps. He's had warm-up laps also for the IRC. So I'm going to say he's done a solid 1 hour in that car now in conditions which are starting to peak out towards 30 degrees Celsius, and it's warm as the UV reflects off of the racetrack, but it's very close now. Under 1 second as we head into the final 2 corners of this final race for the Innovation Race Cars for 2025. Lee Stibbs just needs to hold it together. Emery right on the back. Have a look at this. So close. Final corner. We've seen Emery make a mistake. He just, the car steps out for a moment. The traction control kicks in, but Stibbs will get the checkered flag and take out the race for win here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Emery threw everything at him there at the final couple of corners, but he was just a bit too far back, too little, too late for Jeff Emery. John Hollinger comes around the final couple of corners as well. Listen to that V8 thunder down pit straight. Good little race, that one. It was a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for? It sort of built there, didn't it, to a crescendo. And it nearly, we saw a race lead change right at the death. But Lee Stibbs did hold on and did take the race win in the Hi-Tec oil-sponsored machine. The West Coast Windows sponsored car of Jeff Emery was in position number 2. Danny Stoddard dropped to finish 4.5 seconds behind in the end, but he did finish on the podium ahead of our in-car camera operator of John Hollinger, who rounded out the 4-driver field, but cannot wait for season 2026 in Innovation Race Cars.
Yes, more Innovation Race Cars on their way. Development series being created as we speak. Can't wait for that. But let's have a look at some of the highlights of this race. Lee Stibbs started out in second position on the outside of the front row, and this didn't work for him yesterday. He ended up going too wide on the dirt, but this time he stuck it. He might have braked just a little bit earlier, I'd say, there, but he knew he had to get in front of Jeff Emery and try and make that work very early on in this race. Started almost had an opportunity to go around the outside of Emery too at the very start of this one as we jumped on board with John Hollinger, and this is a scary moment where Studdard dropped a wheel out onto the dirt, and sometimes the car can flick back and get in front of you and turn around. So there was just a bit of hesitation there, I think, from John Hollinger to make sure he didn't make any contact with Studdard, who managed to get away with that. And despite that, Lee Stibbs led all the way down to the end of the race and took the checkered flag, and a win for him this weekend in Innovation Race Cars after 2 second positions and a 3rd position in the previous 3 races. Jeff Emery had to settle for second, but he almost got him. Just ran out of time in that 4th and final race.
Good battle between those two. They've been the pace setters in the final couple of rounds. But what a season for Jeff Emery, our inaugural Innovation Race Car Series winner. Not only taking out the Innovation Race Cars Championship, but also taking out the Enduro Cup as well. By collecting the most points in our 3 endurance rounds. So Jeff Emery taking the most wins this year, won the championship and the Enduro Cup as well. Certainly a memorable season for Jeff Emery. But in the final race, it was the South Australian Lee Stibbs that prevailed. You may have seen Formula Fords are heading out onto the racetrack, so the next on-track action is not too far away at all. The young stars of the future in the open wheeler machines will be out there next on the race circuit. But Mel is down there with our race winner, Jeff Emery.
Jeff Emery, P2 in that race, but you are the IRC 2025 Series champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. How good is that? We've had a lot of bad luck this year. I'm actually surprised we actually got there in the end, but very, very happy for the team, how hard they've worked to get back here. So it's been great. Big thanks to the ASM boys, and obviously for Ross McGregor for helping me get all this together, and obviously my wife Shirley. So I'm happy with that.
You've had the highs and lows, and literally from flying through the air to race wins, but here we are, and well done. And I think if you get in first, there's a Hi-Tec ice bath out the back. You can jump in now.
That sounds perfect, actually. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
No worries.
Lee Stibbs taking a moment, the sweat dripping off him after a master start to the race. Brings it home in P1. We'll keep this super short and sweet. Congratulations, you saved the best till last.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the weekend. Thanks for IRC. Thanks to Hi-Tec. Again, thanks for George for the opportunity. Thanks to the Tracey family for letting me call suit to try and get me through the weekend. Yeah, it's been really good. So thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Lee.
Yeah, he's got to reset now and get ready for a TO2 muscle car race a little bit later on as he sees his teammate Brad Gardner not racing this weekend, holding the umbrella for him. He makes a great support person, doesn't he, Brad Gardner?
Certainly does. Here we go, though. Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. On the front row of the grid, we have Kobe Williams, and alongside of him in the white, yellow and blue machine, it's Will Lowing, who, again, scored a front row start for this final race of the season. We're looking for the lights to go out, the penultimate race of the season for these guys as they roar down towards turn number 1. Look at them fanning out a little bit further wide, 3 wide, as Johnson tries to get involved but can't quite do so. Not quite as tame as they were yesterday. They're certainly getting the aggression out early in this one. Brad James attempting to go the long way around the outside of Jamie Rowe. Rowe closing that one off quite clearly and saying no thank you. You're going to have to slot back into position number 5, but out in front, Kobe Williams leading the way ahead of Lowing, Fawcett in 3rd, and Jamie Rowe in position number 4. That's as they were at the start of the race.
Yeah, it'll settle down in just a moment. Jack Johnson managed to just get the jump on Tabitha Ambrose there at the back of the pack as well. Moved up into 7th position, starting alongside in 8th. So that's 1 position up for them. Demelwick in 6th, James in 5th, Rowe now in 4th. Fawcett in 3rd, Lowing in 2nd, and Kobe Williams, no surprise there, been dominant this weekend in the racing. It hasn't been as dominant throughout the year. On paper he has, but not physically in the races. There's been Lachlan Evident normally right there within a 10th of him no matter what happens, and they've jostled for position throughout the entire race. Unfortunately, Lachlan Evident not here this weekend to opting to finish off the Year 12 studies and get the exams done.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. He's put his education first. He's done a fantastic season, has Lachlan Evanet taken a fair few victories on the way to finishing potentially in the top 3 in the championship, but that's all to play for on this final day of racing, because these two on the screen at the moment have a chance of pinching 2nd position off him in the championship. You might think, well, second, 3rd, what's the difference? Well, actually, in this series, quite a bit. There's some money on the line. Depending on how well you do in the top 3, depends on how much you get. So the better you do, the more money you get. And also, a prize is also on offer for the top 3 positions in the championship. So a lot to play for these future stars of the Australian or potentially international motorsport scene. There's a few of these guys that I've chatted to, Jack Johnson being one of them. He really wants to pursue a career overseas in GT3 racing or potentially hypercar competition, the top tier of the World Endurance Championship.
Massive announcement also that we put out this weekend that we will see the Australian Formula Fords join us for next year in 2026 as part of the Hi-Tec Super Series, which should bolster the numbers as well when it comes to the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. So we'll see a lot more of them out there and a lot more talent coming through the ranks here in Australia of motorsport. Just have a look here though, Fawcett right on the back of Lowing now. It's down to less than 0.3 of a second as they come around to complete this lap. Williams, who's been a little bit faster when it comes to qualifying times, looks like he's going to go back to back, and those times start to drop down now, down to a 1:26.91 now. They got up to speed, and I'm sure that's going to get quicker as those tyres come up to temperature.
Yeah, certainly will. Fawcett looks really quick early on in this race, though, doesn't he? He is a big threat, and in fact, he's going for it right here, right now, up the inside. He shows the nose. Does he have enough momentum on the exit? No, not quite. That's a shame. That was a big, bold move. He went for it, but it didn't quite pay off on that particular occasion. But that was a good attempt, that's for sure.
Yeah, very smart manoeuvre there. I think Lowing, though, just knew could get the drive off, because everyone we spoke to down at the pitch just said it's rear-end traction that we're trying to chase. The cars seem to not be too understeery. They're more that the back end wants to try and overtake the car as they go into the corner, sometimes under braking, or when they're trying to accelerate out, they're getting a little bit of force. So probably good if you're in a slightly wider line. If you can maintain that drive, it's going to be very hard for someone to come in sharp and shallow in the corner and then try and turn the car and accelerate again. So I think it was a smart manoeuvre from Lowing. He just left the door open there for Fawcett. They didn't want to cause any wheel-to-wheel contact, because they're an open-wheeler car. When we see them go tyre to tyre, it can bend steering and arms and all sorts of things in those cars, like we saw yesterday with Ambrose hitting the back wheel of Jack Johnson, and then that unfortunately takes you out of the race. Easy repair, but you're not going to finish that one.
Yeah, correct, absolutely. Yeah, that was one of the rare DNFs that we've seen this year. They've been so good, these young kids, at not making contact with each other. Yeah, there's been a couple of incidents here and there, but for the most part, they've been so clean and so respectful with each other. These guys really do get along in the paddock, despite the fierce racing that they put on. Race leader Kobe Williams is pulling a margin, though. He's out to a 1.4 second lead already, just 2 laps into this race. This, though, is the fight to watch at the moment. All the engine covers coming off the side of the ACM Finance machine. I don't think one of the bolts has gone in quite right, clearly. It's come loose, and there's a bit of air getting underneath the side of that machine.
Strategic cooling, could be.
Correct.
You're
right.
It might actually upset the aero a little bit on that one, especially where they've got the ducting coming. You can see it on the left-hand side of screen, and yeah, normally a very flush panel as it goes down the side, but you've got the big duct up behind the driver. Wow, that's a lot of curb, though. Have a look at the car move around. A little bit of understeer there to try and correct it. But Kobe Williams, he is very cool and calm under pressure, isn't he?
He certainly is. He certainly is very cool and calm, collected driver. He always out there chatting, talking to people. He's a ripper young kid, and I'm looking forward to seeing where he's going to go in his future motor racing aspirations, see where he can get to. But these two fighting on the screen, the fight for second continues. Coming into this weekend, these guys were 3rd and 5th in the championship. Well, Lowing 5th and 3rd position for Joe Fawcett, but they've certainly closed up in the last couple of races, with Lowing getting 2 second-place finishes yesterday. I said in the first 4 rounds of the year that he'd come home and finished and got 1 podium in each and every round, but this weekend he's got 2 on day number 1. It's been a fantastic start to the weekend for him. Certainly his best weekend to date for Will Lowing. Oh dear, drama. Tabitha Ambrose is in the pit lane. What's happened to poor Tabitha? Of course, the daughter of 2-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose, who is now the AASA competition and commercial director. That announced this week. So he'll be heavily involved in the Hi-Tec All Super Series going forward into 2026, alongside, of course, the series manager, Caroline Ordano, who does a fantastic job.
Yeah, promoted by Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport as well. So George Gambino is going to have a little bit of work behind the scenes. They're going to put that all together for 2026. It's looking very, very exciting what the future has to bring for us here at the series. As the race continues, have a look at that purple sectors now for Lowing, starting to turn up the wick. Gets a personal best that time round at 1:26.78, which isn't too fast off Williams' time, but it's really needs to push on, because Fawcett was catching. Now that's nearly at the 0.6 of a second, so almost doubled that gap. It's not much out there on track, but in terms of trying to make a manoeuvre, if you can just open that gap up enough, they won't be able to force a big braking issue down the inside, because as the time ticks away, there will be an opportunity come up potentially, and you need to be wary that if you've just got enough of a lead, they won't be able to really take a dive at some point.
All of a sudden, Lowing has come alive. All of a sudden, purple first sector, and in the blink of an eye, he's pulled 0.8 of a second over Joe Fawcett. We saw yesterday in the opening race, didn't we? Will Lowing came home really, really strong, and it looks to me like he might be doing the same again. Maybe he put the tyre pressures quite low, so he wouldn't start that strong, but he would come on strong late on in this race. So he's just gone PB in sector number 2 as well. So Will Lowing is flying out there at the moment. Look at the margin that the McGale Formula Ford has pulled over the Spectrum. And that is quite a margin now. A second over the man in position number 3. As Mel, you've got an update for us.
I'm down here with Ben Barguana, who's looking after Jack Johnson this weekend. You're saying not the best of weekends?
Yeah, look, we've struggled a little bit this weekend, but Jack's doing a good job. You know, this is a tough field. Everyone's on their game. You know, right at the end of the year, we've had a long year of racing, and a lot of these guys have done a lot of racing, especially, you know, for Jack, this is his first year, so there's been a lot of learning going on, but he's still doing a good job. I think everyone's just really punching out some good laps all weekend. So.
And you know as well as anybody that when it gets to this time of the year, it becomes all about next year. Any idea on what Jack's doing? They were just talking before saying he'd like to potentially end up racing overseas in GT3.
Yeah, look, Jack really loves that GT stuff. So, I don't totally know the answer for them, but hopefully it's in Formula Ford again. You know, I think another year in Formula Ford would be really good, but you know, I don't know the plans. So, whatever they do, I hope Jack loves it, and I hope the Johnsons love it. So, yeah.
Good stuff. Thanks for the chat.
No, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, great to have Benny Barguana here this weekend, and we've seen him throughout the season, just helping out Jack Johnson in the Formula Ford as well. There's a few little familiar names, I suppose, in and out, and there seems to be this association with Formula Ford, doesn't it, that so many people have risen through the ranks over their time and been icons in the Australian motorsport scene that it is really a stable place to, if you're a young driver, to go and start your career.
Yeah, absolutely. On the current Supercars grid, we've got Will Davison, 2-time Bathurst 1000 winner in Supercars. He came through Formula Ford and was a Formula Ford champion. So was David Reynolds, another Bathurst 1000 winner. Nick Percat, same can be said for him. Same for Chas Mostert. Cam Waters, always a front runner. Jack LeBrock, Anton De Pasquale, Thomas Randall and Cam Hill are all Formula Ford champions currently on the Supercars Championship grid. If that doesn't say this championship breeds young talent, I don't know what does.
It's definitely a pretty good resume when you break it down like that, isn't it? It's, like I say, it's a good starting block to be. Do yourself, you know, just try and get in the groove of things, learn your craft, and then you can start to expand your horizons into different forms of motorsport. It doesn't have to be the supercars, like we say. Johnson obviously with some aspirations to look more into the GT style of racing as well. And who knows, development side of the IRC wouldn't be a bad one either.
No, absolutely not. Down under brakes for Kobe Williams. The margin has sort of settled at 1.5 seconds. But yes, Lowing certainly gapped Joe Fawcett over the last couple of laps. Good news is that you may have just seen from the drone footage there that Tabitha Ambrose is back on the racetrack, albeit a lap and a half behind. So there she is, just going at the top of the shot into turns 1 and 2. So she is back out there. Of course, we've got Spectrum and McGale's out there at the moment, but in years gone by, we did have Van Diemen's. They were a big name in Formula Ford competition, and of course, Marcus Ambrose's father, Tabitha's grandfather, was the one of the co-founders of the Van Diemen team. And of course, Van Diemen went on to make open wheelers successfully, not only in Formula Ford, but overseas as well in the likes of Formula 3 and other open wheeler competitions. Van Diemen was not just a fantastic make, but also as well overseas as well as Australia. Do you think that that engine covers coming off further?
It does look like that, although there are a couple of main straights where the air... Oh, no, that's definitely... Because we're in a low-speed section of the track, so the question will be sometimes some of those Zeus fasteners, if they just haven't quite clicked in correctly too, sometimes they're just tack welded on and they can vibrate loose. I mean, it's been a big year of racing. We saw how much curb he took before as well. So if you keep continuing to do that, it could just be some of those little mounts in the background that haven't quite made it. It's one of those consumable parts, I suppose, that wears. The way they clip in, that can wear away, so the spring load's not there and it doesn't lock. So, look, it might affect them. I'm hoping that race control won't get involved in that one.
Yeah, that was my theory as well, but it's been there for about 5 minutes or so now, so hopefully he will be safe. But the good news for him This is the slowest. This has the slowest average speed of all circuits that we've been to this year. So aerodynamically, it won't affect the car like it would at a track like Sydney Motorsport Park, where we went earlier in the year. That would certainly be affecting straight line speed at a track like Sydney Motorsport Park. And of course, where we're going to start the 2026 Hi-Tec Super Season Series 4 next year at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia. Of course, the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series hasn't been there since it joined the program, but great to have that brilliant racetrack owned by the Shaheen family back on the calendar for season 2026, season 4 of the Hi-Tec Super Series.
Got a 1.5 second gap out in front, Kobe Williams, but we are watching that little panel on the left-hand side, and whether that will hold on. Oh, it's a moment. We'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, let's head down to pit lane with Mel Price.
With a motorsport legend, Australian motorsport legend, Jeff Gretsch, and passionate about Formula Ford, category manager, you must be absolutely thrilled about how this first year's gone and the potential of what's coming in 2026.
Absolutely, Melinda. Look, it's a category close to everyone's heart because for the young kids to come up into motorsport. So we're built on this year. Unfortunately, numbers were down for this round because a lot of the kids are doing their HSC exams. But we're really excited next year. We know there's a lot of new up-and-coming kids that want to come in. As a matter of fact, in the next couple of weeks, a few are testing for next year. So it's looking really exciting.
Well, we've got plenty of action to look forward to in Formula Ford in 2026, no doubt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's been around the Super Series since the start, part of the AASA as well. Jeff Gretsch, who's really been crucial in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series to get that underway with Marcus Ambrose this year, and to then expand that into a recognised national series with the complete Formula Ford Australian Series as well. That's a mammoth impact that it's obviously made.
Yeah, you can read the full story on the Hi-Tec Super Series website, but yes, effectively, we are going to run the National Championship next year, which is a real feather in the cap for the Australian Autosport Alliance, the AASA run Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. And it's absolutely fantastic that will take place next year for the first time. But that's all because of the groundwork that's been done this year by the former Holden Racing team manager Jeff Gretsch and, as you say, Marcus Ambrose as well. So season 2026 looking to be even better still. Williams has had the answers for the men that we're looking at on the screen at the moment. He's just eked out that margin a little bit in the last lap, and again another 10th in the final sector. So the margin has been pulled out to just shy of 2 seconds out at the front of this field. As we look at Brad James, one of the 2 Marcus Ambrose motorsport machines. Now, I keep saying that he's best at the moment of the rookie class. The top 4 have raced in this championship for quite a number of years, but this guy is doing an absolutely fantastic job. He only debuted late last year at Phillip Island in a Formula Ford. He came fresh out of Excels racing in Victoria, and he's steadily building, and we've seen him improve and improve throughout the year, and this has certainly been his best round. You might say, oh, well, maybe that's because there's, I've just put the mockers on him, haven't I? A bit of a lock-up down there at number 7.
You've cursed him. The commentator's curse always comes out when you try and talk him up, especially when you talk him up on the coverage as well.
But what I was going to say, you might say that's probably because there's less cars that he's doing better, but look at the gap to the leader. This is certainly the closest that he has been to that lead group of cars all season long, and I'm looking forward to seeing his progression during the off-season. He'll get a few more test days under his belt. Looking forward to seeing how he goes next year.
I'll be interested with Kobe Williams, because before we just saw a shot, and it looks like it almost looks like when you hurt your ankle and it swells up. Well, that guard from behind is just starting to expand out to the right-hand side. So we'll look at that a bit later. Hopefully that's still holding on. But, yeah, James, look, having a fantastic weekend in 5th place at the moment as the last lap board is out. So we've only got a few corners for our race leaders to get around that 5th position. James going across the line there to start his final lap. The ACM Finance entry of Kobe Williams. The bodywork's still holding on at this point of the race as he comes around to a couple of the back markers now. Just has to get fast-flowing section here as they go through the Cottery Capital corner of turn 5 and 6. Into turn 7 before
for the switchback underneath the gum tree. A little bit of shading at some points in the day. Not at this time of day, though, as it's 2:30 here, local time. So the ACM Finance-sponsored Spectrum is at the front once again. His 12B model. The latest Spectrum chassis was the 15, so this is the 12B, so not the most modern, up-to-date Spectrum, and that makes what he's done this year even more impressive as he goes into the final couple of corners. It's been another great drive from him, and on this final lap, he's really been setting some fast sectors as well. As he comes to the line, the checkered flag is waving. Kobe Williams sets a blinding final lap, a couple of purple sectors, and he takes yet another victory in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Matty Cav, that is victory number 15.
Will Lowing, second place, gets himself on a podium once again. Fawcett in third position, Rowe in fourth. James rounds out the top 5. Demowik will end up back in 6th position. Jack Johnson in 7th. Tabitha Ambrose, unfortunately, we saw her go into the pits. We're not quite sure what that was to do with, but ends up a 1.7 laps behind, but will finish the race, which is good just to keep those points ticking, although it's later down in the championship.
Yeah, such a challenging weekend, hasn't she? Luck's just not gone her way. She was involved in a turn 1 and 2 incident in the opening encounter yesterday, but our race victor once again in car number 94, Kobe Williams. Will Lowing in the Sol Miguel chassis this weekend came home in position number 2, 2.1 seconds back. I'm sure I'll tune that up for later on this afternoon. Joe Fawcett, another podium finish for him, a man who won at Winton earlier on in the year. Jamie Rowe in position number 4, a couple of seconds clear of Brad James, Isaac Demowik and Jack Johnson.
Well, let's have a look at some of the race highlights. I've still got one to go this afternoon, so let's just absorb all this in. And they went too wide. You can see him starting to move over. And what I liked about this was Fawcett's aggression. He tried to come down the inside and potentially could have paid off for him, but it didn't this time because we know that Lowing just covered that off and went left, made sure he couldn't make that position up. In the meantime, we just saw Rowe have to drop back just a little bit. Even James got involved in this one for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely he did. He was having a little bit of a look around the outside of Rowe, wasn't he? This was a big move up the inside from Fawcett. He was really strong early on in the race. He knew that was his time to make a move on Will Lowing, but he wasn't able to do so. Big curb usage for Kobe Williams as the side of his engine cover became loose and was flapping in the breeze. The good news for him, race control did not intervene. They felt that it was secured enough to allow him to keep on circulating. He slid his way out of the final corner and went on to take yet another race victory in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. It's certainly something we've said a lot this year. Kobe Williams taking another race win. Up next, we have the Legend Cars.
Yes, they're about to make their way out on track, and this is going to get noisy as we get these little motorbike engines, these tiny little cars getting around the TFHI Legend Cars Australia. Let's head down, though, to our victors in the Formula Ford with Mel Price.
Kobe Williams, Formula Ford 2025 champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Just can't thank the team enough. They've done an excellent job all season. Big thanks to my partners, ACM Finance, Cichlids, Mike Borland from Spectrum, and Borland Racing has been a big help as well, so thanks to them.
I mean, you've had a fantastic year. You've kept it cool and calm, and you really haven't put a foot wrong. It's thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, big thanks to everyone, the racers, the series, and everyone that's behind all the hard work.
Well, enjoy the celebrations, and we can't wait to see you back next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, great to see Kobe Williams. Been super successful at Formula Ford. Still one race to go this weekend. In the meantime, we're going to warm some tyres up here for the TFHI Legend Cars Australia. Not only is their championship still to fight for between Aidan Williams and Dylan Thomas, but also it is their Australian title while they're here for their final round. Joe McLean joins me again once again up here in commentary, and we just love this racing, don't we?
We absolutely do. It is a thriller from start to finish. This is your starting grid. Out in front, on pole, Ruben Dan. One more time. Aidan Williams in second with Dylan Thomas in third. Then it's Tippett, Cavanagh in fifth, Shane Tate from the third row in sixth, Riley Skinner seventh, Joshua Benno in eighth with Blake Hayne in ninth, and Goodrich rounds out your 10 starters.
Yeah, just having a look at the points, it's going to be 47 points when it comes to the championship. So we look down, Chris Spicer was very quick in the last race, starting at a 13th position. He might have a bit of a go. Scotty Morgan, they had that incident on the first corner there coming into last race. So he's starting out of 18th position. Watch for him to try and leapfrog his way through. Ryan Fring and Rob Hogan, who were up the front. Ryan Fring, a former Australian champion, right down the back after the DNFs in that last race.
Yeah, Brendan, very good. Bruce French backing up the field. Interesting thing to note, our driver starting on pole, Ruben Dan, reset the race lap record today in the Ford Coupe at a 1 minute 35.08. Incredible stuff from the youngster.
It wasn't done in the opening laps either. That was as he went on, and he had to start at fourth position as well after copping a penalty in race number 3. So he's worked his way back to the front. So for the Australian title, Ruben Dan is the man we want to watch. If he can bring this home with a win, he's going to be the Australian title holder. But it's Aidan Williams and Dylan Thomas who we've got to watch. And guess what? The green and gold machine number 95, and of course the 68 CXC machine starting out of third position. So they're going to go at it. They've already had a moment where there was a racing incident, which was deemed that there was going to be no penalty, which got Aidan Williams out in front. So look, it could get fiery here. We could see some fireworks. Will we go 4 or 5 wide? Final race for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia for the weekend is to decide a title, is to decide a championship, and we are about to get it away as the lights go out. And how wild is turn number 1 going to be? Will they try and hold on for the next corner? But have a look at Maverick down the inside of the 255 machine. He gets past Dylan Thomas. What a move, but can he hold it on the outside as Aidan Williams will be on the inside of that? Does he give him room? He does. Something flying by there at the moment as Tate moves up into 5th place.
I'll tell you what, Dylan Thomas is going to need to get past Cavanagh as quickly as possible and put him behind him if he wants to try and resurrect this championship.
Have a look at Maverick, nothing to lose. He's had a couple of issues there. He was fighting a gearbox gremlin, wasn't he, as well in the last race, and he stayed out there and now up into 2nd position. Why not throw everything at it? He's probably just too far out in the title contention when it comes to the Aussie title, but wouldn't you love a race win? It's his first season in the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. Oh no, the 264's gone off. That's very unfortunate. That's going to be David Chapman in the Hawkesbury Truck Tyres entry.
In the meantime, while he's resting out of the gravel, have a look at the gap our leader has already carved out as he gets back underway, which is good. We won't have any stoppages here, and Ruben Dan can enjoy that bit of breathing space that he's formulated.
Have a look at this. This is championship now. If Williams can just stay in front of Dylan Thomas, that will decide the championship. Although he does have a fairly hefty lead at the moment, it is not wrapped up yet.
Just way out in no man's land out on the marbles, and unfortunately not able to get that Legend car stopped and turned. Great shots from the drone as Ruben Dan comes into turn 1. It's a left and right complex, and it's very easy to wash out on that right-hander and get really close to that tyre wall.
Yeah, that drone shot, I thought Benno was going to throw a Hail Mary down the inside of Tippett for a second there, but managed to just pull that car up. Have a look at Ryan Pring working his way back through the pack now up to 19th position. I'm just having a look for Scotty Morgan where he's ended up as well. He's up into 16th position.
On board now, we follow the budget renter cars machine, the 147 of Tate. Your screens, and he's copying a bit of heat from Tippett. Tippett looking to try and find an opening. He's got his own pressure from Benno. He's just lurking there, ready to collect the crumbs if something falls afoul in that 3-car battle pack.
So just on our screen then we can see a battle for second position between Maverick, Aidan Williams and Dylan Thomas. Then you've got a battle for fifth position in the background as it looks like Tippett just gets past Tate. Tate'll repay the favour. Crisscross there goes down the inside, and they got Benno and Skinner in that one as well. So a couple more battles just going on in our top 10 at the moment as Ruben Dan is trying to check out 2 seconds up the road already.
Already being the key word here. We are 2 hot laps down, about to start our third, and it is just an astonishing lead this early in the race. Cavanagh, Williams, Thomas cross the line. Tippett, Tate, Skinner, Hayne, Benno and Goodrich round out your top 10 in the early stages. 11.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and break a little bit of the aero on this one as it gets a bit of a run down into turn number 3, and we've seen a couple of cars come unstuck there where it's a little bit loose on the outside where it's not the racing line, and we've built up a bit of debris. And there's a whole heap on board with Ryan Pring now as he's still working his way back to the pack, and he's going to have a lot of work to do down in that pack in the fight for 17th position as the Morgans start to move their way up as well. Plenty of battle packs starting to just make themselves known as Maverick still leading Aidan Williams, so he's doing a great job there to be that quick to hold off the number 95, who's been very quick from the east coast of Australia, Batemans Bay to south of Sydney. The young gun here with his dad this weekend, who's an engine builder, works on the car. It's just a small little run team, just the 2 of them mostly travelling to these events.
Dylan Thomas needs to find an avenue here, but it looks like he's slightly falling off. If you have a look, Williams clocked in with a 1:36 last time around. Dylan Thomas was actually a couple of hundredths quicker, but hundredths aren't going to elevate him up position. Williams looked like he was trying to challenge there on Cavanagh on the penultimate corner.
And he's just not quite happy there. It could be that battle for second position that's keeping Dylan Thomas in this fight. He just seems to struggle a little bit as Aidan Williams has a look down the inside. He's not going to get close enough to try and risk it under brakes. He doesn't want to shoot the car off the road because if Dylan Thomas comes home in a good position and Aidan Williams doesn't finish, there is still the potential for Dylan Thomas to win this championship. There's no other races after this. It's all about this 5th and final race here of the 2025 championship.
You know what's going to happen. It'll all come down to the final corner, final lap. That's my dollar bet. Go on, take me up. I like those odds, Matt Cavanagh.
Mate, they're pretty good odds actually at the moment. Dylan Thomas is very reliable unless there's a mechanical issue with the car, which he did have in South Australia, which we saw him get a DNF, and that's probably what's hurt him in the championship. Well, sorry, actually, he got the car back out there, but he finished way down in the points, so that's really what hurt him. He's had a couple of rounds like that where he's been on the podium and then the car's let him down. So it's uncharacteristic for that team to do a lot of maintenance on those cars, and he's tried to make up for it this round with 3 podiums so far from 4 races. He just missed out on one in 5th position, race number 2. Aidan Williams, though, he's been a 2nd, a 3rd, and 2 seconds. Is that Hogan going off or Tippett? It's got a bonnet on, so we don't know if it's Tippett anymore.
66 machine.
Oh, that's Murphy. Ah, okay, so that's Kyle Murphy from Victoria in the Cam Racing entry.
A ripping battle between Tate and Hayne. This is for 7th. The home straight, foot to the floor. And Hayne has the draft. Cavanagh and Williams still fighting it out. Williams didn't have the proximity here. Look at how much more curb Cavanagh is prepared to take. And it can be a dicey gamble here. If you cop too much curb, it'll straight line the car. And the CXC machine's falling back.
Yeah, Tippett's actually got in there in the 71 car. So at some point there may have been an error, or maybe something has happened in the background there for Dylan Thomas, who's a seasoned competitor in many different categories of racing. He's got 4 wheels. He's basically had a go at a former TA2 muscle car champion as well. Now look how strong Aidan Williams is through this section of the racetrack as they go through the Kateri Capital corners of turn 5 and 6.
Under 8 minutes remain. And as the time dissipates, so too potentially Dylan Thomas's championship hopes.
Pring now in 15th position. That's Chris Spicer in front of him, the 33 machine, and Pring just probing to where he might try and find a gap to squeeze the number 1 down the side. Unfortunately, it looks like he might not get that number 1 on the side of the car next year, but I'm sure he'll be back to fight another championship. Spicer makes a little bit of room, but Pring's not close enough. And have a look behind him. Walden, Simpson, Morgan and Love. They're all lined up.
Pring mounts a charge. Has he got the straight line speed? The drone cam capturing it perfectly. Pring's going to have to be late on the brakes because Spicer's got the inside line through the right-hander. Sudden burst of speed there from Pring.
That's a late break around the outside, isn't it? He is very confident in that car. I know they actually have put new brakes on that car this weekend. It was something they had a couple of rounds ago with the brakes blown up, but they've had a cracked chassis. They've been chasing all sorts of gremlins. Brand new motor they ran in on Friday as well, so they didn't want to go full pace in that to start the weekend off. That little bit of rain we got in the afternoon just before qualifying and practice, that probably didn't help them with the setup. It just didn't have enough time, but hey, there are a lot of racers all in the same situation, so you've just got to be the best on the weekend.
Spicer is in a tough spot. He's on the outside through the right-hander, under pressure from Walden, and Spicer has cracked.
It's got Spicy out there. Turn number 4, right out onto the dirt.
Back up to second. This is Cavanagh and Williams. Williams at this point, your championship elect. If things finish the way they are.
What a finish this would be for Maverick. We haven't seen him on a podium yet in Legend Cars Australia. Comes from racing the Excel Series. Has really enjoyed his time here in the Legend Cars, but he's under attack. They could go 3 wide, but they're not going to. Tippett is super fast in 71. That bonnet's still flexing on the front. We saw it get airborne in the last race. He's down the inside. Maverick goes wide. He might have got out the dirty line, and Williams may get an opportunity to go through, but Maverick's not giving up. Oh, they go wheel to wheel for a moment there, but what racing? They don't hit each other hard enough to force anything. They don't go offline. And have a look at the straight line speed of Maverick.
Maverick Cavanagh switching lanes at the last possible moment. Will have the chance to defend through the right-hander in the 2. Williams trying to button onto the back of Cavanagh. They go 3. Well, it looked like they were going to go 3 wide. Cavanagh gets on the binders. There's Dylan Thomas. He's got a front row seat to a stellar battle.
I thought we were going to get 3 for 3 then as they went around there. Have a look at Dylan Thomas in the background. He is now catching up to this little battle pack that is for 3rd position, for 2nd position there. Tippett now gets up there. Aidan Williams goes down the inside of Maverick. Now, Dylan Thomas, you hate to say negative things, but he's been hoping that maybe they get caught up, so he has an opportunity to get a position on Aidan Williams and try and claw back some of those points in the championship, because at the moment, as long as Aidan Williams keeps that position, he will clinch his first Australian title in Legend Cars.
Massive, massive sideways moment for Cavanagh there. Maybe starting to feel the pressure as his tyres are starting to cook. Williams just applying the force by the metric ton in that 95 green and gold machine.
Oh no, the 11 that's spun out, that's Hamish McCluskey in the N&H Constructions entry. Didn't look like there was anyone there either.
So Ruben Dan has well and truly checked out. 9.29 seconds up the road as we check the replay on this one. Over touch there on the 24.
That might have been a bit of bump and grind, hasn't it, actually? Luke Walden from Queensland, the Electromaster Brisbane's entry.
And then the number 11, unescorted. Almost goes for a second bite of the donut. Manages to rejoin in a relatively safe manner. And again, no stoppages. Wouldn't that change the game right now? It'd do 2 things. It'd bring Ruben Dan back into the clutches of the field, but it would also give Dylan Thomas another chance to have a crack at Cavanagh to get onto the back of Aidan Williams.
Well, don't pray for one. 3 minutes remaining. We don't want to chew that time up. We want to see this go all the way. Oh no, 34 now. And that's going to be James Brett in the Vehicles and Veterans entry. Maybe just rejoining after an issue. Riley Skinner in the 94. He's been very quick too now on the back of Dylan Thomas. This is the battle for 5th position. And then you got Hayne right behind the 93 machine as well. So there's plenty of battles going on up and down the field.
93.
Oh, Blake Hayne in the Nita Holmes entry.
And that looked like it was assisted as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You might have just missed a braking marker there with them being so close. Have a look at Tippett. Car is fast too, the number 71, up there in second position. Now Williams has got past Maverick. Cavanagh in the 255 machine. He's probably chewed up a fair bit of tyre because he was pushing that car beyond its limits. Aidan Williams now up into third, and these two are going to go side by side. Bit of drafting going on as they head down into turn number 1. Hard under brakes. Williams, can he pull the car up? Doesn't use too much curb and unsettle it. Nice and smooth. Gets a good drive out of turn number 2 and up over the hill. Have a look at them wiggle under brakes though as they come down into turn number 3. You don't want to get out too wide, whereas a lot of dirt on the outside of the racing line. And now Maverick catches up to the back of Tippett.
Cavanagh looking for that final podium position in the final race of the championship. A minute and a half left on the clock. And Tippett just trying to keep the tail of that number 71 under control. Hasn't Aidan Williams skipped away in a very short period of time here?
Left himself a little bit of a buffer too, leaving Dylan Thomas behind. He'll probably be happy to have a couple of cars between them. They've had a great stoush this championship run, haven't they? They've gone to and fro in the championship lead. Aidan Williams had the lead coming into the last round. He managed to maintain that and open up just a little bit more as we get on board for another replay here. I think Race Control might be looking at that. And that's 77 with a lock-up of the wheel, so that was Love, who gave him a little bit of a love tap to get him around.
Here, this was the 34, just backing it in, collecting the 33 of Spicer.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That was by themselves, the number 11 there for Hamish McCluskey. So I don't think I'll have to adjudicate any of that either, as that's the last lap board out now. So we got 1 to go. Who's going to be the Australian title winner? Who's going to take over the championship at the moment? Look, if they stay the way they are, Ruben Dad should become the Australian title holder for 2025. But Aidan Williams from the south coast of New South Wales should get his first ever Legend Cars Australia Championship in 2025. He's got 9 corners left to hold onto that steering wheel and bring it home.
Watch on now. You can't even see our race leader anymore. 10.5 seconds up the road. Night and day difference in the pace. He's purple in all sectors. A quick time for 1:35.66. Aidan Williams in second. Tippett in third. Cavanagh looking to try and get onto the podium. Currently in fourth. But Williams just needs to manage this and just bring it home. Tippett trying to fight through that sweeping left-hander into the right. We head out to the back of the track.
Wow, what an exciting finish of this one. I'll be coming around to take the checkered flag. Ruben Dan, apart from a 4-second penalty, he's been a 5-second penalty, he's been faultless this weekend. It pushed him back into 4th position. It could have hindered him. It's only 9 points difference if they finish in this order. 9 points for the Aussie title, but Ruben Dan, he can celebrate now the 111 CXC machine, taking us by storm. Started in the last round in South Australia, and he gets himself 4 race wins this weekend in a 4th place, and looks like he will take out the Australian title based on points. Big round of applause to the young 15-year-old there. Aidan Williams will come across for second and secure his first national championship in TFHI Legend Cars Australia. Tippett right behind. Maverick, he was so close to his first podium, wasn't he? And our former champion, our previous champion of 2024, unfortunately further down the field, Ryan Pring, 14th position across the line.
What a race for the TFHI Legend Cars Australia category. An unbelievable finish. This is how it all happened. Ruben Dan brings it home by over 10.5 seconds over Aidan Williams in second. Chase Tippett in third. Maverick Cavanagh just off the podium. And then it was Dylan Thomas rounding out your top 5 with Skinner, Hayne, Benode, Goodrich and Shane Tate, your top 10 drivers.
Yeah, Legend Cars Australia, some fantastic racing, and it all went down to the end as De Boyton in 11th and a Sims Morgan Pring back in 14th. Won't defend that championship, unfortunately. I tell you what, plenty more to unfold. We've still got the Eastern Sleepers, Aussie Tin Tops not too far away. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We missed a Tin Tops race too, didn't we? It was out of...
Yes, but I watched the race from here on timing. That's when we're doing all the setup. So I'm across what sort of happened.
Brett Edwards.
And then I've done...
Okay.
How long did she say? 2 minutes?
Less than that now. So Todd Herring then ends up getting the win. An incredible final race for the TFH Hire. Legend Cars Australia was just run and done here as part of the final round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series for 2025. The crowds have been watching intently all day out there in the sun, braving the warm weather that's out there. But let's head down to our Legend Car winners now in pit lane with Mel Price.
Well, a brilliant weekend, Ruben Dan. You are the TFH Legend Cars Australia Australian champion. How does that feel?
I don't even know what to say, to be honest. You know, I've had a pretty tough year, to be honest, with the results, you know. Just a massive thank you to everyone that's helped me along the way. You know, it's been a really, really good weekend.
What does it mean to you to get an opportunity like that?
You know, it doesn't come across very often, so I'm really grateful to have such a great team around me, and thanks to my sister and my mum at home watching, you know. It's a really, really good weekend, and looking forward to celebrating.
Yeah, enjoy that. We can't wait to see you back next year. Cheers. Okay, and the TFH Legend Cars Australia national champion, Aidan Williams, congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a tough year since at the start we had a couple DNFs, but managed to pull on through. I was expecting only a top 5 for this year, but the win, I'm very excited and happy, yeah.
Well, lots of celebrations coming up for the Legend races. Well done.
Thank you.
Go and share one of those donuts with Ruben Dan. Saw them come in here. Every race win they don't make sure that he gets a donut to eat after that. That's what happens when the young fellas. You can eat what you like. Dan, we move on to the Eastern Sleepers. Australian Tin Tops, the Aussie Tin Tops, and we get a standstill start. Lights go out, and here we go. This one's going to be super exciting. Todd Herring's going to start on the front row. Corey Gillett alongside the Engine Masters entry. He's got the power into turn number 1, the S13, but has he got the tyre temperatures right for the opening laps of this? Because we know how quick he has been at the back end of most of these races.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gillett has taken up the running, but Herring is looking to catch and retake that position immediately. Look at him, hounding him. It's like a little fly hounding him, like we're having here at Winton Motor Raceway this weekend. Around the circuit, the black little fly that is Herring, certainly looking threatening and will do in this middle sector. It's light, it's nimble, it's agile, a well-suited car to this section of the course. Peter Ryder is in position number 3. He made a shocking start earlier on today, but recovered to finish in position number 4. And now back on track is Brent Edwards. He had a puncture yesterday, he had clutch issues as well, but those repairs were made overnight, and he's come out in this final race. He's already wrapped up the Aussie 10 Tops title, and he's coming from the back of the grid in this one, and already in position number 6. What a start from Brent Edwards.
And Sears just pinched a break in the background there and just saw a puff of smoke in front of Brent Edwards, so hopefully they haven't had anything come together. Arnold's going to be another one. The Arnold's Fruit Market entry, the number 44 R33 Skyline, who's very quick, and another pinch of the brake in the background there. So I tell you what, Brent Edwards putting a lot of pressure on Matty Sears and that Avis Aubrey BMW. I think with the power of the turbocharged 6-cylinder, maybe go past Brent Edwards. Have a look at this though. RB going past the LS powered S13, gets the nose in, jumps the curb, uses a lot of it as well to get the car by. And I tell you what, he was kicking himself after yesterday's starts, where he was trying to use some of the electronics in the car to get those starts perfect. He said, I'm just going to have to go old school from now on.
Well, he did that earlier on today. However, he picked up a 15-second penalty during the race. He crossed the line in position number 1. However, he was dealt that 15-second penalty, and the race finished under safety car, demoting him well down the field. So it's a comeback drive. Him as Corey Gillett, our race leader, locks up badly down at turn number 7. He just about kept that on the road, but that will certainly not be good for the rubber underneath him. That right front well and truly scorched there on that particular lap. The safety car was brought out for Ned Bunting in the 178 Lotus Elise. A big fire for him. Fortunately, though, we are pleased to report he did get out okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately they did finish the race under that safety car. The checker flag had to come out, so we'll have to... yeah, that's unfortunate. You don't get that opportunity, I suppose, to try and work your way up. So Arnold will have to work his way back to... Oh, no, Vindanas. The 245 in the Falcon.
That's another fire as well. He's got the fire extinguisher ready, and he's straight on the case there. So he's put that out, but there was... that's the second time that car's gone up as well this weekend. Went up in smoke yesterday, so these cars are certainly being stretched in these conditions, and as a result of that car stuck out there on the circuit, we have gone safety car, as you would expect, of course, when there is a car in harm's way and with smoke pluming from it. We have gone safety car conditions. In fact, the safety car is just rejoined behind our race leaders, and safety car is going to have to overtake Corey Gillett out at the front of the field. J-Mac, down to you. Oh, so Matt, over to you.
Oh, yeah, so it looks like we've got a safety car out, and this is how it sits at the moment. Gillett over Arnold, who's fighting through the pack. Then it's Herring, Ryder, Edwards in your top 5, followed by Sears, Robin, Bell, Gleeson, and Maris to round out your top 10 with a 5-second penalty looming at the moment here in the Aussie Tin Tops race number 4. We'll just have to wait and see our safety crews right on the scene here. Great to see that Vindanas got out of the car there and could see the lick of flames at that back tyre. Managed to use the extinguisher to get that out very, very quickly. Of course, the grass wasn't that dry at the start of this weekend because Friday we had a little bit of rain out there, and after 2 scorching days, over 30 degrees at some points, it has dried out a little bit, but we've got our safety crew down there, and hopefully this will be... we'll get that out of that position very quickly so we can get this race back underway. It's affected their last race as well. Gillett probably won't mind at the moment. It looks like he's changed how he's going to put the tyre pressures in that car, because it was quicker. It wasn't as loose, I should say, in the opening parts of that race. And then, of course, Arnold, what a fight back that has been from him. That he's had to move up a number of positions now to get himself back into 2nd position, because he started way down in 9th position in the Arnold's Fruit Market R33 Skyline.
I can see on timing that Helena Maris has picked up a 5-second penalty. She's sitting in position number 10, so I think that would have been for a false start, whether she went too early or whether she was out of her grid box, not quite sure. But that's all right. I mean, yes, it's not great, but fortunately for her, she has already wrapped up the Supreme TT Championship. She did that earlier on today, so congratulations to her on debut in the series this year. To wrap that one up with a race to go, that means she can just go out and enjoy this final few laps out there on the race circuit.
Have a look at Brent Edwards. Isn't he being cheeky? Sat out the last race, saved his tyres, because he said we've been going through them just a little bit. He said, I could have gone to Melbourne last night and grabbed a new set, but instead we decided to celebrate because we've got a points lead in the championship and we're going to secure that one as an overall champion. So he said, we're going to sit this race out this morning, and this afternoon we are going to come from the rear of field and see if we can work our way all the way to the front, all the way up to 5th position now from last.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's going about it the right way at the moment. He said he found a really good setup. I was talking to him in depth earlier on today. He said he found a great setup at Queensland Raceway, and he thought we'll roll out a very similar setup for this weekend. However, he says it just doesn't suit the Winton layout. He was understeering. He went through 4 sets of tyres before the race today, so he actually had to sit out the race earlier on because he said the rate we're going, I'm not going to have enough tyres to finish the weekend. So he took the race earlier on off and has come out with a new fresh set of tyres for this one. And he is storming through the field. But yeah, he's had a great season, hasn't he, to take out the 2025 title outright, which means it's the 3rd different outright winner in the last 3 years. Mick Ricketts won the first, Corey Gillett won it last year, and Brent Edwards adds his name to the list of Aussie Tin Top winners.
Well, it's just been an attrition of cars at the moment. It's a Findanis now. Obviously, he had to do a turbo overnight, had some issues with that, and I suspect something might have gone through that, and he said, I hope there's nothing in the motor, but they've serviced that overnight, got another turbo on it, and now he's had that fire at the rear of the car, which is kind of weird unless there's an exhaust out there blowing some oil, whether that's pumping through the turbo or something like that. So potentially some fuel. We don't know at the moment for Findanis, so we'll wait and find out, because safety car conditions here at the moment at Winton Motor Raceway. Won't be too far away from getting this race back underway. Well, the safety car still leading our Aussie Tin Tops here, all thanks to the Eastern Sleepers after that incident with Findanis in the EA Falcon, and hopefully we'll get that off the track. It's loaded up on the tilt tray. We'll get that to a safe position very quickly. You can see there. Once that's out of the way, we'll get rid of the Hyundai safety car, and we'll try and finish out the 2025 season of the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops. We're missing a couple of people here this weekend. Mark Tracey's heard a gearbox in race number 1 yesterday. Michael Ricketts, we thought it was an engine from the amount of smoke that came out of that car, but it was actually a gearbox, and it took oil out, blew it out the back of the engine and went over the exhaust, and that's what caused that. But let's get a pit update now with Mel.
Well, the talk is all about Brent Edwards and his 4 blown tyres this weekend. This is one of them. Have a look at the destruction on this Michelin, and the destruction isn't limited to a particular brand. They've blown all sorts of tyres for all different sorts of reasons, the team thinks. So let's hope, as he does make the charge from last to the podium and beyond, that our championship winner has four tyres intact at the end of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. Have a look at that, blown right out. And we saw them change that tyre just to bring him home in the final race yesterday as well. So that's just, they think maybe with the setup, very aggressive temperatures in the tyres, what he told me earlier today. So they think they might have just overheated them. We had these conditions when we came here in February, and they do race throughout these times of the year as well. So it doesn't seem to come down to maybe track conditions. I think it probably is. You put that aggressive setup in there and potentially it's going to overheat a tyre.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the championship, as we say, we've already crowned our outright champion, but there are a couple of classes still to be determined. Laurel Bell has wrapped up the Super 6 championship. Helena Maris has wrapped up Supreme. Brent Edwards, as well as winning outright, has also wrapped up Outlaw. And yeah, so there's been a few titles decided already. And into this final race, there is still one left, and it's the fight for second in outright that still remains to be had. Gillett versus Tracey. Tracey not out there for this one. Does leave the door a little bit ajar for Gillett to come on through and steal that place.
Yeah, hasn't had a great year. We know Mark Tracey sat out a couple of races, but Gillett's had to retire from a few as well. So that's probably evened out a bit there, and he'll be trying to hold on to this first position. I don't know how he's going to do it over Arnold, especially if we get ourselves 5 minutes remaining in this race, and it looks like the safety car is peeling away. Lights are off, and it will go into pit lane. Get out of the way. We're about to get racing. Gillett will lead us out. Arnold in second position, who's been very, very fast. There's no penalty up on the board this time, looming over that position. right behind. The Herring's been super fast as we get. It's just going to be a final lap dash, so they're going to get a green-white checker. This is basically what they're going to get. It's not the two style laps we see in Speedway, but we're going to get a green flag and a last lap board at the same time. 1 lap to do it. Arnold, he has to take some risks, I think, because Gillett's going to be super defensive. You can see him just put it in the middle of the track. And have a look at the back. Brent Edwards already up 1 position as he dives down in the Big Falcon. Ryder demoted to 4th position. Have a look at Herring now in the MX-5. The Fly, it's coming at him.
Certainly is, having a big look up the inside there. This is a three-way scramble, sideways, Gillett on the exit of turn number 3, but now look, Brent Edwards is joining them. 4 cars in contention for the final race victory of the season with half a lap to go. Who's your money on? Who are you picking as a potential victor in this one? Surely Arnold's going to have a look up the inside at 7. Yes, he is a fanning out look. Each person going slightly wider than the last, but Gillett's bowled it in a little bit too deep there. This opens the door for Arnold to go around the outside. Is Gillett going to squeeze him out of room or leave him a bit of space? The answer was the squeezing out of room. But Gillett is pushing hard. He ran in a little bit deep at 9, but he got a nice exit, a lovely run out of there, which means that he is safe at turn 10. Just 2 more corners remain, just 2 more overtaking opportunities for Arnold to steal it from Gillett right late on in this piece.
I was expecting Arnold maybe with a lot of horsepower to try and chase him down this little straight. 1 corner remains. Herring just backs off a little bit. Edwards still behind as we go down the final straight for the final time of 2025 for the Aussie Tin Tops. The checkered flag is out. Gillett gets himself a race win. Arnold, he is 1900ths of a second behind him. Herring less than a second, and Brent Edwards by 0.6 of a second just behind that. What a finish we've had to this final race of the weekend for the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops, and I'm sure Corey Gillett is going to celebrate in front of the family up there towards turn number 3. Wow, sliding the car around up there. A big celebration for him as he works back into the championship and potentially securing a 2nd position in the title there for the Outlaw Tin Tops category. In this one, of course, we've got 4 categories to go through there. Corey Gillett gets the win. See how close it was back to Benny Arnold, who had to fight in from 9th position. The big talking point, though, is Brent Edwards from the back of the grid all the way up into 4th.
Absolutely incredible drive from him, just missing out on a podium by 0.6 of a second. Peter Ryder in position number 5 ahead of Matt Sears, Joshua Robbins, Ryan Bell. Gleason in the Falcon came home in position number 9, and young Helena Maris rounded out the top 10 after winning the Supreme Tin Tops title earlier on today. So many highlights in that one. Great racing again from the Aussie Tin Tops. It was an equal jump on the front row of the grid, but with that bit extra horsepower, Gillett was able to roar ahead before turn number 1. But behind that, they were side by side throughout the field, and we had a lot of big-name charges from the back of the field.
Arnold was no slouch in that one either in the 33. He went up a number of positions, probably got about 4 or 5, and in the background, Brent Edwards went up 10 positions into the first corner. So they really showed some aggression at the start of this race, didn't they? And then it was side by side here. We saw them go at it. Herring and Arnold. Arnold just with a little bit more straight line horsepower there in the RB to go around. And then this was a scary moment where we saw flames coming out the back of the Findanis Falcon. Luckily gets the extinguisher out and puts that out as our safety crews tried to get there as soon as possible. Then it was a 1-lap dash after the safety car. They only had 12 corners to make it happen. Gillett made sure he covered off in the middle of the track. Arnold looked like he had a run on him for a moment. Herring could have come down the inside. And this is where we went down to turn 3, the very lightweight MX-5. Under brakes on the inside of Arnold. We thought he might have had it, but Arnold just stayed there on the outside glued. Didn't go out too wide to be in the dirty side of the track, and Edwards managed to jump into 4th position.
Certainly did, but out in front, Gillett was forced to defend on the final lap, but he held off all of the attacks and took the victory by less than 0.2 of a second.
Wow, what a way to finish off the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops. I know Simon Cox, who supports the event, had an issue with his car this weekend, but he would have loved watching that from the sidelines there. And I'm sure this man on your screen, Corey Gillett, is going to be super excited about finishing that race off, despite the safety car that had to be intervened throughout that race, unfortunately, for a number of laps. And a big shout out to Nathan Van Dennis, who's joined us this series in the Tin Tops and coming down from Sydney. He's had a tough weekend as well, but have a look at Arnold. He gives him a big round of applause. Comes and gives him a big hug. I mean, they're really a family, a little community down there when you have a look at the Aussie tin tops. But let's head down to pit lane, though, with J-Mac.
Corey Gillett, congratulations. Your gamble with the tyre pressures paid off, but it was a little slippery out there for you. Ben Arnold all over the back.
I know, mate. Yeah, bloody good rash there from Benny Arnold. It was really good, mate. But you just can't pick at this motorsport. It's unreal. You couldn't script this stuff. We just had so much fun out there. We had it all, and we had nothing. It was grouse.
Fantastic stuff, and a great way to wrap up the season. Of course, Brent Edwards taking out the outright championship position. Man, it's been a wild season, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has, mate. Congratulations to Brent on the championship. Congratulations to the Hi-Tec for putting us on. Aussie Tin Tops, we've just had the most fun. We've tooled up and down the East Coast and just frothing it. So thanks again. Well done, Brent Edwards, and let's move on to 2026, bigger and better.
Congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Ta.
Yeah, I knew he'd be super excited about that one. Let's head down to Mel.
Brent. Hello. Brent Edwards didn't get a podium in that race, but it doesn't matter because you have won the championship. Congratulations.
Yeah, fantastic. And ran out of laps there. I was eyeing to try and get a podium, but ultimately we ran out of laps. But that's the way it goes. And, yeah, I couldn't have done it. Got a great team. Trav, Ian and Brains helped us the last round. Cable Source, Race Fuels, B&I, Edwards and Sons Transport, they all help us with this. And, yeah, we've been bridesmaids the last couple of years, and this one's sweet. So we'll love it. We'll celebrate. I've got to drive the truck back. I can't celebrate too much, but we'll do when we get back in Melbourne. So thanks to Hi-Tec and the series for running such great events. We've really enjoyed racing at it. So, and thanks for watching, everyone.
Brilliant. Thank you. Good to see you on top.
Thank you.
Well, we get out of the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops and we move on to something. They're large, they're noisy, but they're a high for fun. The Aussie Super Truck starting grid. I tell you what, this one's going to be super exciting. Dan McCarthy.
It's going to be a reverse grid race. Look from the hard charges from the back of the field, but out towards the front. Ambrose straight to the inside, trying to challenge the lightweight truck. Not able to get through on Lachlan Fern through the first couple of corners. He's been followed through by Smith. And Smith is going to have a little bit of a look at round the outside, potentially down towards turn number 3. Zammit has also now got through on Tringale, and potentially Dale Cornfoot in the bright yellow. Kenworth as well, looking to do so as well. Bit of a smaller field in this one, but there's going to be plenty of action as it is a reverse grid race. But Lachlan Fern's doing a fantastic job so far in the lightweight truck to hold the lead to this point in time, but he's being hounded here. But Amoroso is on the wrong side, the long way around at turn number 6 and 7, but he's made it stick. Good stuff from him. Smith's looking for the inside underneath the gum tree. We can't see them there now. They reappear underneath that gum tree, and he is ahead of Lachlan Fern. Around the outside for Stephen Zammit, the multiple-time champion, has sewn up his 8th title here this year. Incredible stuff. Oh, they split. Lachlan Fern around the outside for Dale Cornfoot. Incredible stuff. Zammit was in the weeds, and Cornfoot took full advantage, but he's on the wrong side for the left-hander, and he relinquishes that position. Once again, that was opportunistic stuff from the bright yellow Kenworth driver.
Oh, Lachlan Fern, he was about to get squashed, wasn't he? A bit of the meat in the sandwich when it came to the two big trucks of Cornfoot and Zammit coming around the outside, and they're going to continue their battle they've had all weekend. It's whether they can make it to the front or they're going to have to try and battle it out for 3rd position. Amoroso leading this one over Smith. Have a look at Cornfoot in the yellow machine, but Zammit holding off. The big number 1 on the side wants to keep it there after this season as well, as they break hard into turn number 1. Surprising how much they can pull up, a minimum 5.5 tonne in the super truck size. It's all the big trucks at the front, over 5.5 tonne. They'll pull that up within 100 metres of the racetrack.
The veteran leading the way. He started the season so strongly, so it was a challenging middle period for him, but he'll be wanting to end the series on a high. The problem is he's got the 2019 champion right behind him, and the 2019 champion that's fighting for 2nd in the championship. He and Cornfoot are almost locked in points coming into this very final race of the season. So look for the number 60 in the bright yellow truck to be fighting for that as Zammit challenges around the outside. We've seen he loves this move this weekend, and he's done it again. He makes it look so easy.
it's a surprise move, I think. You don't expect someone to be coming around the outside of turn 7. It's just really not where we've seen people pull a pass off and make it happen. But he's done it twice this weekend. It's happy hunting grounds there for him. And now he's put a truck between himself and Dale Cornfoot as well. So Shannon Smith stuck there in the GLE Racing. Kenworth in between these two. Ambrose still in the lead at the moment in the Fate Racing, Kenworth. But Zamet's looking very aggressive. And he'll need to try and open up a gap because Cornfoot was very fast in the closing stages of race number 3. He's made it through into 3rd position now.
Certainly has later on the brakes around the outside. Another driver who made it look easy out there on the circuit. It's been Zamet and Cornfoot all weekend long. Zamet got the better of Cornfoot yesterday, but the roles reversed in the first 2 today. This reverse grid race always throws up a few surprise stories, and it's at the front of the field at the moment because after the first 2 laps, it's still Amoroso out in front in his historic racing truck. Zamet a little bit wide out of turn 2. He goes the full defensive line down the inside of the circuit and tells Cornfoot, if you're going to overtake me, you're going to have to go around the outside. And again, goes defensive into turn number 4. Smith, opportunistic, shows his nose back up the inside of Cornfoot into turn number 4. This is a ripper race.
Not having the pace to get away as he slides the truck. Have a look at him crossed up. It is a real drift manoeuvre there. He really throws it into the turn there at the Kateri Capital corner, turn number 5. Slides it around, and Cornfoot couldn't take advantage of that because he's got Shannon Smith right on the back bar as well. To have a truck that large, that sideways, wow, how he controlled that is super impressive.
I thought that was gone for all money. I thought he was off in the weeds, through the grass, but somehow he kept it facing in the right direction. Incredible catch from Stephen Zamet. He's now got to reset. Amoroso, because of that mistake, has pulled 1.6 seconds clear. So Amoroso has been let off the hook, albeit briefly. I think it's going to be a case of when, not if, the number 1 truck catches back up to our race leader, Frank Amoroso, behind the wheel of a Kenworth W900. That truck built back in 1986 and competed in the very first truck racing championship back in 1989. Same with Frank Amoroso. He also made his debut in that very first championship, the veteran.
Stephen Zamet looks like he's got some pace back because Dale Cornfoot was reeling him in earlier, so potentially he just missed a gear or something like that, or something went on, even though they do run the automatic gearboxes. He just lost a little bit of pace, but now he's looking like he's back on it. Well, they've just had to clear something out of that. Hard under brakes around the outside. We know there's a little bit of dirt on the outside line, and they go wheel to wheel down into turn number 4. There's a little touch and a wiggle. Can he hold on? Amoroso still in the lead by just a bar out on the dirt for Zamet. He'll have to relinquish that position back. He just has to get off the gas for a moment there. Can he keep it straight, though, around turn number 5? It's looking a little bit better. He goes wide, tries to cut down onto the corner. Not too much. Ripple strip this time to unsettle the truck. Will he try his outside manoeuvre? Amoroso sticks it in the middle of the track.
Oh, he's wide. He made a mistake into turn 7. It understeered off the road, and that's all the invitation that Zamet needs. He only needs half a chance, and unfortunately, with the mistake from Amoroso, he got a whole entire chance. So through goes the number 1 direct power steering sponsored Kenworth T401. Through he goes and takes the lead, and Cornfoot will want to make the move quickly soon as well. He knows he has to make the pass if he wants to fight Zamet for this final race victory. Here's what happened. Oh, was there a little bit of rubbing there, Matty Cav?
There might have been a bit of bump and grind. Maybe he just helped him go into the corner slightly faster. I don't know. It might have been very light. It's really hard to tell from that angle whether there was actual contact made. For such large vehicles, they drive so closely together. But he gets a little bit sideways, no drive there, obviously, with the wheel out in the dirt. And then, you know, Zamet goes around the outside. So from there onwards, it's clean. But whether it was coming into turn number 7, whether there was just a little bump and push just to drive him wide.
What action we've seen. We're only halfway through the Australian Super Truck final race of the weekend. Cornfoot is up to position number 2. He's made his way around Frank Amoroso. So it is now on for the race victory in this final race. Importantly, though, for Cornfoot, he is in position number 2 ahead of Smith, which is good for his championship. He came into this one with a 5-point margin over Smith, and that will extend. So he's looking to cement that second place in the championship. Cannot wait for season 2026. We've seen the series really rebound after a tough period this year. They've got big new sponsors that have come on board. They've gone to new tracks, and we've got more and more trucks that have entered the series as this season has gone on. We've got a couple of purple trucks out there, but it is very much going through a purple patch.
Well, it is. It's a growing sport once again. It was very popular, wasn't it, 10 years ago, the truck racing, and it's, you know, as it goes through ebbs and flows, this sort of thing, and really starting to be on the up once again. Zamet still leading over Cornfoot, though, as they head down. We're over halfway in this race now, the final race for the Australian Super Trucks here this weekend. Final round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. And oh no, that's one of our trucks. That's Ty Oxley coming in the Isuzu. Unfortunately, looks like that truck may retire from this race. And we've got a slow-moving Anthony Tringali in the Tringali Racing International as well.
This truck debuted a couple of rounds ago. Oh, it's on for third. Up the inside goes Smith. He forces Amoroso a little bit wide somehow. They both managed to keep it facing in the right direction. And there was contact in the final corner of the race earlier on today for the victory. I thought we were going to get a carbon copy of that, but no. They managed to stay on the black stuff just about and keep it facing forwards. But this is on now. The intensity is lifted in this battle, and Amoroso goes to the inside line, just a truck width to the inside, not the full defensive move from him. But he's coming under big pressure from Smith now, who is keen to move on through. Oh, understeer, big understeer for Amoroso, and he's off. He's off through the kiddie litter, out on the outside of the circuit, and through goes Smith. Amoroso will be kicking himself with that one, but Smith's now off. Smith has looped it around off the circuit. Oh, just about kept it around the right way. I thought he was gone then.
Yeah, I definitely thought that was 2 wheels off for a moment, but I think one might have just stayed on the bitumen, which saved him. But have a look at Cornfoot. There's not one front bar between them at the moment as he tries to set himself up for a run down into turn number 10. Cornfoot, pedal to the firewall. But no, it looks like the direct power steering engine, Stephen Zamet with the big number 1 on the side, manages to get the drive out of there and stay in front at the moment. Cornfoot looks like it's got the overall lap times, but just doesn't have enough pace to launch an attack through this section of the racetrack. And now, coming into play, Rob Byrne, also in the MLC truck racing entry, just in the background of this one. So if these two keep going at it, they could potentially lose a spot, and Rob Byrne could jump up into 3rd position.
Later on the brakes, Smith swings around the outside, but in too deep. Look at the understeer. You can hear the tyres being absolutely tortured, just about staying on the rims, quite frankly. You can hear and see how much it was struggling as Vern gets a little bit squirrely on the exit of the corner. As you rightly predicted, this is now a 3-truck scrap for the final spot on the podium. They've certainly saved their best till last. They know they're not racing for another 4 or 5 months, so let's go out and have a crack now.
Yeah. We've seen a couple of those bash bars, how bent they can get, and that is thick steel, but there is a lot of truck that is playing out there at the moment. You think there's over 15 tonne between these 3 trucks, and there's not much between them at the moment, less than 1 second, as it looks like potentially Shannon Smith may be just breaking away a little bit now, tries to extend that gap already, so don't know what he's found in that truck, but he's got some good runs through turn number 1, 2 and down into 3. But this was the section where he went wide and got a wheel out on the dirt and almost come unstuck for a moment. A lot smoother this time as they go through, and he won't be close enough to get any sort of attack from Amoroso or Fern. But will Fern get Amoroso? Because look how close they are now.
Yeah, they are very tightly bunched here underneath the gum tree. Fern this year, he normally picks up 1 or 2 race victories in the number 23 machine. Not taking a win this year, but again, as always, collecting the points, generally staying out of trouble in the Fern Earth Moving sponsored number 23, the family business. There's a few trucks sponsored by Fern Earth Moving, and there's quite a few Ferns out there.
There has been a couple, especially with the teams race that they had earlier on in the weekend as well, where they put the co-drivers in the trucks. But primary drivers are in. Championship points are up for grabs. Big braking moment. Both trucks pull up a little bit wide there. For Ambrose, not wide enough. The gap closes down. Fern, can he get any closer? Truck gets a little bit sideways. That guard moving around a bit, just on the right-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, that meant he wasn't close enough to attack the Fate Racing Kenworth into turn number 1. So no opportunity there in the white Volvo as he exits turn number 2. He knows that this is a good overtaking opportunity. He's going to have to send it from far back if he wants to make a move. He has done, but not quite close enough. You think if he was just half a truck length closer, he'd have been up there and potentially ahead at this point in time as we begin the final lap of this race. And Cornfoot has closed right in on Stephen Zammit. Surely we're not going to see a replica of that famous finish, the final corner finish from earlier on today. But we are going to find out as Cornfoot is all over the tail of the 401 Kenworth truck head. Oh, Zammit, there's no drive out of the hairpin, and he has relinquished the lead on the final lap of the race. I did not see that coming, and in fact this truck I don't think is going to make it to the finish. What has gone wrong with the Kenworth 401 on the final lap of the race? The champion is coming to a grinding halt.
Is it even running? I couldn't quite hear there. Tara Cornfoot and the BDK Earth Moving Kenworth. The big yellow machine. He's kept cool, calm and composed, hasn't he? Had the opportunity in the last few corners after Zammit having mechanical issues, and he'll take the checkered flag for the final race of the weekend here in the Australian Super Trucks. It's been fantastic to have him here as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and Zammit hasn't made it to the corner, which means Smith will grab a second position. Amoroso should come home in third. Fern in fourth.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close at the end. Oh, Fern not quite a long enough straight for him, and he just misses out by a quarter of a second, and that is utter disappointment for Stephen Zammit. Just 2 corners from home.
Almost made it down that back straight between turn 10 and 11. Not enough momentum to keep the truck going. And here are your official results. Dale Cornfoot in first place with Shannon Smith in second. Then it's Amoroso and Fern for third and fourth. Stephen Zammit up there in fifth, but didn't get to complete that lap. So we'll wait to see how that one unfolds. With Lachlan Fern in sixth, and Tringali, who you just see come around in the 92 machine, who had some issues early. Ty Oxley retiring from the race about midway through.
Yeah, Riley Fern and Marcus Pruitts did not make the start of that one. They had issues in the races earlier on today. The drone getting a eye view of Stephen Zammit at the cockpit of the Kenworth. Oh, he's got it refired. He's reset it, and it has launched away. The question is, because this lap is so slow, will he be classed as a finisher? We'll have to wait and see on that one. It looks like he is up and moving, and if he can beat Tringali, he'll definitely be classed as a finisher. So, that drama right at the very end. He's back moving.
Let's have a look at some of the race highlights over the final race of the weekend. And of course, it is the smaller trucks that let us out of this one. And into turn number 1, they're light and nimble, but Lachlan Fern, could he hold on to the big horsepower there as they started to come through?
He certainly did a good job early on, didn't he? As further back, Lachlan Fern was attacked in midway through the race, with them going either side of him. Zammit on one side, Cornfoot on the other. That's a sheer horsepower advantage in the straight line. This was the save of the century for Stephen Zammit. Kept it together, kept it on the road, and even more impressively, kept position as well. This was a controversial moment. We were judging, was there a bit of a nudge? Was there not a nudge? We couldn't quite determine it, but either way, Zammit made it through as a result and took up the running at the front of the field.
Yeah, tried to lead away and get a little bit of a gap there back to Cornfoot, knowing how quick that truck has been. And then this is another scary moment there. Ambrose went out really wide. Smith tried to take advantage of it, but unfortunately went a little bit wide here. You could hear a little bit of understeer as the tyres were trying to hold on, and then got some wheels out in the dirt as well, and had to try and do the same move we saw Samet do just a couple of laps earlier. Now these are the final moments. Came out of turn number 9 on the final lap, and all of a sudden, the truck went quiet.
Yeah, not good. The good news is he did cross the line. He is recorded in position number 6 after getting that machine re-fired. But what drama in the final race of the Australian Super Truck Series. We go from one extreme very much to another with the very, very lightweight, nimble open wheelers, the Hyper Racer X1s, as part of the Australian Drivers' Championship. Those rigs that we saw before weighed well over 1 tonne. These things weigh less than half a tonne.
Yeah, there's not much to them too. A little Hayabusa motorcycle engine in the back of them. It's very warm. You can see we've got the umbrellas out, and part of someone's racing Hayden Crossland there, who's fighting for a 2nd position in the championship here this weekend. And look, he's had to work pretty hard too, because we were talking about the tyre degradation earlier in the weekend and how they've got to try and do 2 rounds on 1 set of tyres. So this is their 2nd round of that. So look, we've got plenty of racing to come in this one. It's going to be super exciting. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Super Series still got a couple of races to go for 2025.
Trust you with that sort of point stuff.
Yeah, we'll make this spreadsheet. Yeah, but The Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship roll out for their final race of 2025. Championship decided at the moment, and it's Damon Sterling. And he also leads this race out, but the big talking points are Harry Strick, who's come into the Australian Drivers' Championship just for this round. He's a debutant, and he's done fantastic with a couple of second places there. Lucas Stasi has been quick this round as well. Hayden Crossland, well, looks like he will secure second place in the championship. Nicholas French has been very fast in position number 5 as well. Chris Peters doing a fantastic job actually in 9th in the Masters class there, because our current leader in the Masters class is actually, I'm just trying to see where he's ended up on our grid, but I think Leighton there in 11th, right behind him. So they'll start side by side. These are very quick little cars are going to get around. Once the tyres get up to temperature, we have seen them get it down into the high teens out there, but there's some very sad tyres at the moment, and lights are about to go out, and it's going to be a quick one here for the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship. Dan McCarthy, we've followed this throughout the season. They always put on exciting side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel action.
What a start from Damon Sterling immediately. Pulls a couple of car lengths and down towards turn number 1, leads comfortably. Crossland has got through on Stasi up to position number 3 around the outside at turn number 1. So that was a nice move from him. And Smith has also got through into 5th in the purple machine. Oh, that was tight. That was very nearly 3 into 1. And that never goes. Carl Girton there was looking up the inside in the bright blue and yellow machine. Good start from him, straight inside the top 10. He's already gained a couple of places in the first couple of corners, but did want a couple more. This is a big test now for Harry Strick, with Hayden Crossland directly behind him as Dean Crook, the inaugural series champion, swings one around the outside of former Trans Am racer Kyle Girton. So 2 drivers that have come from very different backgrounds but find themselves in this championship sharing the road together out there on the circuit. Girton's been a great debutant this year, and in fact he's going to try and swing one back up the inside. Thinks better of it on that occasion. Crook gets a little bit squirrely. Oh, somebody's lost a bit of a front wing, I think, there.
Yeah, one of the aero components on the car, and we've seen them actually go through the dirt. I've been surprised at how robust they've been with the cars coming off the track at the moment. So surprised to actually see that on the track. Has there been some contact at some point between one of these cars? A bit of damage they've carried over from an off-track excursion, potentially. Looks like we may be able to recover that without actually putting a yellow out of the track, which would be fantastic to keep this race running. Sterling still in the lead, Strick behind. On debut here in the Australian Drivers' Championship, and Crossland, who's been very fast, struggling with tyres this weekend. Well, it's in the final race, so I'm going to say every driver now has a struggle.
You are bang on. Every set of tyres must do 2 race meetings. These were raced at the Bend, a track hard on tyres, and then to be here in the heat of the day, they will be really struggling. Oh, I don't know what that was that just came off. It was shiny looking. Was it potentially a mirror? Not quite sure. But either way, French is keen to get back ahead of Bradley Smith, who's really shown some great run of form in the recent rounds. Was a midfielder through much of last year, but this year has really stepped up. He's a fantastic, a one-lap specialist is Bradley Smith. Always puts it up the front of the field now. And over the course of the season, we've seen that his racecraft has improved as well. At the moment, he sits in position number 5, but there is a bit of a train forming behind him. And look at the quality of that train as well. French in the Suzuki-sponsored machine. In back, directly behind that. Then we've got Gardner, Girton and Crook. That is a quality list of drivers. But French, he's gone from attacking to losing a position as the rookie in back fires up the inside.
Yeah, teammates there with Summons Racing as well. Although the Suzuki back, Nico French, still under the team banner. Has to slot him behind, get under that rear wing, and he's going to have to be careful because Gardner, Girton and Crook are now coming for him as well. This is a great little battle, a battle out in front for 5th position, and a battle further back there for 8th position now. And you've got to think about that, only half a second between that battle.
Incredible, isn't it? Oh, Smith got a little bit crossed up there. I think hit the curb on the inside of the circuit. Fling it through the sequence of hairpins, the slowest section on this, the Winton Motor Raceway 3-kilometre layout, the extension that was built back in 1997. As up the inside comes Imbach. What a move from him. And he's going to leave Smith with a bit of room on the exit. That's good, clean racecraft from the former Carter, who was first weekend ever in car racing. Oh, they've just made a little bit of contact on the turn into the corner, and Nico French will be rubbing his hands together with that one. He's right in this duel. What a battle this is. Gardner now pulling out to the right-hand side because he's got a good run on Nico French, but which way does he go? Does he fire in late on the brakes around the outside? Decides to file in line. Girton with a good run though through turn number 2, maximise the exit of that corner and does show the nose. But Gardner's not going to be forced into an error with a nose showing. You're going to have to do a little bit more than that to get past Josh Gardner.
Nico French looking like just lost a little bit of drive there, not as fast coming out of that corner. He's opened up a little bit of a gap now as the car starts to flow around. So, yeah, potentially might have just missed a setup there or waiting for the tyre temperature to get in that right range. We'll have a look at a replay here. Oh, lock up. Oh, wheel-to-wheel contact. Yeah, that was earlier in the race. That's Ewan. Got the hand out the window as well. Wasn't happy about that one. This is a little overtake manoeuvre there, and just under brakes. It might have been a tyre-to-tyre contact there. Just a slight one there from him back and Smith.
There's drama. Strick's gone missing on timing. He's plummeted down the order. He's not crossed the line, I don't think, in recent times. Now he's down in 18th position, right at the tail. Is there a timing issue, or has that car come to a stop somewhere out on the racetrack? We'll try and find out for you, but that is absolute devastation if he has come to a stop. The rookie sensation, 3 second-place finishes. I hope he is out there and it's some timing issue, Matty.
Yeah, it'd be upsetting, I think. It'd be unfortunate if there was any sort of mechanical issue on that car, because he's been super fast all weekend, especially considering the amount of experience he's got. If it had been someone who'd done a lot more laps in these cars, you'd understand, but he has been so fast, and something for the future. Couple of movers. Oh, there we go. We move over to the drone. You can just see that parked up. That is so unfortunate for the young kid. And he'll have to stay parked there as well at the moment. Won't be able to get out of the car either. Hopefully might be able to jump over the fence as they go by. But in the meantime, oh no, yellows. We're going to see a safety car come out. Oh, is that Nick? That's not Nico French.
No, that's Chris Peters. What a shame for him. One of the founders of the big brand Quadlock has looped it. I spoke to him just before this race, actually. I said to him, you're having a fantastic weekend. He says, we found something this weekend. I'm really getting to grips with these machines, but clearly he has attempted a move here up the inside of McKercher. He's locked the rears. He's looped it around, and clearly he has stalled the Suzuki Hayabusa engine. And in the heat of the day here at Winton Motor Raceway, he's been unable to refire that car, which is a real shame, but certainly had to go safety car there. That is in a real difficult position, but I think it will be a very quick safety car period. As we can see further back down the field, this is when the safety car was deployed, and I think a few people were unaware of it. Oh, yeah, this will have to be looked at probably post-race, I feel. Yeah, we can see that 2 people were wise to the safety car, 4 people were not. That's a bit of a no-no. They'll either be slapped with a penalty, they might relinquish the position. Oh, here we are. They're coming back through now, so they have worked it out that, yeah, they are allowed back through. But that was a little bit awkward there, Matty Cav.
Yeah, awkward moment if they don't see it. Now the question is, do these drivers know they're coming through? I know they do have a race radio, but it does look like they're still moving around a bit as they'll try and get back into the positions they should be. So that was Smith and French, Nico French. So they'll try and get this back. The longer they take to get back into those positions that they need to slot back into, the longer we're going to see the safety car out there. And so they are starting to hold this up because someone looks like they're protesting.
Yes, I was about to say, I don't think some people are aware of the situation. So there's a bit of arguing going on. Look, there's pointing, I'm in front of you. No, I'm in front of you, he says in return. So they are trying to sort it out. It looks like they are going to do so before we get back underway. Great work from the recovery team. I have to say, big thank you to all of the marshals and officials that do such a fantastic job, all of the team at AASA, the Australian Auto Sport Alliance, for all the work they do. It's been a difficult weekend weather-wise out there in the blazing sunlight.
Yeah, add to that on Friday, during a lot of the practice and qualifying, we had rain. Uncharacteristically, you wouldn't have thought it this weekend, would you? But some rain, so they were very busy on Friday collecting a few little cars because they got very greasy very quickly. Now, will the lights go out at this section of the racetrack on the safety car? That is the question. It looks like everyone's back into position. I know we're going to get Strick off that area as well, use this safety car to our full advantage to try and get that car out of harm's way. That's unfortunate for the young gun as well, but I think hopefully this means he's got a bit of a taste for what it could be in the Australian Drivers' Championship, and hopefully we're going to see him in 2026.
That's what he said to me. I really want to be back in 2026, and this first round is very much, it's reminiscent for me of a young Hayden Crosland a couple of years ago, and look at the championship protagonist that he has become in the last couple of years. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Strick do a full campaign next year. This is just round number 1, and to get 3 second-place finishes, cannot wait to see him back in the car next year. And I think it's going to be a really interesting championship next year. Yes, okay, Damon Sterling has certainly had the rub of the green this weekend, hasn't he? It's been one of his most dominant rounds to date, but over the course of this season he's been challenged a lot by Hayden Crosland. He's also been challenged at certain rounds by the young Kyle Girton as well. Girton's had a real difficult final round. He's had a few problems with that car, and he's made a few wrong moves with the setup. But for me, I think Sterling, Crosland, certainly Girton, and the young kid on debut this weekend, Harry Strick, are going to be ones to look out for next year. I think it's a really open championship.
I think you're right there, Dan. You can read into that a lot. I mean, take nothing away from Dean Crook too. He's had a couple of good weekends throughout this series too. He's just had a couple of bad ones to go with it, which has been unfortunate for him. So the former champion himself, he might manage to claw his way back in 2026. You never know that either. So we'll have to wait and find out.
He's got 11 podiums this year, has Dean Crook, 10 of which were in a row at the start of the season. However, he's in a bit of a drought by his lofty standards, 8 races now. In fact, even more than that, without a podium. He's never done that in the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship history. So he'll be looking to bounce back. I'm sure he will rebound in season 2026. But he says to me, that's the calibre of this championship now. If I'm a couple of tenths off, that's where I am. He's down in position number 10, territory he's certainly not used to.
And am I seeing the lights go out on the Hyundai pace car at the moment?
You are.
Hopefully that means they're going to exit stage left as they come around turn number 11. They'll go into pit lane, and we'll get this. Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship final race back underway for 2025. They line up. Sterling is now within striking distance of Crosland. Can he make a big dive down here, because the time is ticking down? They're not going to get a lot of laps to finish this race out. Crossland's holding on. Those tyres are almost down to canvas. Can he get the final few laps in? Starzy right behind him has been very quick, and we're hearing this is going to be a 1-lap dash to the finish. Green flag is out. Last lap board is up. Who is going to take a risk? Will we see a big dive under brakes? Positions are already set for 1 and 2 in the championship. Who's going to take a risk?
Well, there's a couple of people at the back that are impatient. They want to get going, but Sterling has left it almost as late as physically possible to put the power to the floor. Great restart from him, but Crosland has gone with him.
Is that Girton around the outside in the background? He's done a big manoeuvre there on the inside. They're so close to the wall. Surely that's taken a wing out. No, it hasn't. How did they miss it? Nico Green's now pushing the outside as Girton muscles his way down on the inside, trying to get into 6th position, and he might have got that done.
I ducked for cover behind the chair there. I thought he was in the wall for all money, but he kept it together, did Nico French. Lost a couple of positions, though, as a result. Final lap dash to the finish, and Crosland is attacking Sterling. This is the most pressure Sterling has been under all weekend long, and it's come right at the very end of the race. Girton backs it in underneath the tree at turn number 8. Brilliant surroundings here at Winton Motor Raceway, but the drivers won't care about the surroundings. They are focused on the driver ahead of them. This man, though, has no drivers in front of him. It's been a fantastic season for Damon Sterling. Car number 26, the Ironclad ID and Synchrome sponsored machine. Out of the final corner, he's going to finish the season with a clean sweep. He's going to take victory number 16, an emphatic performance from Damon Sterling. Crosland in second, and another podium finish for Lucas Starzy.
Yeah, he's had a solid round, hasn't he, Lucas Darcy, to finish out the 2025 season. So we hope that will see him come back. And Damon Sterling with a thumbs up to the crowd as he goes by. Hayden Crossland, he'll be happy to secure that one in, and what a fight back from him. All the way from the rear of the field, actually, well, after race number 1, where they copped a penalty there to go rear of field. So he's worked his way back over 3 races. And there are our winners. Damon Sterling rounding out a win and a championship here in race number 4. Hayden Crossland, second place with the second place in the championship. Then the Starzy, Impact, one of the newcomers there in 4th position. Bradley Smith held on to 5th. Kyle Girton, very aggressive on that one-lap dash to the finish, gets into 6th with Nico French just behind. Then it's Josh Gardner, Peter Nolan and Dean Crook to round out your top 10. What a fight back from Crook.
Right on that, Hamish Lakeney won the Masters class this year. Congratulations to him. Ahead of Ewan Cardias, Catlin, McKercher and Lewis. Chris Peters a DNF, and the same for a probably disappointed and very devastated Harry Strick. But what a performance. 3 second place finishes. He can hold his head high.
Let's have a look at the race highlights. It all started like this. You can see Girton moving around in the background already, and they tried to go single file into turn number 1, but that was never going to happen. They doubled up there, just a couple of them there. Crossland managed to jump into 3rd position very early, so he needed to get that done over Stars and try and get some track position as well. Girton went to the inside. You can see him just coming down into turn number 3, hard under brakes, and Crook trying to follow him as well on the inside of Nico French.
Absolutely, this is a bit of contact further back with Ewan. He was not happy with that at all, was he? Arm out the side of the machine. Absolutely angry about that one. But the race was on in the mid-pack towards the tail of the top 10. A bit of contact between Smith and Impact gave an open invitation to Nico French. This caused the late race safety car, Chris Peters, looping it around at turn number 1, a failed overtaking move.
Yeah, just before that, we actually had seen the young gun. Unfortunately, you can see that there, and that was Harry Strick from Victoria. His first time out in the series. Looked like a mechanical issue with the car, got dragged to safety as well. We got back underway. It was a 1-lap dash, and Sterling decided he was going to wait right till that start-finish line to get underway, and I think that was probably very strategic, knowing that Crossland, if he could get a bit of speed, would have taken a massive dive down the inside and managed to bring it home in a 1-lap dash. Crossland held on despite those tyres almost being down to canvas over Starzy, who brought it home in 3rd position. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with our winners and J-Mac.
Damon Sterling, a picture-perfect day to wrap up not only the championship, but the winter wrap. Congratulations. A massive achievement.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to everyone this year who's helped me out. King Chrome, Ironclad ID, and the local chicken shop in Lilydale. They've helped me out a lot. So, yeah, good year, good racing, and, yeah, hopefully the category grows from here because it's already doing really well.
Well done.
Yeah, man, a few words, but yeah, getting those spots in the local chicken shop. I'm sure there'll be a feast waiting for him when he gets back with that championship trophy too. As we move on to Formula 4 Stars and Renegades for their final race of the weekend. This one's been very tight. Down the order, KB Williams been dominant this weekend with Lachlan Evanet, a big name missing from what has been a fantastic 2025 season.
Here is the grid then. Kobe Williams and Will Lone will be on the front row ahead of 4-6, Jamie Rowe, Brad James, Isaac Demelweek, the youngster, in 6th ahead of Jack Johnson and Tabitha Ambrose, who sadly finished a couple of laps down earlier on today with a mechanical problem. But we are set for a start. The final race of the year is underway. Towards turn number 1, Kobe Williams has just got that nose a little bit ahead and will have the better ground into turn 1. But look, Jamie Rowe, the opportunistic move up the inside at turn number 2. He has the inside now for turn 3 on Joe Fawcett, who will not be liking that one bit at all, but they remain side by side into turn number 4. And despite going the long way, Fawcett, 2 wheels through the grass, is going to hold on because he's got the inside for the long, loaded left-hander, the sweeper.
I reckon Rowe's just been watching Fawcett, what he's been doing in the previous races, and he has another look down the inside. He's not going to make it happen. Right behind, though, James is there, Johnson, Demelweek and Ambrose to round out your 8 Formula Fords on track. But this time Lowing, he might have found something in there because Williams is not getting away, and it's less than 0.2 of a second. You couldn't put another Formula Ford between them.
No, absolutely not. You definitely can't. Down into turn 10 in the first few races this weekend, we've seen that Williams has pulled a margin early and that Lowing has sort of matched him and sometimes caught him late in the race. But for the first time this weekend, Lowing is going with Williams early on, and he is gapping those behind of Fawcett, Rowe and Brad James as they come out of the final corner to complete lap number 1. Jack Johnson's made a good start as well. He's moved up 1 position on that opening lap. He has swung past the tall and lanky lad Isaac Demelweek, so he's up into position number 6 is he's Jack Johnson, Brad being his dad, the famous West Coast Eagles football player.
Yeah, he's really loving motorsport, isn't he? I know he's got some ambitions to probably push that into some sort of GT career, but an apprentice carpenter as well. Whether he will stay with that, he's not quite sure at this stage, but obviously racing seems to be a priority for him at the moment if he can try and keep that up. Kobe Williams looking for a perfect round at the moment. So far, he's been untouched, whether it be qualifying or racing, and Lowing has nothing to lose at this stage. He's a little bit further down in the championship, but as many points as he could get, potentially, it'll be a long shot there for him to get up to 3rd place in the championship. I don't think he'll be able to do it unless something happens to force it. But he'll keep pushing, because you never know with these cars as they get around. It's warm conditions here this afternoon. It's been a long weekend of racing, and Formula Ford racers have nothing left to lose as we've come into the final race of the season here, the Stars and Renegade Series. Williams looks like those tyres coming up to temperature now as those times start to plummet down with purple sector number 2.
With Evernet not here this weekend, there is a chance that both Fawcett and Lowing can jump ahead of him and finish in the top 3 of the championship. And big prizes are on the line for these youngsters if they finish top 3 in the championship. The winner of the series, which has already been Kobe Williams, you get a Marcus Ambrose Motorsport TA2 test, as well as $1,000 in cash.
I'll take that any day of the week. It wouldn't be bad to do a little test day, would it? One of the TO2 muscle cars. Oh, sideways there. Kobe Williams, it just slides out a little bit and have a look at Lowing, try and take advantage of that one. And Lowing's going to fight him for position number 1. Ducks down the inside, but he's going to be on the outside. Oh, the hairpin there around the gum tree. Turn number 8. We go down to 9. Williams will get back in front. We can see they've just fixed the cowling on the side of that car as well. So that is not trying to peel away in this race.
No, absolutely not. But this is brilliant from Will Lowing. This is a father and son operation. No team running this car. They're learning every time they get to a racetrack, just fine-tuning it. Lowing absolutely loves that. He really enjoys engineering these machines, and he is a handy steerer as well. Over the course of this season, Will Lowing has got 7 podium finishes, including 4 second places. He's yet to get a W. He wants a race victory, and this is his best shot yet. He is really pushing hard early, trying to take the race lead from Kobe Williams.
Oh, Kobe Williams, one little mistake. That's all it was. And gave Lowing the opportunity there. But Lowing's doing a fantastic job maintaining this pace. It's less than 1/10 of a second every time they go around and complete a lap between these 2 competitors.
Certainly is. A lot of PBs coming in on the last lap through. Joe Fawcett is 1.8 seconds off these guys now, but he has pulled a 1 second margin over Jamie Rowe. It still remains behind that James Johnson, Demelweek and Tabitha Ambrose, but those guys are really tightly bunched from 5th down to 8th, just a couple of seconds less than that even, just 1.7 seconds between them. As we see there they are, James Johnson, Demelweek and Ambrose. Good race in between these guys as they head into the tight left-hander, tight to the 90 degrees this corner, and then it's followed by tight to the 90 degree turn number 11 as well. They may be awkward to drive, but it produces really good overtaking opportunities.
Williams, purple sector number 1, purple sector number 2. Will this be a perfect lap from him, considering how much those tyres have been tortured this weekend? 3 purple sectors, goes to 126.92 in race pace, which isn't too bad actually for the Formula Ford. So Kobe Williams picking up the pace at the moment, trying to open that gap out over Lowing. It wasn't much different last time round. It was 1/10 of a second the difference for the entire lap. 3 kilometres is separated by 1/10 of
second. Amazing between these two at the front. If Lowing can maintain it. Lowing now goes purple sector number 1. Beats him by 0.04 of a second. Eyes are on the prize.
I'm just trying to do the maths. So while you were talking then, I'm doing the championship maths. If Will Lowing finishes in second position in this race, he will miss out on third in the championship. And that is a test drive in a Hyper Racer X1, what we just saw on the track, and $350. He will miss out on third in the championship by 1 point from Lachlan Evernet, 5.61 for Evernet and 5.60 for Will Lowing, and that is why he's so determined to try and take this race victory, because that will be enough to secure third in the championship.
Well, they need to push on. Williams went fast in sector number 2 that time. Again, they're exchanging just a couple of hundredths of a second between the sector times. Wow. It's 0.08 of a second the difference that lap. But it does go to Williams in the end, who is strong in sector number 2 and 3.
Absolutely. These two have bolted away, haven't they? They really have pulled clear. Here we are, though. It's on for position number 6 position as Demmelweek moves back through it all contact. Ambrose into the back of Johnson, and around goes the Xena-sponsored Spectrum. Ah, that was a shame. That was just a little bit awkward down there at turn number 3, and he's beached. He is beached as on the tarmac. You can see 2 wheels are on the tarmac, 2 wheels are on the dirt. Unfortunately, though, right down the middle, the car is beached. Here's a replay of what happened. Johnson got a bit sideways midway through the corner. Was trying to catch it, and Tabitha just tapped him in the tail.
He gave him a nudge. Yes. They've actually made contact twice this weekend now, because they made that in yesterday's race as well. That is unfortunate, just the drop off there, and obviously the open wheeler style diff, so when it drops down, only one wheel spinning. If you get both wheels spinning, you might be able to drag that car off, but beach down there, and they're going to have to, I would say, try and recover that car where they can drag it off before they get around, because we do have our safety crews very close to that. Now, that could be a very quick recovery if we can keep this race going. Wouldn't that be fantastic? But the safety officials there, they might have to try and pick that car up, actually, so they don't try and scrape the underbelly.
Yeah, absolutely. Double wave yellows down there at turn number 3. The lead gap has all of a sudden grown. PB, in fact, fastest lap of the race from Williams last time through. His fastest in Sector 1, his fastest in Sector 2, and in Sector 3 as well. And that meant that he pulled out 0.6 of a second on that lap alone, doubling his race leading advantage from 0.5 of a second to over 1 second. Could that be the crucial breakaway? Out in front, though, it is Kobe Williams that leads the way from Lowing, Fawcett, Rowe, and Brad James. Great racing here at Winton Motor Raceway, the final round of the final race of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series, the inaugural season for this series under the double ASA banner. Unfortunately, Johnson has spun around in the recent moments, but he's going to try and be recovered to get back out onto the racetrack, but that lead margin has just crept out a little bit more on this lap as well. So Lowing, he's really got to try and dig deep here in the final half of this race. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. Does Lowing have an answer?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? As Williams starts to drive away and the gap just starting to extend out. It's the consistency of KB Williams. We've seen him come under attack from a couple of drivers throughout the season. Lachlan Evernet seems to be the one that could stay as close as anyone to him, but definitely been a couple of others. We've seen Fawcett and Lowing do it earlier in the season, just glimpses where they've been able to maintain that pace, but Williams has been dominant out there in front, and news that potentially looking to a bigger team next year to have a couple more of these cars out there.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I'm hearing that a lot more Formula Ford teams that race in the National Championship, because next year, 2026, this will be the National Formula Ford Championship run under the double ASA banner. So we're hearing that a lot of those teams that race in the National Series are going to move across to the AASA bill and compete in the Formula Ford National Series here. So really looking forward to seeing the grids grow in season of 2026. Let's, oh, there we are. We've seen that Johnson is back out on the circuit, so has been recovered, albeit a couple of laps down.
Yeah, great to mean that we could actually keep the racing going, so we didn't have to stop for a safety car out there either. So they'll continue this battle there, Williams and Lowing. Maybe they thought for a second there that there was going to be a safety car and Lowing's backed off, because the pace has now started to pick up once again. It's still a couple of tenths different this time around as Williams starts to really ramp up the pace out there in the lead position. The number 94 ACM Finance entry. I don't know if he's going to run out of time. 8 minutes remaining, so it means we're still going to get a number of laps in here, but very hard to get Kobe Williams, who stays so calm. We haven't seen him really fault under pressure too much. The first time I've seen it this weekend was actually in the opening of this race, where we saw the car get a little bit sideways there, where potentially they didn't quite have the tyres where they wanted. They might not have read the conditions perfectly, but since then, I haven't seen him make an error.
They might have been thinking the Lowing approach. We've seen that Lowing's come on strong late in races in the weekend so far. So maybe they think, let's do the opposite. Oh, Tabitha Ambrose is off the road now. She has vacated the circuit through the sweeper and has rejoined down at turn number 7. So a small little off, but oh, there's gravel all over the track now as it's come from underneath the Spectrum machine. That's not going to be good for our race leaders when they come around next time. So they are going to have to be a little bit careful. She's doing well. She's in position number 7 out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's nice and sunny here at Winton Motor Raceway for this final round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Couldn't ask for better conditions to finish out the 2025 season here in Victoria. We're just a couple of hours north of Melbourne. It's not too far away, and there have been quite a few people and travel down here to take part in observing what has been a fantastic race weekend as Kobe Williams still leads us over Will Lowing. That gap now slowly creeping out to almost 2 seconds with 6.5 minutes remaining in this race. Dan, I mean, there's so many people to look through. Oh, Ambrose is in the pits, actually. Tabitha Ambrose went for a little bit of excursion off track. We saw a lot of grass come out from under that car, and now in pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. She had an off-track excursion right here, and there's a bit of gravel down there. That's what we can see flicking up because of the off-track excursion for Tabitha Ambrose. Thought it might be a case of just an off-track excursion and get going again, but unfortunately that appears to not be the case. So maybe something resulted in the off, or maybe something occurred as a result of the off. But either way, what we can tell you is she is in the lane. She's had a solid, consistent year this year, but this has been probably her most challenging weekend to date.
Yeah, an unfortunate incident yesterday there where contact made hurt some of the steering and suspension on the front of the car, so it shot off left and very lightly made contact with the tyre barrier. It probably wasn't light. It looked a lot lighter than potentially what it could have been, but yeah, she's had some issues here. Jack Johnson, well, he'll be able to work through because he's a couple of laps down where he got beached, where the car just fell off the track there. And really a low point on the other side, and they managed to recover him, so will he be able to circulate around and catch up to Tabitha Ambrose if they get that car back out on track?
Tabitha Ambrose, though, let's not forget, she is very new to Formula Ford competition. She's just come out of XLs, which are front-wheel drive, quite understeering machines. These Formula Fords are very tail-happy, very loose, and rear-wheel drive. So it's a big change to go from XLs to Formula Fords. But she has won, actually, this year, the New South Wales Formula Ford Championship. So she can certainly drive these machines, and I expect her next season to progress that little bit more.
Yeah, there'll be an improvement come through, and there'll be a little bit of time in the off-season. They're already talking testing days for some of the kids that want to get involved in Formula Ford, so there'll be a few of those starting to appear. And with the Australian Championship now coming to the 2026 season as well, the Formula Ford Australian Championship being part of that and growing, that means that we're going to see more competition involved, which means you've really got to step up your game as well. And that's the best thing about it. You know, if you bring equal competition in so people have to drive better, everyone starts to improve as well.
We are going to see a few graduates. This man has already said that he's going to step away from this series next year. Joe Fawcett, it looks like this might be his final run in a Formula Ford. He's trying to get something together for next year as well. Lachlan Evernet, well, we already know that he is a gun operator behind the wheel of a TA2 and Trans Am machine. He's, of course, racing for Gay Rogers Motorsports in Trans Am full-time this year, so I expect him to remain doing that next year. We won't see him back in a Formula Ford next season, but that means the likes of Jamie Rowe, Brad James, Isaac Demelwick, all people that have told me this weekend I want to be back next year, they'll be the ones that will be at the pointy end. Melinda Price, down to you.
Tabitha, we're down here with Tabitha Ambrose. Unfortunately, your race ended short. The guys are talking perhaps an ignition problem, but there was a little bit of action on track prior to that as well.
Yeah, somehow Winton just isn't really my thing. I mean, last time I was here at the start of the year, I had 2 throttle cables melt on me, so as you can see, I guess we're just trying to figure out a misfire. It was just all on the slow speed corners. Sorry, it's really loud.
Well, it's obviously alive, which is good news. An unfortunate end to the season, but it's been a terrific year and great to have you as part of the championship. I'm sure you'll be back with bells on in 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm coming for my Winton redemption. Like I said, I haven't had a great time here. Last time we had mechanical problems. This time we've had 2 mechanical problems, which has caused me 2 races. So we have speed. We've worked on the car all weekend. You know, and it's such a tight field. To be in 8th and only be off 5/10 off of 2nd is a pretty major win for me anyway. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to having Protec next year on the Formula Ford as well, Winton on the Formula Ford next year, and of course Repco. So we're going to come back next year stronger, and hopefully Winton treats me a little bit better next year.
Everybody has their day. Look forward to interviewing you on the podium sometime in 2026.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, keep those fingers crossed. You're right, it's been a bit of bad luck here at Winton, hasn't it? But Kobe Williams maintains the lead out there on track as we head back to the on-track action. But what is missing is the 2nd position, because that's dropped back to 6.6 seconds now with Lowing. So something has happened there.
Yeah, absolutely, it has. Here is a replay while we're talking to Tabitha Ambrose. All by himself, Will Lowing has dropped off the road at the sweeper, exactly where Tabitha Ambrose went off just a couple of laps earlier. Shortcuts through the grass, but loses a handful of seconds as a result of that one. And Joe Fawcett is now within touching distance with a couple of laps to go. He is only 1 second behind Will Lowing. Out in front, Kobe Williams is blissfully unaware of what's happened behind. He's been setting purple sectors all over the place and sets the fastest lap of the race as he comes across the line. A 1:26.5 to begin the final lap of the race.
Yeah, down to the final 9 corners now, just to get around for Kobe Williams to round out what can be a perfect weekend. Wrapped up the championship yesterday when it came to the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Having a fantastic weekend. Qualified #1 in both days. And he's had 3 wins from 3 races so far. This could be the 4th from 4. What a perfect weekend it would be to round out his 2025 campaign and maximise the points. Open that gap up even more. Why not in your final weekend here?
Exactly right. Swings it underneath the gum tree for the final time. It looks like Lowing has regrouped and he's slightly pulled ahead of Fawcett, although Fawcett is throwing everything at him in the final half of the lap, but I don't think it's going to come to any fruition. Jamie Rowe is not too far behind either, so those 3 drivers separated by just 3 seconds. But out in front, Kobe Williams, what a season he has had. He's won the Australian title, and as he slides around the penultimate corner, he's going to win the inaugural Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. He weaves to the line. It's victory number 16 for Kobe Williams. Incredible season for him.
Lowing will end up getting there in 2nd position despite going off the track there in the final laps. And the number 53, Joe Fawcett in 3rd position, Jamie Rowe in 4th, Brad James in 5th. Demelwick will cross the line in 6th position. And unfortunately, Jack Johnson, who got wedged out there on the edge of the track and had to get pulled off, will be a couple of seconds behind, but will get himself a result there. So Kobe Williams, phenomenal effort this season. Like we said, looks probably dominant on paper, more dominant on paper than what we have seen out there in the racing with him and Lachlan Evernet really fighting it out at a number of rounds.
Absolutely. 2nd place for Will Lowing, a 8th podium finish for him. He beats home Joe Fawcett. Jamie Rowe in position number 4 ahead of Brad James. Isaac Demoy only debuted at the last round. Look out for him in season 2026. Jack Johnson finished in 7th, and Tabitha Ambrose rounding out the field. An unfortunate DNF for her. Lots of highlights in the final race of the season. Round 10, race 2 of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. There's an opportunistic move up the inside from Jamie Rowe for position number 3, and they went side by side around the next sequence of corners. It was brilliant racing from the 2 young drivers. They didn't touch wheels. They just about kept it on the road, and Fawcett was able to hold on. But while they fought, the top 2 pulled a huge margin.
Yeah, and I thought he did a really good job lowering to trying to maintain the pace with Kobe Williams. And this was a bit of a dive down the inside. We thought maybe his luck had changed. They'd found that setup in the car that they were chasing earlier. But Kobe Williams managed to stay on the inside through the hairpin under the gum tree, which gave him the drive. And once he got back out in front, he just drove away. This was the moment here for Jack Johnson there as he got unloaded a little bit by Tabitha. The car just slid a bit. He slowed down. She had nowhere to go and turned around and got beached. And then this is in the final moments of the race too, the last couple of laps where we saw the second place there of Lowing go up the track on his own.
Yeah, he was able to regroup though and still finished in position number 2 without losing any places. Out in front though, he left this man off the hook, and he wasn't going to be given a second invitation. He won his 16th race of the season in emphatic fashion, the biggest winning margin of the season. And that was a sublime victory for him. J-Mac, he's down there with our race winner.
Kobe Williams, congratulations. The championship is yours. The inaugural season of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. Well done, mate. You were flawless today.
Thank you. Yeah, just big thanks to my team. They've been executed well all season, and yeah, just big thanks to my partners as well. Like ACMF Finance, he's been helping me out for 2 years, and it's just can't do it without him. Stick leads. Mike from Spectrum, he's also been a big help. So yeah, big thanks to those guys.
Time to soak it up. Mel Price in pit lane.
Yes, well, we saw in the last TA2 race that Graham Cheney and Mark Crutcher had a bit of a coming together, the 2 Masters Championship rivals. Well, the good news is they're both fixed and back out on track for the last race. You can see Mark Crutcher's car here has a little target on the brand new bumper bar with Mark Cheney's number on it.
And yeah, there'll be a target there, Mel. Don't worry about that. There's been a bit going on since our first race this afternoon. The 27th and penultimate race of TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars. Brock Payne led us away very, very quickly down into turn number 1. And a bit of movement in the field, but it was the exit of turn number 3 that caused the stress amongst the Masters class cars. We took it from Diesel Thomas through the middle of turn 2 and 3 here, but behind was a pretty significant clash between the 51 and the 4, and a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact set him to the infield right-hand side. But this part here's where all the damage was caused. Both, like they were going off-road, Brad Gardner, something your family's pretty familiar with over the years down in the southeast. But they got at least the 51 car back into the race after clearing half the infield out of the grill. Tough day for Des Collier as he jumped out with a plug lead that was a dud on that car. The Alien Tech Chevy Camaro team, a gearbox drama there, plus a rear end issue. They won't start for the final race of the year. But can't say enough about the efforts of these youngsters out in front, particularly Josh Webster. What a turnaround that was 24 hours ago. They were in the wars. And in the end, it was Brock Payne's second victory of the season, and that'll set the grid. Doesn't it look battle-weary down here in pit lane at Winton Motor Raceway for the final race of the season, where 13 cars will start now. A couple have decided to call time. You heard us talk about Glenn, or Eric Ebert, as he likes to be called, in the pit area. He's out for the weekend. The Alien Tech team have got no spare gearbox to put in that car, so they're seeing this one out. And Lee Stibbs, well, he's driven too much now. He's driven himself into exhaustion.
Yeah, he's spent. He's absolutely spent. He had to jump out of the TA2 straight into IRC car, and he could hardly get himself out of the IRC car. But great race win by him for Hi-Tec Oils. Lucky to get a result for them after a pretty poor weekend, unfortunately. But yeah, obviously Blake Tracey, they've still got fighting for him, so hopefully he puts it up there.
Cars making their way out onto the grid for this final 20 minutes of the season before we head into the summer break. For some, they'll jump into the Trico Trans Am back-to-back rounds in South Australia at Mallala, the homecoming. Looking forward to 2 big days. In fact, it's a twilight race day over there in South Australia in November, and then a week later we'll be on the streets of Adelaide to crown a champion in that series. Keep an eye on our socials for the announcement of the calendar for the TA2 Muscle Car Series in 2026. And the Road Active Suspension Pole Award this weekend going to Brock Payne. He's collected $500 dues for his efforts in qualifying, breaking the lap record yesterday. Now, at the moment, the Hypercoil Springs Hard Charger Award is down to Diesel Thomas and Hayden Pullen. Both those guys have passed 4 cars in one race. We're going to keep an eye on Crutcher and Cheney in this. If they pass 5, one of them passes 5, they'll pick up the Hard Charger Award, $500 cash going to them. But this is the grid for the final race. Race 28 of the 2025 series. We chalked up 378 laps of racing over this year to this point. Payne and Webster on the front row. Ben Gomersall and Blake Tracey. Diesel and Josh Thomas in the battle for the final place overall in third for the championship. Hayden Hume, Danny Reedy, Hayden Pullen and Warren Wadley scored a top 10 result with those DNFs earlier today. Graham Cheney, Des Collier and Mark Crutcher will be the balance of the grid for this 13-car field. It really has been on the rise this year. Really, that tag team enduro event, we saw some real quality drivers make their way to Queensland Raceway, and already interest for the 2026 edition.
Yeah, it was massive. That's such a huge event for QR and Hi-Tec Super Series and the TA2 Racing Australia. It's awesome to have, you know, a few supercar drivers. I think it was 3 Bathurst 1000 winners. So it's massive for a little category that could. Yeah,
it's been very, very cool. You've been around it for a few seasons now. You're sitting this one out. It ends a streak of 20 rounds for you in the TA2 series and a regroup for 2026. I think you need to find something pretty quick, because there'll be a lot of people keeping an eye on this series now that might be stepping up from grassroots level or might be in other national level categories that will be looking at this for a bit of exposure next season.
Yeah, 100%. The place to be at the moment is either TA2 or Trans Am. Both categories are just putting it on. The Hi-Tec Super Series, everyone wants to be there. The TV package is amazing. George Gambino, Marcus Ambrose, Stephen White, they're just doing an incredible job, and their respective categories is amazing as well. So I'll have to snap up a seat. Everyone that I bring in, it seems to steal my seats. I joke around. So Blake Tracey's in now. But no, it'll be good. Hi-Tec is just doing a great job. Anyone wants to join motorsport. And yeah, anyone up and coming is awesome.
I've watched you two over the last couple of rounds. Seems to be a good bond between you two. You've really helped him along.
Yeah, it's awesome. After his performance at Sandown and everything, he reached out to me for the QR2 drive, and it was just awesome. It helped me out, helped him out, and we were quite similar speed. Obviously, him and his car, he's just clicking at the moment in anything he gets in. So it's awesome to see. He struggled a little bit this weekend, but he keeps telling me, I said, you're letting me down in commentary, but he's got something for us this one as well, but he hasn't the rest of them.
Let's see what plays out over this next 20 minutes. They're about to leave for the final parade lap. It's a rolling start. If you just joined our coverage here this afternoon, race 4 of the weekend, the 28th race of the series. I'm going to say a big shout out to Josh Webster, who's picked up the Wilwood Big Breaker Award, $500 worth of Wilwood brake products, to an outstanding performance over the weekend. And 24 hours ago, they were pretty glum down there at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport, but they found a secret sauce overnight, and they picked up $500 thanks to Wilwood. And of course, the AC Delco Power of Love Award, $5,000 in AC Delco Power Tools. Going to the drive that needs some love, and that's going to go to Eric Ebert this weekend. The Alien Tech team will pick up that, and it's a big boost for them. They're looking to do the entire series next year, which is great. They've caught the bug. It's a pretty infectious disease, this one, once you're inside, right?
Yeah, once you get in, it's incredible. Since I've started, you just can't stop. I was lucky enough to have some awesome teammates over my time, and especially ones like Robbie Farr. I grew up watching Speedway and that, so once you get it, you can't stop, and I'm sure he'll be back also.
We say a big shout out to Robbie Farr, no doubt watching with wife Sonia. They'll hopefully be back in 2026. Big plans in the process for a return in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Brock Payne, well, regardless of what happens today here at Winton, they can go into the summer recess with a lot of confidence. The little family team that have punched well above their weight here at Winton this weekend, reigning, now outgoing Formula RX8 champion, could be a key figure in the 2026 series. Diesel Thomas will carry one of our in-car cameras for this race, along with Josh, and of course Brock Payne carrying the third one for this 20-minute race that wraps up our coverage here today. The Winton wrap-up for 2025. It has been action aplenty from dawn till dusk all 3 days. Great to see regional Victoria coming out and supporting one of the most historic venues we have in Australian motorsport. It opened back in 1960. And this section of the track opened back in 1997, extended it out to 3 kilometres. But for now, the TA2 muscle cars have it all to themselves. The target on the front of Mark Crutcher. Anybody ahead will look up and see that in their mirror. We're in car with Josh Thomas, is keen to go racing. You see the bonnet pop up there as he ran into the car ahead, and that's a much cleaner start from the front. Webster staying with Brock Payne. A little bump, a little grind through the middle of the first turn. They stay in the rows of 2, clean, but a lot of pressure as they make their way up the top of the old pit straight. Payne covers him off into turn number 1. They're squealing. Oh, Webster's going to go wide. All that good work has come up donuts for the 200 machine. He's going to lose a ton of positions here.
Yeah, and Blake Tracey got his wish. He wasn't letting anyone in once he got there. This new go zone start, you've got to be on it. And he was lucky to follow through there, a couple of mistakes.
Just parked it, didn't he? And puts Webster back to 9th position ahead of Danny Reedy. So what can the number 200 La Machina Ford Mustang do? So around the gum tree we go, looking to Ben Gomersall. Blake Tracey up to 2nd, and Brock Payne leads for the 3rd time this weekend in the TA2 muscle cars. Cheney has also made up a heap of positions already. He's up into 7th position. So that's 4 cars already that we think he's got done. There's Crutcher doing the same. What we know is both these guys have got good tyres, in particular Crutch.
Yeah, definitely. After a couple of bad races, and especially qualifying 1, Crutcher didn't do a heap of laps, so his tyres are going to be fresh and he'll want to hang on here.
Through into the first lap we go. And Tracey going up, and could he turn this around? Could he get the win today and reward the Albury fans? A lot of friends and family here.
He want to reward me for kicking me out. Nah, he'll do a
That'll
good
get
job.
back.
he wanted to be here, and he's sending this thing. He wants to win a race at his home track.
So into another lap. 20 minutes of racing. We've been averaging 15 laps over the weekend. Some dust in the background. Now we heard the Hoosier tyres screaming in the background. So we chase them through this long, sweeping, ongoing turn 6, and all of a sudden you're flicking the steering wheel back to the right. It's caught out several drivers. You get that curve wrong, it usually spits you out to that gravel trap on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I spoke to Ben Gomes all about that one, and yeah, he just got it all wrong yesterday. But yeah, I don't know what happened here with Webster. I think he just pitched that right front, and it's easy enough to do. If you don't sit it in that camber there, you're gone.
It would have been like an automatic handbrake coming up too. And lucky to redeem, lucky not to go further off the track, but it'll take a couple of laps of those tyres to clean up, right?
Yeah, 100%. You don't want to turn that tyre into a 50 cent piece. Once you lock a tyre, you'll always find that spot. So he's got to be careful now to keep that thing not unlocked, and yeah, keep on chasing. He'll pass the cars.
Clean track ahead here for Brock Payne, but Blake Tracey is right on the bumper of the Hutchinson Builders entry. The Chevy Camaro leads the 2nd Chevy Camaro. Then it's the Ford Mustang running in 3rd position. Approaching 200 Ks on the way down into that first left-hander. So Gomersall trying to stay with these 2. What's happened at the back here? That's Crutcher again, and that Cheney on the left-hand side. They've gone back down the field to 12th and 13th position.
Don't tell me, Knowles.
Did that target work? There's another car ahead there. There's damage on the front of both of these cars.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Could it be? And they were both in position for the hard charge reward until that moment. Off the track, in the middle, it's chaos here at Winton. Diesel Thomas to the infield now. He's just going to miss the sign because there's a financial penalty for hitting one of them. It will be next year. We bring it in. Rejoins the track, but down the field. Wow, you take your eye off the screen for a moment and it just explodes here at Winton. Dust and debris everywhere. Down into turn 10. And a long way to go, some 16 minutes. Oh, I fear this replay. This is Webster making the move on Graham Cheney into the penultimate turn. Forced up on the curb. Was there a tap between the two? There's at least a bit of rubbing here. Oh, and he gets up on the curb and sends him around, and Crutch made contact. Crutch made contact with him on the exit. Innocent party in it. This was Thomas, sprint carring his way off the track, and lucky not to crack that front splitter.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got away with that. Probably is a little bit damaged, but you could not script the Cheney and Crutcher.
Wow. And that'll give Diesel Thomas and Hayden Pullen a tie at the moment for the Hard Charger Award. Sorry, the Big Breaker Award is the Hard Charger Award. Sorry, I'll get them right soon as they make their way. There's a bit going on here in this final race today. So we pick the leaders up down here at turn number 6. Payne, confidence in these tyres as he sets the fastest first sector of the race. Hayden Hume running solidly once again inside the top 5. It's into turn 7. We chase the Hi-Tec old Chevy Camaro. Rob Payne, well, it's going to be a long 15 minutes looking in that rear vision mirror.
Yeah, I don't know what Blake Tracey's going to do about this, but he is not staying there. It's either going to be off the truck or winning this race.
And it's also bringing Ben Gomersall in. He was a second or so behind now, but is only half a second behind these 2 cars ahead. It's that left-hander, but they've got some 4 seconds now back for Josh Thomas.
Yeah, Gomersall won't go away either in these 2 fighting. Tracy's tyres will be getting hot. Yeah, Payne's doing some good lap times here, and the tyres won't do that the whole race.
Time will tell, right? 14.5 minutes roughly, and a lap remain in the final race of 2025. It started here in February. It's finishing here in November. An incredible amount of race winners over this year. In fact, 10 from the 27 races in the 2025 series, and Crutcher back in pit lane. And
the target worked.
Yeah, target did work, but not for the right reasons. And I think there's a bit of focus on the back of the engine there. Jordan Cox, we saw Cam Sendall quickly in there, who's looking for a big sleep when he gets the truck back up into Queensland the next couple of days before a fairly hectic end to the 2025 series with the 2 Trans Am rounds in South Australia. So Webster has come back up into 6th position. Good recovery here at the moment on the back of Hayden Hume here at turn 7. But J-Mac, a lot of feeling in this final race of 2025.
Yeah, if it doesn't work, use a bigger hammer. That's the theory of Cam Sendall. Unfortunately, Crutcher having to retire with the plug lead coming off the side of the motor.
One plug lead has undone his year, and he is out for the season, the outgoing Masters Class champion, and that will cement it for Graham Cheney for drivers over 45 in this year's series. The Serco Masters Class. He'll also pick that up by the look of it for the weekend. Yes, he will, the way the points look at the moment. Hayden Pullen will be second at his first look in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. So, breathe. We've got 5 laps in the books. Uh-oh, we may not be able to breathe. Here comes another replay. And it's the second look of the Diesel Thomas incident. Race control have asked for another look. It's on the re-entry here in between turn 7 and turn 8. And the opposite side to where we saw Gomersall rejoin the racetrack yesterday. What do you think?
No, I don't know if I like it. I don't know if race control are going to like it.
And here it is from Thomas, and just skating off the track. It's a fine line through the centre, and waiting for the traffic to come through. The last second, he found his spot around the polystyrene sign. We won't be able to see it from there because it was the rearward, watching the rear of the car. You might see the Marcus Ambrose car fire into shot, but he's rejoined with a question mark next to him in 7th position. The TFA tyre Ford Mustang. That's the leader who's setting fastest lap after fastest lap as he tries to spread away from Blake Tracey into turn 10. 126.5 on the previous lap. Here is Webster. These camera angles, I certainly hope they sign this up for 2026. They've given us some magnificent shots around Winton Motor Raceway over the last couple of days.
Is there a question mark over Webster in the Cheney incident?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Certainly no news at the moment from race control, but I think there'll be a bit to discuss after this. Just as we say, Diesel Thomas has been given 5 seconds for the re-entry, so they'll add that on to the end of the race time. I'm sure he's just been getting the message now from pit lane, and at the moment we're dropping maybe into 8th position, maybe 9th at the end of this race, with Hayden Hume, Webster and Diesel Thomas through the shot. Danny Reedy's having a solid day today. Danny Orr moving number 5 Chevy Camaro. One of the sprint car stars that transitioned across from the dirt into bitumen racing. Jermaine Ramsey was with us for a lot this year as well. And of course, Robbie Farr, who's watching at home today. We look forward to seeing them back in 2026 and confirming it is for the re-entry on the 5 coming from race control. So, lap 7 of this race, 10.5 minutes and a lap remain in this TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo finale. Through the right-hander, we stay with Webster. Up to 6th position after running as high as 2nd. It's Brock Payne that continues to lead by 1 full second in the final race here at Winton. So here's Hayden Hume with Webster in tow. So we'll put Danny Reedy, if he stays in that 5-second mark, up into 7th. And that'll be good for Danny Reedy this year. 7th place in race 2 at Sydney has been his best result. 3 top 10s so far. Oh, I think race control are having a look at this one. This was part 1 of the incident down at turn 11. So he's up on the curb, but it's the second shot they'll be looking at here.
Yeah, it's this one here in the last corner. Oh. He's probably there the whole time, but was he far enough up?
Yeah, it's a tough one. He's up on the curb as well. And that was just enough of a nudge to spin the 51 around. We didn't see, but we know there was contact between the 4 and the 51. Crutcher, in fact, has got back out on the track by the look of it here. He is now back out in 13th position. So you'll try and get some points regardless here. If you don't finish a race in any of our categories, it's 0 points. So why not try and get back out there and get a result?
Yeah, absolutely. And Brock Payne's really pushing on with this. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but it doesn't look like Blake Tracey's staying with him at all. It even looks like Ben Gomazor's coming into the picture more and more.
What do you think Brock Payne's found with this car to look after the tyres so well?
Oh, what could be driver? You've got to have a car that will do these sort of lap times and not be hard on the tyre as well. So it's obviously a credit to the team, because we know in race 1, Saturday morning, it was not looking after tyres, hence he got 2nd. And yeah, they've obviously found something, so it's a credit to them. And yeah, he's obviously driving it really well too, which is great to see from a new driver. We
talk about tyres a lot in this series. We talk about how you can overheat them very quick. But what is the secret to getting the tyre temperature right? Is it just letting them come up to temperature? Do you drive them hard straight out the pits? Do you weave the tyres? What do you do?
Yeah, well, last year I sort of taught a lot with Tim Brook, and he's done a lot in these cars, and he'd actually taught me to more stop and go, accelerate, brake really hard, try and heat the carcass of the tyres through the rotor and the brake rotor instead of putting a heap of surface temp. That way it wears it. So if you can get tyre temp without wearing the tyre, that's the best way to do it if you can.
We start the season with Goodyear tyres. It was a decision made by the previous ownership once they ran out, which was just before Malala. We decided to go back to the Hoosier tyres that have been running pretty much since the inception of this series. We started back in 2017.
Blake Tracey's found something. He's back.
On his way back, quickest middle sector of the race. The gap is less than 1 second. And Crutcher back on the track here in the repaired number 4 as he reels past Des Collier in the background of the shot. So all 13 cars are on track, which is good to see. At the end of this, Eric Ebert and Lee Stibbs not starting the final race of the day with 7 minutes and a lap remaining. Here come the leaders back to the finish line. And fastest lap this time to Blake Tracey. The gap sits at 1 second as they make their way into the S's and into lap 10, the final race of 2025. What's Ben Gomazor got for us? He's just lurking in the background there, some 2.5 seconds away from the lead, but only 1.3 seconds away from second place. Is that the first little moment we've seen from Brock Payne? Was sideways coming out of turn number 2. Was that the first moment for the 33? Gap is 1.1 seconds. Brock Payne looking for another victory. Put a cherry on the top of a fantastic weekend in the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series. Final race of our coverage here today from Winton Motor Raceway. Blake Tracey has let those tyres cool down, let himself cool down, but now is on the chase as they head down towards turn 10.
Yeah, every time Blake Tracey goes faster, Brock Payne answers with something. So is he just managing the gap? I don't know. The team's obviously letting me know exactly the numbers Blake Tracey's doing. He's not letting him get any closer.
They are matched to the 10th of a second, or even to a 100th of a second now in the middle sector. It's back in pit lane as Des Collier, or the 63 car. There was a plug lead on this car that put him out early today. They were worried about the coil pack on the 63, but it turned out to be a damaged plug lead that put him out. Gives the thumbs up down in the lane. While we got this opportunity, a big shout out to all the teams on this season. There's one incredible family, TA2 Muscle Car Series, that has really grown. It's bonded a lot this year. There's a lot of new faces, a lot of new names that want to get into the category. And while we're on that subject, I want to say a big shout out and a farewell to Craig Denyer. His last day with us here. He's been around for decades in motorsport. He's been around this gig since 2018. And what he doesn't know about motorsport simply isn't worth knowing. And from a personal point of view, I want to thank him for a lot of mentoring early in my career. One of the funniest guys you'll ever meet. I know he'd be hating this, giving a big shout out that we tried to drag him up for commentary for one last blast. But CD, we appreciate you, and thank you so much for your contribution to not just this, but motorsport nationwide for the last 50 years.
Yeah, no, Craig Denyer was there when I started, and just, yeah, plenty of years in the motorsport industry. He's done a lot. I was very lucky enough to go over to New Zealand and race with Peter Robinson for 2 weeks, and got to, yeah, live with Craig Denyer. And as a joke goes between you and him, I've always just known him as Grant's dad.
Yes, exactly. Can tell a story, can Craig Denyer. Back to Josh Thomas in 4th position, and Hayden Hume, who I think's really come of age this weekend in that 45 machine as he runs in 5th position with Webster in 6th. He was as far back as 9th, J-Mac.
Des Collier exiting pit lane in a great hurry after a resurgence in that ignition issue. The exact same lead on the exact same side of the block.
Wow. You just want to kick a car when it's like this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if it's the same issue, I'd say it's getting down on the exhaust, or too close to the exhaust anyway. Hot days like this, it doesn't really matter what the temperature of the day is, but if it gets near the exhaust, it's sort of game over for a plug lead.
There was a fair bit of cloud cover for race 1 earlier today, but those clouds have burnt away. There is expected storms later tonight, but certainly won't impact what we have here in the final 3.5 minutes. We had a very changeable day here on Friday. It was quite muggy, and then some storms blew through overnight, took the humidity away for yesterday. It was just a perler of a day, temperature-wise. Today started off quite warm. Jump back in car with Brock Payne, using first gear through this section, I'm noticing.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a dash or it's in second gear.
It's in second, it's a bit behind.
Yeah.
It's not even catching up now.
Yeah, we don't have in the TA2, there's no gear selection sensors or anything.
For that reason.
Yeah.
Don't want to give away your gear change.
Yeah, that's right.
How have you found the gearbox in these? We have had some dramas over the last couple of years. Are they a sensitive gearbox, or is there a way of finessing them, like a sequential box that we have in supercars, for example?
It was more so the H-Pattern G-Force has the external linkages, so they'd pick up some either a bit of rubber or any sort of grit or dirt could get in there. You had to really stay on top of them, otherwise it'd pick up 2 gears or something like that, which wasn't the gearbox's fault. It was, management and prep on the car, but everyone says the Holland is great, and it is. It's a beautiful gearbox to drive with, but it looks to me that Brock Payne's still running the G-Force, so it goes to show there's no real advantage in it either.
So into lap 13 of this race, we understand that the incident between Josh Webster and Cheney will be investigated post-race, so it'll be an unofficial result pending an inquiry on that one. And Cheney has come up into 9th position and all of that, as high as 7th before the contact down there in turn 11. So the gap is almost half a second between these two. He knows it's go time with less than 2 minutes remaining. Blake Tracey we're talking about, trying to deny Brock Payne another victory.
I think he's got the pressure on him. I think the mirrors are filled up there for Brock Payne. It's going to be a battle to the end, but yeah, don't want to be biased, but come on, Blakey.
I'd be worried if he didn't say that. That is the right-hander. So we should get 2 laps here into the end of this lap. So Diesel Thomas around that 5 seconds. He's going to drop into 8th position. Danny Reedy, Cheney and Pullen. Cheney looks good for the Serco Masters Class award for this round. And the overall crown for the over 45s, Al Crutch off the track again, and that's coming out of turn number 9, 10 around that region. He did make the highlights reel this morning. That's weird. So the rears were locked up on that.
I feel like it wouldn't be a TA2 race if Crutcher wasn't in the highlight reel.
Yeah, I think it's by design sometimes.
Yeah, and I think he's pretty happy about it too.
He doesn't mind it.
I walked past him before. He's like, I made the highlight reel.
That's all he cares about. He does take it very seriously. And the debut of that car at Queensland was horrific for the team. But they feel like they've got rid of the bugs out of that now. It's a very fast car once it's sorted out. Made up a lot of positions in one of the races up there, QR, from I think 24th up into 11th in one of the races there. So we look up at turn number 7. So the curtain starts to come down on season 2025 in the TFHI and TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. We'll say big thanks to Maritimo and Bill Barry Cotter, the managing and owner, the former offshore powerboat racer in his own right, who's helped us out with presenting this year's series, along with TFH, Brett Thomas and their amazing team, the continued investment in this series. We work our way down towards the end of this race today, and we're getting closer for a return for you in 2026 as we work our way into what is the last lap. Brock Payne looking good out in front.
Yeah, he's definitely pulled the gap here, and unfortunately it looks like Blake Tracey just hasn't got what it takes here at the end. In actual fact, I reckon Brock Payne's put the hammer down and said goodbye. So he's managed these tyres well, and say little Blake, he's nice and hot under the collar. He'll be straight into the ice bath after this one.
Lured him into a false sense of security, perhaps, as Payne up towards turn 7, punch a flame from his Hutchinson Builders Chevy Camaro. And it would just be cruising from this point. Blake Tracey will harass him like a hawk through this section. And time is running out for the 18-year-old from Albury, with friends and family watching on from the main straight here today at Winton Motor Raceway. Gomersall will be third and comfortably third. They've pulled away some 11 seconds from Josh Thomas. It's going to be Payne for the overall, Gomersall for second, and Hayden Hume will get on the podium for the overall. So well done to the Toyota 86 star. But this guy scored his first pole yesterday, scored his first race win later in the day, came back to Winton this morning and did the pole. He's now going to do the double and wins the final race in TFHI and TA2 Muscle Car Series for 2025. Well done, Brock Payne. Back-to-back victories, collects the round win, collects the fastest lap. Well done, sir. You're the man.
Yeah, awesome race, Brock Payne. He done exactly the thing he needed to do, and yeah, unfortunately for Blake, he just didn't quite have it. Probably in the mid part of the race, he seemed to have it. It looks like Diesel Thomas will get away with that 5-second penalty, and he'll come home in 7th. Probably self-penalised a little bit there.
Yeah, at 7 seconds back to Reedy. Looks safe there for that one. Well done to Brock Payne. When it's your weekend, it's your weekend. You've heard that from many a star over the years. And Brock Payne puts himself in the record books, our newest round winner. The TA2 Muscle Car Series, the final race, race 28 of the year. From Blake Tracey and Ben Gomersall home on the podium in second outright. Hayden Hume will fill the third spot outright here today with Webster in 6th. Diesel Thomas, Danny Reedy, Graham Cheney and Hayden Pullen. Well done to Cheney, winning the Serco Masterclass round win and the championship for the Masters in 2025 as well. And enough for Diesel Thomas to secure the top 3 in the championship on corrected order. Sorry, Josh did get it in the end on corrected order now. So Hughes winning the series and the $10,000 ring, thanks to Wallace Bishop Jewelers and the trophy. I'm sure he's watching on from New Zealand, where he had a solid weekend in the GT4 series. Brock Payne collects it and wins the round. Great job.
Yeah, awesome job to get your first race win and round win and first pole, everything in the same weekend, everything bar one race. So he did an awesome job all weekend, and credit to him, credit to his team. And like I said, even from the get-go, as soon as he jumped out of the Formula RX8 and jumped in at SMP, he was straight on the podium, so it's a credit to him.
Let's have a look at the highlights. Thanks to the update, the final race 2025 in TFA Tyre TA2 muscle cars. Really impressed at this start here. A lot of respect given. Yeah, there's a little bit of bump and grind, but everybody played nicely.
Yeah, Blake Tracey wasn't letting him in. He just wanted to make sure. And yeah, Webster just pinched that right front, and once it's gone, he might even lock the rears there a little bit too.
Yeah, a little bit too confident on what would be semi-warm Hoosier tyres. It dropped him back to 9th position. But worse was to come. Remember, he's under investigation post-race for this incident with Graham Cheney at the second last and the final turn. Be more so for this contact here, and then Crutcher looking like nowhere to go and just plows in to the 51 IS car. And whoa, that was Hayden Pullen. We didn't see that on the initial replay. Spreading the eye of a needle. Diesel Thomas skating off the track here at turn number 6. And then worse was to come when they had 5 seconds to his time. He didn't lose the position in 7th, but trying to rejoin the track right in front of Josh Webster. So it's a dangerous re-entry for the 18 TFH entry. Time Collier came back into the pits, the same plug lead as what happened in race number 1 earlier today and race 3 of the weekend. A really lazy spin there for Crutcher at the top of the Gumtree section of the track. But for Brock Payne, ran a clinic here today and dominated, led every single lap, got the fastest lap, and wins the round in the TFA Tire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo, the final race of 2025. Thoroughly enjoyed that, and now for a lot of teams, they can breathe and relax. The pack-up begins as Blake Tracey comes into Brock Payne. Gomersall in the background too. This family-run team, they will celebrate this. This is a great way to go into the summer break, and they'll be back bigger and better season 2026. Let's go down to Victory Lane. Here's J-Mac.
Ben Gomersall, a great season, wrapping up 2nd place. Congratulations. 3rd in that final race of the season. It's been a rough weekend.
Yeah, to be honest, we've had some ups and downs. Probably struggled a bit for pace since race 1, but still on the podium, so not the worst result. Can't thank the boys enough. It's been a good year. They've worked super hard, so yeah, good to come away with 2nd in the championship.
Congratulations, soak it in.
Cheers, thank you.
P2, Blake Tracey, you threw everything out of that race. You just told me that you lost power steering halfway through. Wow.
Yeah, it got a bit tough out there. Brock Payne, mate, unbelievable job. First round win, didn't step a foot wrong. I was trying to pressure him into a mistake, and no, it was really good racing. So.
No, it's been brilliant watching you two new young guys up the front. Fantastic racing, and we hope and presume that we'll be seeing you as part of the Super Series in 2026.
Absolutely, well, it's a pretty big year next year for everyone, I think, and just want to say massive thanks to all the locals coming down supporting me. It's awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations.
And an incredible finish to the 2025 season, scoring 75% race wins for every race here this weekend. Congratulations, Brock Payne. You must be on top of the world.
Yeah, I couldn't have expected that coming into this weekend. So, we've struggled for the past 2 rounds. So to have a result like this in the last round of the year is just unreal. Massive shout out to all my sponsors that have helped me, to compete this year. We wouldn't be here without them. It feels good to finally get the results that they deserve. All my family, friends, my whole team here, they've done a mega effort. Shout out to Hi-Tec for the series. We can't wait to run it next year.
Congratulations, you deserve it.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
And our 2025 Circa Masters champion is Graham Cheney. Congratulations, and an interesting way to end the season there.
It was definitely a tough weekend, but yeah, pretty excited to take that out. First year in it. Feel a little bit bad that I'm a master, but yeah, I guess the age is coming.
And so it looks like that target worked in the last race there on Crutch's car?
Yeah, we got to see each other. I got to look him in the eyes and give him a wave while we sat there on the last turn, but yeah, things happen.
No, it's great to see the Masters side of things so competitive as well, and we can't wait to see all of you guys here again next year to do it all again.
Yeah, no, it's great. We've got races inside races, and yeah, everyone gets on so well, and yeah, a bit of rubbins racing, so it's all good.
Good stuff, thank you.
Well, it was an incredible 6 rounds of racing across 9 months for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, wasn't it, J-Mac?
Yeah, I have to say, if I was going to pick a favourite round, it'd have to be the 2-driver event at Queensland Raceway. That was stunning racing, and we've finished it up here so well at the Winton Wrap.
Well, let's have a look forward, though, into 2026, because we've seen the calendar come out, haven't we? The announcement, of course, round 1 at the Bend over in South Australia, March 13 to 15. We've got the 2 Days of Thunder in May, the 1st to the 3rd of May for the Queensland Raceway. Then back down to Sydney under lights, of course, for July 17 and 18. The Queensland Fight in the Night, where we see the big Australian production car one as well, and that's in August 13 to 15. We head back here to Winton in September, so it might be a little bit cooler than what we have seen here in this early November from the 25th to the 27th. And a TBC, a round to be confirmed in November.
Where will it be? Well, the only hint we've got is that it may be under lights. Who knows? It's going to be amazing nonetheless, Matt Cavanagh.
Well, we need to thank everybody who's joined us throughout the 2025 season. Wherever you've been watching and taking part in this, all of our competitors, all of our officials, and everyone here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, we thank you for 2025, and we look forward to seeing you in 2026.